stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251-5. Sword Intent Takes Force. Nascent Soul Sword Lord? A nascent soul sword lord actually infiltrated Linlang Blessed Land? Impossible. I know this guy. It seems to be Fang Xing, an ordinary, casual cultivator in the Middle Jinden stage. How could he suddenly become a nascent soul sword lord? Bai Sheng watched all this, his expression gradually becoming dazed. The other late Jinden cultivators were horrified, trying their best to stay away from this peerless villain. How famous were the 6 heroes of the demonic path? This man killed 2 with just 2 strikes. The prestige of nascent soul seeds and the grandeur of nascent soul sex was practically trampled underfoot. Yu Zhenzi's eyelids twitched as he watched Fang Xing, who was collecting the blood god banner and pulling the divine infant fruit from Zhu Yuanzi's storage bag. He flew a distance, guarding an escape route, and formed a seal with his hands. Soul-destroying demonic flames surged, encircling him like a fiery dragon. 3 pitch-black shields appeared, guarding his surroundings. Holding the divine demon bow, he felt a slight sense of security. This person, he's got the formidable power of mountains and rivers. Yu Zhenzi saw clearly that no matter what this person's situation was, he could unleash his nascent soul strength within the Linlang Blessed Land. He was undoubtedly a nascent soul sword lord. Even more despicable was that if this person had asked, both the righteous and the demonic would have given him a divine infant fruit out of respect. Yet, this person chose to hide, waiting until both sides were practically devastated before making their move. Clearly, he wasn't after just 1 or 2 divine infant fruits, he wanted them all. This was practically impossible. Since the Linlang Blessed Land's opening, no Jinden cultivator had been able to crush them. Not even Yu Zhenzi. Even if a nascent soul true lord had shown such intentions, the 10 righteous and demonic disciples, blocked from their paths, would have fought tooth and nail. Of course, if Fang Xing had sworn only 1 or 2, perhaps they would have accepted it. After all, while a combined force should be able to repel a nascent soul true lord, no one wants to reveal all their cards and become the price. But now, the situation is different. Both the righteous and the evil have almost exhausted their cards, the righteous have fled, and Xiao Hao will not return to participate in the chaos. Even for those independent cultivators in the late Jinden stage, fighting Xiao Hao and the nameless body cultivator is more promising than fighting to the death with a nascent soul true lord. This nascent soul true lord, is he planning to take the remaining divine infant fruits for himself? Isn't he afraid of offending both the righteous and evil? Yu Zhenzi said in a deep voice, his expression extremely solemn. If I offend, so what? Fang Xing laughed heartily. I have no children, no relatives, no friends. Most importantly, do you know who I am? Bai Xiaoshu suddenly felt his scalp tighten. This senior is really humorous. To even steal my words, Yu Zhenzi let out a long sigh. Although he could not understand how a nascent soul true lord could enter the Linlang Blessed Land, even a fake one couldn't. The Wangxiang sect possessed a method for refining a fake infant fruit, capable of producing it more than once in history. Naturally, they had targeted Linlang Blessed Land, but had failed miserably. He knew only that if he didn't act, this nascent soul opportunity would be completely lost to him. This man is so treacherous. Even if I were to join forces with Zhenzi, I wouldn't be his match. If we were to be completely wiped out, he could easily slay the remaining 3 righteous ones with a single sword. No, Zhenzi might not dare to come as promised to claim the final divine infant fruit once he got wind of it. Yu Zhenzi's face was filled with helplessness, as he could only watch helplessly as yet another divine infant fruit ripened and fell into Fang Xing's pocket. This time, no Jinden cultivator dared to make a move, they all watched helplessly. Not bad, not bad. Fang Xing took the divine infant fruit, feeling incredibly excited. Including my own, that makes 3. This 9-element transformation vine has 6 divine infant fruits. Is it okay for me to take 5? I even left 1 for them. With 5 as a base, I can go back and refine my alchemy skills. When my golden core is fully formed, I can use the myriad transformations cauldron to refine at least 1 successful pill. Right, he planned to take a few more because he wasn't confident in his alchemy skills. Furthermore, even if he didn't use all of them, selling them would still be worth a fortune. After all, This was a chance to achieve nascent soul formation. Even without refining the nascent soul pill, eating them raw would have some beneficial effect on nascent soul formation. Of course, doing so would be a waste of natural resources, a recipe for disaster. In short, even among nascent soul true lords, the divine infant fruit was a top-tier luxury. If it weren't for the unique environment of Linlang Blessed Land, even Fang Xing, a nascent soul sword lord, would have been incredibly lucky to snatch one. Now that this was a godsend, he naturally had to make the most of it, without hesitation. Taking one would terribly offend the other nascent soul factions, and taking 5 would be equally terribly offending. So, let's just go for it, take 5. Fang Xing didn't move, and neither did the other cultivators. They could only watch helplessly as the 5th divine infant fruit ripened and was pocketed by Fang Xing. What should I do? There's only one left. I secretly contacted Zhenkazi, but he ignored me. Yuzhenzi watched Fang Xing effortlessly pocket the divine infant fruit, as if watching his own nascent soul disappear into thin air. The agony he felt was 100 times more intense than the inner demonic tribulation he endured during his core formation. I'm an immortal golden core. Even without the nascent soul condensation spiritual objects, I have a 10% chance of condensing a nascent soul, but failure means death. Condensing a nascent soul is 100 times more difficult than refining an immortal golden core. Even he wasn't entirely confident. Of course, the Jiang sect still had some nascent soul condensation resources, but they couldn't all be placed on him alone. If he failed, he would be left with nothing to cry about. This was a painful lesson learned in the world of cultivation. Without the divine infant fruit, the various resources I have acquired from my sect can only increase my chances of achieving a nascent soul by a factor of 10 or 20 at best. With a nascent soul pill, my chances of achieving a nascent soul exceed 50%. This is a battle for the great Dao. With this thought in mind, Yuzhenzi immediately spoke, Senior. I only want one divine infant fruit. Please spare me. As he spoke, he secretly transmitted his spiritual sense, directing several late-stage giant and cultivators from the demon sect to move closer to him, preparing to form a formation. Too many tricks. Fang Xing didn't bother to listen to the man's explanation. He immediately struck with his sword. Swish! The flowers in the hall intoxicated 3,000 guests, the sword's light chilled 19 states. The sky was filled with mighty sword energy, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like the Yangtze River, surging and nearly drowning Yuzhenzi. The few late-stage giant and demons who approached, even the slightest touch of the sword energy, were instantly reduced to corpses, falling from the air without even a scream. The gap between the nascent soul and core forming stages is a chasm. Still alive. Not bad, truly not bad. After striking with his sword, Fang Xing looked at Yuzhenzi. Although Yuzhenzi was somewhat disfigured, with several magical shields before him shattered, his soul-destroying demonic flame still blazed fiercely. He now, unknowingly unleashing some secret technique, sprouted 2 small green horns from his head, resembling a demonic spirit. Simultaneously, Yuzhenzi's mana surged, surpassing the threshold of golden core perfection. With a mana boosted by the divine horn's transformation art, combined with the divine demon bow and the soul-destroying demonic flame, it's possible to injure an early nascent soul cultivator. Senior, once you leave the blessed land, you'll likely face both our nascent soul true lords of the righteous and demonic realms. Why not consider it? Yuzhenzi drew the divine demon bow and opened his mouth. A jet-black soul-destroying demonic flame quickly descended upon the bowstring, transforming into a pitch-black arrow. Unlike the 2 previous flaming arrows, this black fire arrow's power was completely restrained, as if it were tangible. Wow! Just then, the last divine infant fruit landed with a thunderous thud. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Fang Xing casually flicked his sleeve, and a science shield instantly emerged, enveloping his entire body. The pitch-black arrow, seemingly piercing the void, appeared before him, only to be blocked by the azure sun barrier. A vast mass of pitch-black flames blazed from the black arrow, causing a terrifying dent to appear within the barrier. An attack like this, if it hits, could indeed severely injure an early nascent soul cultivator. Executed by a giant and cultivator, it's even more impressive, Fang Xing exclaimed in admiration, and an ancient bronze lamp materialized in his hand. The myriad law's ghost infant within him stirred, pouring immense nascent soul mana into the azure sun magic lamp, thickening the barrier even further. Not only that, Fang Xing flicked the Qingyang magic lamp lightly, dislodging a tiny bit of the science spark from it. A blazing roar. The spark instantly transformed into a head-sized ball of cyan flame, landing on the Qingyang shield's surface and consuming the soul-destroying demonic flame. Both of these spiritual flames were renowned within the demonic realm, and now, seemingly evenly matched in power, the cyan and black flames intertwined, gradually emitting a hint of dark green before both extinguished. What? Yu Zhenzi was immediately shocked upon seeing this. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Why are you using a defensive spiritual treasure? Aren't sword cultivators supposed to be primarily focused on emotions and swordsmanship? Their defense is weak. Furthermore, this Qingyang magic lamp and its accompanying Qingyang magic fire were renowned. After all, spiritual treasures were limited, even a major nascent soul sect might only possess one or two. Yu Zhenzi knew that the Qingyang magic lamp had originally belonged to the Wangxiang sect, but had disappeared with the death of the Wen tribe's leader in battle. Unexpectedly, it would reappear right here. A nascent soul true lord was using a defensive magical treasure, and he was going to use his head to break it? With this thought, Yu Zhenzi immediately turned and rushed towards the restricted passage behind him. But even faster than him was Fang Xing's sword. He raised his hand and struck out, his sword intent like the Yangtze River, a manifestation of the power of sword intent. The sword light was brilliant and glorious, engulfing Yu Zhenzi. The next moment, the defensive magic weapons and talismans of the giant and cultivator exploded. He himself fell into the sword's web, chopped to pieces by the countless whistling sword beams. When the sword light dissipated, only a fist-sized ball of pitch-black flame remained. This was the source fire of the soul-destroying demonic flame. Fang Xing silently sheathed his sword, but his consciousness registered a strange feeling. It seems he's not completely dead yet. But, with my 4th-level swordsmanship, even if he's destined to die, he'll still die. The divine infant was suspended 100 miles away, in a hidden cave. A pale young man in a black robe suddenly clutched his head. I'm dead. He collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Yu Zhenzi rose, a trace of resentment on his face. You actually forced me to use the Li Dai Tao Jiang technique. This secret technique, considered a supreme life-saving divine power, requires the cultivation of a backup Yan Ti, a form of evil spirit. Within a certain period of time, upon the death of the original deity, the spirit and soul can be transferred to the Yan Ti. Of course, this heaven-defying technique has many limitations. For example, learning is extremely difficult. Yu Zhenzi's attainments in this technique are limited, so he can only maintain it for about a month. If he dies after a month, the Yan Ti will be useless, and he will need to find another one. More crucially, the deity and the Yan Ti must be within a certain distance, otherwise the technique will be ineffective. Yu Zhenzi's current attainments can barely extend the range to within 200 miles. Any further, and the technique will be ineffective. Damn it, that nascent soul sword lord, I will never let him go. Yu Zhenzi examined his body, his face drooping. This time, he'd suffered a crushing defeat. His vitality would be severely damaged, and his cultivation would regress. It was only natural. It might even delay his nascent soul condensation. But in that situation, surviving was a remarkable feat. That sword, Yu Zhenzi recalled the moment of his death, a flicker of fear and shock in his eyes. The nascent soul sword lord's methods were far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Yu Zhenzi felt a sharp aura assault him. A flash of sword light suddenly ignited within his sea of consciousness. Is this sword intent? It's like a thorn in the flesh. A scream suddenly echoed from within the cave. On the divine infant cliff, the last divine infant fruit slowly fell. But none of the giant and cultivators dared to step forward to fight. Fang Xing conjured a giant cyan hand, pocketing the crimson divine infant fruit, a treasure trove of countless giant and level cultivators. He released countless more sword threads and began sweeping up the battlefield. Those killed were all late-stage giant and cultivators. The storage bag was valuable, containing a wealth of spiritual herbs from the Linlang Blessed Land. A moment later, Fang Xing waved his sleeves, attempting to retract the soul-destroying demonic flame. He had just taken out a jade box when he saw it begin to melt before even approaching the pitch-black demonic fire. As he placed a flame inside, the entire jade box suddenly exploded. Sure enough, the explosive power of 4th-tier demonic fire is unbearable for ordinary objects. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, then unleashed a burst of magical power onto the Qingyang demonic lamp. The lamp suddenly blazed brightly, countless bronze runes shimmering like chains, binding the fist-sized ball of pitch-black demonic fire. The soul-destroying demonic flame trembled, then was struck by numerous bronze runes, its size shrinking steadily. From the size of a fist, it morphed into a pigeon egg, then into a soybean. A bean-sized black flame sank into the Qingyang demon lamp and slowly burned. Sure enough, this spiritual treasure is powerful enough to contain fourth-order demonic fire. Fang Xing was delighted. Even if the Qingyang demonic fire and the soul-destroying demonic flame, both fourth-order demonic fires, could be fused together to amplify the power. Chapter 252, Bullying the Small. A few days later, in the Northern Territory, at the Spiritual Medicine Garden, the Meng sisters, Madame Diru, and Song Yingjing were working together to attack a restricted barrier. These 4 female cultivators, all in the early stages of the Jinden stage, were now getting along even better, akin to close sworn brothers. With a clang. With Song Yingjing's final strike, the autumn water sword transformed into a blast of sharp light, slashing through the golden barrier. Crash! Countless golden fragments exploded in all directions, and the barrier that had previously enveloped the area vanished in an instant. Sister Song's swordsmanship has improved again, Madame Diru said with a smile upon seeing this. You're welcome, Sister. Song Yingjing, knowing this woman's special relationship with Master Feng, dared not neglect him. The Meng sisters, however, were fixated on the spiritual herbs. As soon as the restriction lifted, they eagerly flew in. This is just a corner of the Northern Territory Spiritual Herb Garden. There are more than a dozen Jinden cultivators entering this restricted area with us. To avoid further complications, we should quickly gather spiritual herbs. Beyond the restriction, a chill washed over them. Unexpectedly, they discovered an ice waterfall. 100-year-old cold spring. Song Yingjing's eyes lit up at the sight of the waterfall cascading through the snow and ice. This spring isn't ice, but its chilling aura surpasses 1,000-year-old ice, perfect for refining flying swords. The Meng sisters were delighted. This environment is perfect for the growth of 9 fierce dragon-catching grass. This must be it. They had already searched several locations, and while they had obtained some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they hadn't found the 9 fierce dragon-catching grass they were so eager for. The 4 women immediately expanded their spiritual senses, inch by inch, scanning the area for several miles. Here it is, soon, Meng Xingyu exclaimed, flying into the waterfall. Within the waterfall lay a cave. Deep in the cave, beside a cold spring, grew several strange crimson spiritual herbs. Their roots were thick, with 9 crimson lines resembling dragons. It was none other than the 9 fierce dragon-catching grass. Congratulations, both of you. Your cultivation has finally made a tremendous leap forward. Madame Diru beamed in congratulation. She had known the Meng sisters for years and knew they practiced a unique profound art. While it helped with the formation of the true Dan, it was difficult once the Dan was formed, and they couldn't switch techniques, forcing them to persevere. This spiritual herb should be 1,000 years old, plenty old enough. Song Yingjing examined it and nodded. As agreed, Sister Diru and I will not be participating. Thank you, sisters. Meng Xingtuan was overjoyed. She pulled out a jade box, plucked the 9 fierce dragon-catching grass, and carefully placed it in her storage bag. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, as the 4 women flew out of the waterfall, Song Yingjing's expression changed slightly. The autumn water sword transformed into a flash of light, slashing towards a point in the void. Quite clever indeed, a cold snort echoed in midair, and a young man with crimson eyebrows and hair emerged. Standing with his hands behind his back, he casually snapped his fingers. A fiery dragon emerged. Its might astonishing, seemingly capable of scorching the heavens and earth. With a single swipe of its sharp claws, it shattered the sword light. Vast magical power filled the air, bringing a powerful sense of oppression. Lei Jinden, Song Yingjing exclaimed. It's Yan Yanzi. Upon seeing this young man, the Meng sisters felt their hearts sink to the abyss, silently groaning. Why isn't this man wandering the central region, but coming to the Northern Territory to rob us? Fortunately, Yan Yanzi is a righteous man. If he surrenders all his spiritual herbs, he shouldn't be hunted down to death. My Meng family ancestors had some connections with Burning Heaven Valley. For ordinary cultivators, the difference between the demonic and righteous paths is that the righteous generally only want money, while the demonic not only demands money, but also lives. Yan Yanzi crushed the sword light, feeling deeply displeased. This time, the 5 righteous disciples had suffered a crushing defeat. Outnumbered by 3, They were even defeated by Hunyuanzi. The world of immortal cultivation would whisper about this new righteous disciple's lack of talent, branding them a pillar of shame. But they simply couldn't win. Especially since Yu Zhenzi, who had cultivated the soul-destroying demonic flame, was a natural counter to the brilliant Qi, arguably the best Jinden cultivator. The three righteous disciples could only manage a slight equilibrium, securing the right to harvest the last divine infant fruit. That was how things were supposed to go, but then, while Zhang Kezi was nursing the two of them, he received earth-shattering news. Fang Xing was a nascent soul sword sovereign. Furthermore, with a single sword strike, he had slain all the demonic heroes. He even pocketed the 4 divine infant fruits. Zhang Kezi immediately decided not to fight for the final divine infant fruit, but to avoid it. Although Master Feng appeared to be siding with the righteous path by slaying demonic cultivators, even fellow disciples were likely to draw their swords over the divine infant fruit. His willingness to unhesitatingly slay several demonic nascent soul seeds clearly showed his lack of respect for the righteous path. Even he, if any righteous cultivator dared to disobey, would surely be ruthlessly killed. Consequently, the 3 righteous disciples split up, not fighting for the divine infant fruit, but instead scavenging other spiritual resources in the central region. The result was even more shocking. Master Feng showed no sign of acting like a nascent soul cultivator, even attempting to snatch third-tier spiritual herbs from them. He was a complete wretch. Outside the Blessed Land, such bullying would have been met with a beating by nascent souls from both righteous and demonic realms. However, the 3 righteous disciples had no choice but to accept defeat and travel to the 4 regions to gather spiritual objects, a meager means of making up for their losses. However, this plan also failed to go smoothly. Yan Yanzi had just received news today that the powerful physical cultivator who had previously snatched the divine infant fruit was now frantically raiding various spiritual resources, especially spiritual herbs. He had already clashed with both Zhangzi and Jin Gangzi, and even 2 of the 5 righteous ones, even combined, were unable to defeat them, suffering a minor loss. The disgraced Yan Yanzi chose the Northern Territory because many of the techniques and elixirs in Burning Heaven Valley were too potent, requiring cold spiritual herbs to neutralize them. Given his current mood, he might have simply killed any cultivator who stood in his way, venting his frustration. But then, his spiritual sense caught sight of the Meng sisters, and the fire dragon faltered. These seemed to be the Meng sisters from the intelligence report, who entered the Linlang Blessed Land with that nascent soul monster. Although Master Feng is likely dead long ago and just a disguise, this nascent soul monster has a fickle temperament. If I were to touch his harem, I'm afraid he'd hunt me down in the secret realm. Even in the outside world, Yan Yanzi wouldn't dare to completely offend a nascent soul monster. Unless he stays within the sect his entire life, consolidating his nascent soul before venturing out. Similar incidents have occurred throughout the history of Beijing's immortal cultivation world. A nascent soul true lord among these independent cultivators is as unfazed as a barefooted person, fearless of those in the righteous and demonic realms alike. After all, a nascent soul true lord possesses exceptional escape skills, allowing him to wreak vengeance on his nemesis disciples even when defeated. Consequently, both righteous and demonic forces strongly support the establishment of factions and clans by these independent nascent soul cultivators. This creates a mutual understanding, a tacit understanding and a bottom line. But now, this Master Feng is volatile and may not even be a cultivator from Beijing's immortal cultivation world. Extreme caution is required. Fine. So it's you all. Sorry to bother you. Farewell. Yan Yanzi forced a smile before transforming into a streak of fire and vanishing into the sky in an instant. Huh? I didn't expect this Yan Yanzi to be such a role model of the righteous path. I thought he'd at least steal our spiritual herbs. Madame Diru patted her towering breasts, feeling somewhat relieved after surviving a disaster. The Meng sisters exchanged a bewildered glance. The intelligence reports say Yan Yanzi has a fiery temper, and doesn't seem so easy to talk to. They didn't have the intelligence network of the 5 sons of the righteous path. Furthermore, these 4 female Jinden cultivators were all in the early Jinden stage, essentially at the bottom of the food chain in the Linlang Blessed Land. When they occasionally encountered Jinden cultivators, they either engaged in direct combat or fled from them, with little interaction. And with their focus on searching for spiritual objects in the Northern Territory, it was understandable that they were unaware of what was happening at Divine Infant Cliff. In the blink of an eye, it was the time when the Linlang Blessed Land was about to close. In a cave somewhere in the secret realm, Fang Xing and the main body sat opposite each other, smiling at each other. This time, we've truly reaped a bountiful harvest, Fang Xing sighed. He had taken 5 of the most important infant-forming spiritual objects of this trip alone. Of course, one of them was seized by my master as an unknown and powerful cultivator, unknown to outsiders. But even the 4 they knew about were a staggering number. And one can imagine the madness both good and evil would experience after they were released. The safest option now is to teleport back to Blue Star, let them find air. Fang Xing smiled, then hesitated. According to the teleportation rules of the Gate of the Heavens he had discovered, after leaving, he should be teleported back to his original location upon returning. Therefore, if my master and my immortal clone both went to Blue Star and waited until the Linlang Blessed Land closed, they would still be in the Blessed Land. But the Linlang Blessed Land only opens once every 500 years. Once it closes, the cultivators there will be in great danger. At least, there's no example of anyone in the immortal world surviving after 500 years. In 500 years, with the resources of the Linlang Blessed Land, even one could reach the nascent soul stage. There must be a reason why both good and evil had only established resource points there, but never sent cultivators to guard them. Fang Xing felt he couldn't take the risk. Otherwise, if he is locked in Linlang Blessed Land, he will have no chance to enter the vast world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, the safest thing is for me to take all the harvest back to Blue Star first, and the immortal clone will stay here. After being teleported out of Linlang Blessed Land, he will react accordingly. Fang Xing immediately took the storage bag filled with a lot of harvest in his hand. After a slight hesitation, he stretched out his hand and flicked it. An antique 7-stringed zither emerged, but the end was a little burnt black. Spiritual treasure, Yucai, if it can be refined, the immortal clone will have 2 spiritual treasures, and the combat power will be increased. But, the immortal clone injected a uniting magic power into the Yucai, and immediately felt a sense of resistance. This is the spirituality of the Yucai, resisting his refining. This feeling is very different from the previous easy sacrifice of the Qingyang magic lamp. Today's update will be released later. Chapter 253 Escape. A 4th-tier spiritual treasure is only truly valuable if it possesses spiritual power. Fang Xing gazed at the Yucai before him, lost in thought. Or perhaps this is the true spiritual treasure. The Qingyang demon lamp is actually defective. Its spiritual power obliterated by the great Sun Tathagata divine palm during my battle with the leader of the Wind tribe. This was indeed highly possible. He had long attempted to refine the Yucai, but to no avail. This was far more difficult than even erasing the mark on the storage bag. It was as if the entire magical weapon was resisting him. Even if he forced it, success was unlikely. Even if he succeeded, he would permanently lose a portion of the treasure's power, something many cultivators could not bear. The cultivation of a magical artifact's spirituality is closely tied to its owner. This Yucai might be the natal magical artifact of the Mu family's nascent soul ancestor, naturally loyal to the Mu family bloodline. It might even have a special refining formula. Outsiders seeking to seize it would be more harm than good. This also explains why neither the righteous nor the evil forces are taking action to seize the treasure. The spiritual artifact, combined with the formation, only possesses the power of a 4th-order strike. Certainly no match for a nascent soul true lord wielding it. And even a single spiritual artifact is considered a considerable asset for a nascent soul true lord. They didn't seize it by force, clearly unwilling, but unable. Now, Fang Xing, looking at the Yucai, felt equally worried. He felt as if his own immortal clone was truly powerless against the artifact. Even if he painstakingly toiled for 100 years, slowly burning it with the nascent soul fire, in the end, both sides would likely suffer a complete loss. The spirituality of a spiritual artifact is stubborn, practically equivalent to the artificial intellect of a previous life. Fang Xing explored and tested it again, concluding, if its spirit were active, possessing a flexible bottom line like humans, that would be easier to deal with. Threatening the lives of the entire Mu family might force the spirit to compromise. Unfortunately, the other party simply lacked such spirituality and was simply stubborn. One must possess Mu family bloodline and possess a special, orally transmitted, refining formula to gain the favor of the Yucai. Fang Xing considered this and first produced a Qingyang magic lamp. Within this 4th-tier spiritual lamp, the bean-sized soul-destroying demonic flame and the Qingyang magic fire devoured each other, merging, gradually taking on a dark green hue. as if transforming into a completely new flame. This lamp seems to have the function of accommodating other spiritual fires of heaven and earth and upgrading fire seeds. After absorbing the soul-destroying demonic flame, the power of the Qingyang demonic fire has greatly increased. It is no longer suitable to be called by its original name. Fang Xing pondered for a moment. Maybe it can be called the soul-devouring demonic fire. He thought about it randomly, and brought a Qingyang demonic lamp in front of the Jiao, threatening, "See. If you don't obey, I will completely wipe out your spirituality. If you obey, I may be able to find spiritual objects in heaven and earth to upgrade you like I did with this Qingyang demonic lamp." But Jiao did not move. Fang Xing chuckled to himself. That's right. If it had been threatened, I would have succeeded long ago. Now it seems I have to either kill a direct descendant of the Mu family and force them to reveal the secret formula for refining the treasure. Then use the 9 infants pearl to simulate the Mu family bloodlines, or an attempt to refine the burnt tail kin, or just strike it with the great sun Tathagata palm and destroy its spirit. Because the burnt tail kin was so rigid, Fang Xing's direct account of his plot to its face remained unmoved. Sure enough, only the wisest and the most foolish are the hardest to fool. Seeing the burnt tail kin's lack of reaction, Fang Xing gloomily put the magical treasure away. His original form, along with all the spiritual objects, vanished in a flash of silver light. Several hours later, the center of the blessed land roared, and a terrifying wave spread throughout the land. What is this? Fang Xing's immortal clone's eyes flashed with shock. His figure vanished in a flash, disappearing from the blessed land, outside Gixun Mountain. As soon as Fang Xing appeared, he immediately clasped his hands together, unleashing a mystical technique that ravaged his spirit, energy, and soul. He transformed into a blood-red rainbow and vanished into the sky. Family matters know their own business. What's done must be borne. He didn't give the righteous and evil forces face, so it was only natural that they would be pursued and attacked by both. He was a man who would admit his mistakes and stand his ground when attacked. He didn't want to be beaten, so he chose to flee. Linlang Blessed Land will randomly teleport cultivators to a location within 100 miles of Gixun Mountain. This range wasn't safe, being within the range of the spiritual senses of some powerful Yuanying true lords. Of course, Fang Xing would run some distance before teleporting to Blue Star, where he would hide for a few days and avoid the spotlight. Crash! At this moment, he channeled his spiritual sense and saw that Gixun Mountain, once resembling the eye of a void sea, suddenly trembled. Its once all-consuming aura suddenly shrank, and then, it began to erupt ferociously in all directions. Amidst a terrifying shower of meteors and fire, J-token seemed to be interspersed. Linlang Order. After the Linlang Blessed Land ends, new Linlang orders will erupt, scattering across the world of immortal cultivation. Truly a remarkable opportunity, though. I'll have to wait 500 years, Fang Xing muttered to himself. At this moment, his spiritual sense saw several nascent soul true lords, each displaying their extraordinary abilities, intercepting a large portion of the Linlang orders. But at the same time, several more nascent souls escaping lights, fiercely pursuing him, threatened to kill him. Who are you, sir? How dare you kill my demonic nascent soul seed? An elderly man in a blood-red robe spoke sharply, his speed astonishing. He appeared to be a nascent soul true lord of the blood god cult. Besides them, there was an ordinary woman in green, whose spiritual sense was so powerful it could cover an area of 100 miles. Fellow Taoist, please stay. The green-clothed woman, lotus-like with every step, followed Fang Xing, even faster than the blood god cult's nascent soul true lords. Could it be that fellow Taoist is a nascent soul true lord from the vast ocean, or perhaps carrying a magical object that conceals the secrets of heaven? Even with my 4th-level divination skills, I'm having trouble detecting your aura. The green-clothed woman slowly and steadily transmitted her spiritual sense into Fang Xing's ears. Fang Xing didn't bother to listen, intent on escaping. Female cultivator, nascent soul true lord, must be the Zhuanshan sex-blind heavenly master. This woman is incredibly calculating. Don't mess with her. Fang Xing didn't respond, his blood-red escape light accelerating by 3 times. However, he still maintained a reasonable distance from the 2 nascent souls. Once the secret technique ended, they would most likely be caught up and confronted. I was foolish to engage the 2 great nascent soul true lords. No. Once those nascent souls of both the righteous and demonic path receive the Linlang order and learn of this from my disciples, they'll surely come after me, dare to pursue me. If I were here, I'd reward you with a single strike of the great sun Tathagata palm to show you the price of pursuing me." A flash of light flashed in Fang Xing's hand, and a bronze lamp emerged, the Qingyang magic lamp. Within the key sea of Danshan, the myriad law's ghost infant opened its eyes, 2 crimson rays of light emerged, and a sun disk slowly rotated between its brows. A vast stream of nascent soul mana poured into the Qingyang magic lamp. Atop the lamp, Fang Xing grasped the dark green wisp of soul-devouring demonic fire at his fingertips and flicked it back gently. A blazing roar. The dark green flame surged in the wind, instantly transforming into 2 enormous dark green fireballs that hurtled towards the blood god Sect's nascent soul true lord, Jade Blind Heavenly Master. Boom. 2 dark green flames exploded, like twin lotus flowers slowly blossoming. Wherever the waves of fire passed, even the very air seemed to ripple with a faint scorch, and 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. Damn it! A flash of blood shone, and the blood god cult's nascent soul true lord reappeared, somewhat furious. How did that person acquire the purple sun Sect's soul-destroying demonic flame and even turn against me? The soul-destroying demonic flame suppressed righteous aura, and it also suppressed the blood god cult's own techniques. Furthermore, now that it had absorbed the strengths of both the Qingyang demonic fire and the soul-destroying demonic flame, its power was clearly even greater. A magical weapon shaped like a jade ruai materialized in the hands of the blind heavenly master, and a pure aura descended, protecting her entire body. She gazed in the direction Fang Xing had departed, her face thick with confusion. She had resisted the dark green demonic flames in a split second. But in that moment of resistance, she lost all sense of Fang Xing's spiritual awareness. She even vaguely suspected that Fang Xing was the one who had killed Homoking, thus rendering divination useless. 4th level. Void Talisman, the blind Taoist muttered. So he used this kind of talisman, so precious to us. No wonder he was so confident of escaping. The blood god cult's Yuanying true lord nodded with a sullen expression, seemingly agreeing with the blind Taoist's assessment. Fellow Taoist Zhu, it's time to go back and talk. The blind Taoist flew back to Zushan, and as expected, he witnessed a standoff between good and evil. I refuse to accept. The 9 infant Sect's grand elder snorted coldly. How could a nascent soul true lord exist within the Linlang blessed land? This must be a trick of your righteous ways. We swore a great oath to each other. The Prajna Sect's nascent soul true lord, a kind-looking, red-robed old monk, clasped his hands together and said, I can testify that we have never sought outside help, otherwise, our oath would have backfired long ago. Now, we of the righteous path only have 4 of you left, and your demonic ways have been completely annihilated. It seems we of the righteous path have won this bet. You demonic ways, remember the treaties. Chu Kuangta glanced at Fu Honggai and said with a smile. The previous truce between the righteous and demonic sides was made with great sincerity. At the very least, the nascent soul true lords had sworn a valid oath. The backlash from forcibly violating the agreement would be enough to severely damage them, requiring a century of recovery. Even the bulk of the benefits had already been divided up, leaving only a few to be finalized. Therefore, as a joke, the victory was determined by the benefits gained from the blessed land. Who could have imagined that a huge change like Fang Xing would appear, almost making both the righteous and evil sides bleed? Needless to say, the evil side, except for Xiao Hao, has lost everything. What's worse is that Xiao Hao is a casual cultivator. The righteous side barely retained 4 giant and cultivators, but there is not a single shining fruit. In the future, if they want to help achieve Yuanying and cultivate the next generation of Zhenjin, there will be many troubles. Even if they consume their foundation, they may not succeed. With this thought, no matter whether it is the righteous side or the evil side, the Yuanying Zhenjin, they all want to eat Fang Xing's flesh alive. Ahem. We are willing to accept the loss. The Yuanying Zhenjin of Wangu village is an old woman wearing a black and blue cloth skirt and a headscarf. When she heard this, her eyes flashed and she agreed, but I can't feel at ease if I don't kill Fang Xing. Chapter 254, Thousands of Flowers and Illusions. Blue Star. Villa 69, Blue Sea District. Fang Xing received a call from Xiao Lan and turned on the video chat to see 2 people standing outside the gate. One was Song Jinggang, the other was Gu Yun. Since you 2 are here, why bother bringing fruit? He had Xiao Lan open the gate and went to greet them personally. Haha, this is my first time at your villa, boss. Song Jinggang glanced around and saw a private spaceship behind him. His eyes widened. Boss, your villa is worth buying. Ever since the new chief consul took office, the real estate market has rebounded. You've made a killing, boss. He looked tall and strong in his public security bureau uniform, and it was clear he had inside information during his internship. Unfortunately, his face looked even more mature, which made it difficult for him to find a girlfriend. Next to him, Gu-yun, dressed in a black dress and light makeup, made her features look even more delicate and soft. Senior, long time no see. Yes, Fang Xing smiled and nodded, inviting them to sit down. They were both approaching graduation, a busy time, but today was a chance to take a break. Boss, you're a graduate student at the Jinden stage. Did you participate in that interstellar martial arts competition? Song Jinggang sipped a drink and immediately brought up the hottest topic in the Federation. The Federation Holographic Universe Company had invested heavily in promoting this event. Furthermore, it has an immeasurable impact on martial arts, and it goes beyond simply selecting a champion. There will also be a series of promotional events, documentaries, and outreach activities. The first place winner of this competition is a martial artist named Lan Shi. I've watched his competition videos, and he's truly formidable, Fang Xing said. This Lan Shi didn't give him the impression of some martial god or martial saint pretending to be young, but rather a true martial arts genius. Yes, it's said that the first place prize is a disciple from the martial god himself, and in the future, the Federation Holographic Universe Company will fully support Lan Shi in building his own mecha. Song Jinggang's face was filled with envy as he spoke. For warriors like us, mechas are just external objects. Fang Xing smiled and shook his head, then looked at Gu-yun. How are your studies lately? Pretty good, and my internship is going well too. After graduation, I plan to join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the evil god's followers. Gu-yun's voice was soft but firm. I and the evil god are sworn enemies. Yes, Fang Xing scratched his face, looking a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the Federation, in a simple public housing unit, Fang Xing's immortal clone was summoning a follower of his sect, Sunny. Great sect master. I've contacted organizations on 43 planets, and they're willing to continue to follow your leadership, Sunny spoke humbly. Besides, I've already investigated what you instructed me to do. Recently, among other groups of believers in the gods, there are indeed prophecies such as the Creator is about to awaken. The Creator's prophecy. Is it just a prophecy? Fang Xing pondered for a moment, then tossed out a briefcase. You've done well. Keep up the good work. Yes, Sunny, holding the briefcase, felt a surge of motivation. After he left, Fang Xing pondered, 3 of hearts, what exactly are they trying to do? But it's definitely not good. Perhaps I should leave Blue Star and hide. After sending Sunny away, Fang Xing left the public rental building and moved to another, arriving at the 1132nd floor and opening a random door. He understood the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Besides, Blue Star's public rental housing was a safety net for the impoverished with Blue Star household registration. There was a mixed bag of people, making it very difficult to track down. He entered the rental apartment and vanished in an instant. The immortal cultivation realm. Yun's how. The Yuanying's engines of both the righteous and evil sides have a lot of things to do. How could they possibly block me every day? Fang Xing's sleeves fluttered, his demeanor reminiscent of an immortal. Immediately, he quickly set up the cave formation and began to count his gains one by one. Spiritual treasures, divine infant fruits, 4th order magic fire. Let's not talk about that for now. The spiritual stones alone are a huge sum. Even, there were 3 boxes in front of Fang Xing, each containing a gray stone, a light golden ore, and a piece of emerald green wood heart. Top-grade earth spirit stones, gold spirit stones, and wood spirit stones, plus the water spirit stones from last time. So, the only thing missing from the top-grade 5-element spirit stones is fire. Beyond that, there are over 10 million high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. Sure enough, if you're going to rob, you should rob high-level cultivators. That's the best way to get rich overnight. As for magical weapons, besides the giant Aoi loot, there's also a quasi 4th rank blood god banner, and a large number of top-grade and top-grade magical weapons. We can find an opportunity to sell them. As for spiritual medicines, besides the 10,000-year stone milk, there's also a large amount of spiritual marrow ganoderma, 5 cloud flowers, and flying immortal fruits. The supporting materials are almost complete too. All we need to do is go to the market and buy some basic ingredients, and we can refine large quantities of ganoderma lucidum pills, 5 cloud pills, and tong sui pills. These are all elixirs used by Jinden cultivators to increase their mana. Ordinary Jinden true persons would be grateful to even have a few. Now, Fang Xing has taken them all, enough to boost his mana all the way to the perfect Jinden realm. Of course, the price was that Master Feng and the unknown cultivators' reputations were completely ruined, practically becoming pariahs in the world of immortal cultivation. But Fang Xing didn't care anyway. Now that I've acquired a wealth of resources, I'm about to retreat to refine my elixirs and cultivate. I have everything I need now, except a prime cave. If I want to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in one go, a 4th tier spiritual vein would be ideal. It's difficult to return to the Xianjian sect right now, and the other nascent soul sects are even less so. Immortal cities? Most have 3rd tier spiritual veins. Only a few founded by independent nascent soul cultivators have 4th tier spiritual veins, but I'm afraid they don't support outsiders cultivating the nascent soul. Wait, besides immortal cities, it seems the former nascent soul family settlements might also be considered. Fang Xing immediately thought of the Mu family. The Mu family was once a nascent soul family. They should have a 4th tier spiritual vein, right? The most crucial thing is that now that they've fallen into decline, without a nascent soul true lord to rule, they're a vulnerable target. To make matters worse, the Mu family's patriarch, eager to secure a victory, had heavily channeled family resources toward New Kingland, even bringing out the magical treasure, the awakens. Ultimately, all of this was wasted. No, it was a deception. Previously, the Mu family's powerful formations and magical treasures had made it impossible for Fang Xing to infiltrate unnoticed. But now, the situation was uncertain. Just as it happens, I need the blood and spirit of a direct descendant of the Mu family to replace one of the 9 infants' pearls. Fang Xing would never use the identity of Master Feng again. And by the way, I'll search for the ritual formula for the awakens. With this thought in mind, Fang Xing withdrew the 9 infants' pearl and chose one of his identities. In an instant, he transformed into a graceful scholar with elegant features and a full head of white hair. This deadly scholar was a wandering cultivator, both virtuous and wicked, secretly murdered by Homoking and adopted as one of his false identities. It's a good time to go and plot against the Mu family. The Mu family patriarch in the Blessed Land was quite perceptive and didn't enter the Divine Infant Cliff. He probably survived. But life will definitely be tough after he returns. Fang Xing sorted through the miscellaneous items in his hands, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Too much loot wasn't a good thing. Even the storage bags of Jinden cultivators were finely crafted and had a large capacity, and he had been promoted to 6-pouch elder of the Beggars sect. 6 whole storage bags filled with miscellaneous items. Damn, the capacity is still too small. The cavalry of the Chamber of Commerce in the world of immortal cultivation deserves to profit. He sorted through the items and pulled out another body bag. With a slight infusion of mana, a black mist flashed, and 5 more golden armored corpses appeared on the plain. Each of these refined corpses was above the 3rd level, formidable, and each had its own unique characteristics. There were flying yakshas, 4-armed golden corpses, and even female golden corpses. They were all once powerful physical cultivators, later captured by the myriad demon sect and refined into heaven-turning golden corpses. These golden corpses have too many restrictions imposed by the myriad demon sect, and they definitely need to be modified. It was just like the myriad law's ghost infant. Even though the restrictions on the heaven-turning golden corpse were perfect, they weren't his own creation, so he was worried. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, and a jade slip emerged from his hand, containing a wealth of corpse refining techniques. These 5 3rd-level corpses, combined with the vast amount of demonic materials I have, seem like they could be put together to create the 5 chaos demons. While the 5 chaos demons weren't as powerful as the likes of the 10 absolute yin corpses, and couldn't rival a nascent soul true lord, they were already unstoppable among the 3rd-level cultivators. More importantly, the basic steps had been completed for him by the myriad law's demon sect, so Fang Xing didn't mind spending a few days refining these corpses. The best 5 chaos demons are best suited to possess 5-element spiritual roots, forming the 5-element demon formation. These corpses don't have the full 5-element spiritual roots, so we can only think of a way to refine them with the materials we need. Blood sacrifices of a large number of 5-element spiritual objects will be enough to imbue the corpses with some of the 5-element attributes. The principle is similar to refining a magical artifact. Living beings can't use it anyway, and they're likely to be killed by the refining, but dead bodies don't matter. Yunzhou is home to numerous aristocratic families. Among the most renowned is the Mu family. Occupying the spiritual vein of Hundred Flowers Mountain, the Mu family boasts abundant spiritual energy and is protected by a large family formation. This formation, created by a former Yuanying True Lord, was named the Myriad Flowers and Thousand Illusions Formation and was ranked 4th. Although several major turmoil later damaged the formation's foundation and degraded it to a quasi-4th tier, combined with this scorched-tail loot spiritual treasure, it still possesses the power of a 4th tier formation. The Mu family has long been the foremost of the righteous Jinden-level families in Beijing. But, as soon as news of the Linlang Blessed Land spread, the Mu family immediately seemed precarious. Any other Jinden family would have been utterly visibly shaken by the loss of a late Jinden Yuanying seed and the loss of their family's spiritual treasure. In comparison, the Mu family, only slightly unstable, was already considered a profound family. Inside the Mu family ancestral hall at Beihua Mountain, the already aged patriarch's hair turned white overnight, seemingly nearing his end. In reality, as a cultivator at the peak of the mid-Jiangdan stage, he still had 100 years to live. His condition was a truly tragic sight, a sign of a broken heart. Dear elders, the turbid eyes of the Mu family had swept over the several Jinden and Jinden cultivators present, and his voice was as dry as a dead person. Kinglin's death and the loss of the clan's spiritual treasure are all my fault. I will resign from the position of family head immediately. I ask the elders to punish me. No. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator with a heroic appearance spoke. Patriarch, you are not wrong. It's just that our Mu family is not on the right time. He stood up, his eyes like lightning, and looked at the other Jinden and Jinden real people. Do you still remember, 300 years ago, our Mu family's previous head was foolish and got into a bed and fought with others, and lost 12 shops in Luhuo Immortal City in a row. It was Brother Wanlong who achieved Jinden success and won back one by one on the fighting stage with his sword. After the bloody battle, Brother Wanlong's magic weapons were all shattered, and he almost turned into a bloody man. If he hadn't been injured that time, with Brother Wanlong's talent, how could he be in the middle stage of Jinden now? And Brother Wan Qing, where did the Jingden that you need to break through to the Jinden stage come from? It was obtained from Kyankan Dale by Brother Wanlong using the family's military exploits, and the rest of you, you know that the family lacks resources, and it was Brother Wanlong who dabbled in alchemy, promoted you to the 3rd rank alchemist, and trained you, even from you Kinglin. It was Brother Wanlong who recognized the talent and funded him all the way to the Jinden stage. He even gave him the Yinfeng pill that was helpful for breaking through to the late Jinden stage. For this trip to Linlang Blessed Land, it was also because we held a clan meeting and agreed to invite out the ancestor Jiaoikan. What's wrong with such a family head? The middle-aged Jinden cultivator swept his eyes over the people present with a sharp gaze. A group of Jinden's Henren were also moved. That's right. The head of the family is not to blame, it's just that we are not destined to do so. Alice, Mu Wanlong's eyes were filled with tears. It's nothing for the family to lose its spiritual treasure. We can unite as one and revitalize the family in the future. Well, now that the disaster is upon us, I will hold on for another 100 years. Head of the family, elders, something bad has happened. At this time, a foundation-building cultivator hurried into the ancestral hall and knelt down to report. Unknown cultivators attacked the Xiaoyuanshan mine. Xiaoyuanshan? That's the last spiritual stone mine of my Mu family. What unknown cultivators? They must be those families who hired casual cultivators and demon cultivators to test it. How long has the truce between good and evil been going on? Why are they so impatient? Mu Wanlong was furious. Take 500 clan guards and board the Tenglong spiritual boat. The head of the family will go to the battle in person. After Mu Wanlong left, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall became a little mysterious again. Brother Wanlov, you truly are a foresighted person. Mu Wanqing chuckled. The patriarch pleaded guilty, only to retire to retirement. Now he's still in office, and the family is in turmoil, yet he's forced to take the lead. I wonder how much sincerity you held in your words, Brother Wanlov. Mu Wanlov snorted coldly. It was all for the family's sake, half true, half false. Alice, don't I long to see Kinglin soar to the sky, leading us all back to the glory of the nascent soul family? At this thought, the many true immortals sighed. After a long pause, someone muttered, that damned diviner half-immortal, a mere 3rd-ranked diviner, spouting nonsense. He spoke of the fate of a phoenix perched on a wutong tree, and only the patriarch took it seriously. Chapter 255 The Deadly Needle. Xiaoyuan Mountain is located in the south-central part of Yunzhou, thousands of miles away from the Mu family's Beihou Mountain. Within this mountain lies a small spiritual stone vein. Though small, it still yields millions of spiritual stones annually, occasionally yielding mid-grade spiritual stones, making it a crucial source of income for the Mu family. Back then, to seize this vein, Mu Wanlong and Mu Qinglin annihilated 3 major Jinden-level factions in one fell swoop, securing their control of the mountain. However, even the slightest sign of weakness in the Mu family has immediately drawn covetous attention. Within the mines of Xiaoyuan Mountain, veils of light soared into the sky, transforming into pitch-black tortoise shell formation. It was the 3rd-level Black Turtle Formation. This formation forgoes all offensive, illusionary, or teleportation techniques, relying solely on astonishing defense. Even a late-stage Jinden cultivator would struggle to defeat it. At the core of the formation, a vengeful Taoist sat cross-legged. It was none other than Mu Wandao, the Mu family's only Jinden-level cultivator. The enemy has 3 Jinden cultivators, roughly in the middle Jinden stage. The flying talisman to alert the clan has been sent. Let's hope we can repel them. Mu Wandao no longer held out hope of killing the enemy. He would be thankful if he could drive them away and show off the Mu family's might. At that moment, his expression hardened as he watched 3 strange beams of light fly towards him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Be alert, they're coming again." The 3 Jinden cultivators were completely cloaked in a thick mist, obscuring their forms. One of them roared angrily, and a ball of yellow-red flame emerged, transforming into a strange beast. Landing on all fours, it flattened numerous hills and ravines as it charged towards the tortoise shell formation. Bang! The 3rd-level formation trembled slightly, and the beast of yellow-red flame exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of sparks. Another beam of light landed on the ground, and from time to time, ochre-colored talismans were driven into the earth's veins, evidently observing the terrain, searching for weaknesses in the Black Turtle Formation. The last individual, hidden in the mist, made few moves. With a Black Turtle Formation, I should be able to hold out for a few days against 3 Jinden cultivators attacking consecutively, as long as there's no formation master, Mu Wandao muttered to himself. At that moment, a sense of earth-shaking tremors spread, as if the entire Xiaoyuan Mountain were shaken. Not good, Mu Wandao watched in horror as the ground trembled, revealing a massive flaw in the Black Turtle Formation. The 3rd individual, who had been standing still, sneered and unleashed a 3rd-level formation-breaking talisman. Countless silver rune lines danced across the sky, seemingly forming a silvery tunnel. The individual, reckless, charged directly into the Black Turtle Formation. Looking for death, although the formation's power was temporarily weakened, it only lasted a few breaths. Mu Wandao immediately tapped his dantian, and a fish scale shield emerged. Thousands of scales dispersed, transforming into a wall of armor. The figure who had rushed into the formation chuckled and flew out with a magical folding fan. Swoosh! The folding fan unfolded, its front painted with a picture of 5 clouds and emerald peaks. At this moment, a flash of light flashed from the fan's surface, and an illusory mountain emerged, crashing down upon the wall of scales. A terrifying surge of magical power emanated, shattering countless scales. The remaining scales converged before Mu Wandao, transforming into a scaled shield, shrunk into half its original size. The magical fan suddenly closed, extending a blade as cold as ice. The unknown cultivator grasped the fan's handle as if wielding a peerless flying sword, a breathtaking burst of sword intent soaring into the sky. Swish! The sword flashed with a blazing force. Its force was like thunder and lightning, tracing a strange trajectory, slashing through the scaly shield. The already damaged magical weapon instantly exploded, allowing a stream of sword energy to enter Mu Wandao's sea of consciousness, stirring up a storm. With a single strike, a Jinden cultivator was severely injured. Magic weapon sword in the fan? Are you the fatal scholar? Mu Wandao's face shone with despair. Just then, a faint dragon's roar seemed to echo from the sky. A dragon boat flew in at breakneck speed, led by none other than Mu Wanlong, patriarch of the Mu family. Form a formation, 10,000 transformations Azure Dragon. He clasped his hands together, and the clan guards aboard the boat immediately took designated positions, infusing the boat with their magical energy. Roar! In an instant, the dragon boat seemed to come alive, transforming into a multi-foot-long Azure Dragon, its magical power fluctuating to that of a late Jinden stage. The ability to train family members and cultivate battle formations is also a hallmark of the Mu family. Go! Two strange cries echoed. The giant cultivator who had previously breathed strange fire and the formation master who had attacked the earth veins exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, soared into the sky. But just then, the multi-foot-long azure dragon caught up, lashing out with a divine tail. The cultivator, breathing strange fire, let out a strange cry and unleashed a ball of yellow-red flame. In an instant, the flames transformed into a jackal the size of a mountain. But the dragon's tail swung, and the flames were shattered. The azure dragon's tail continued its momentum, landing on the giant cultivator, dissipating his protective aura, revealing a massive figure in a red robe and a curly beard. Master Zhuhou, how dare you provoke my Mu family? Mu Wanlong's voice echoed from within the azure dragon. Master Zhuhou covered his face with his sleeves, and when they fell, he was now wearing a strange crimson mask. He unleashed balls of crimson true fire, transforming into countless flaming birds that pecked at the azure dragon. Simultaneously, another formation master casually waved flags and plates, creating a formation shimmering with a faint glow of lightning. Boom! Flames and lightning nearly obscured the sky, colliding with the azure dragon. After a few breaths, the two giant cultivators retreated in defeat. The Mu family is truly remarkable. Even a rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails. The azure dragon also retreated, transforming into its original dragon boat. Mu Wanlong's spiritual sense swept across the pale faces of the family guards, then looked in the direction the two wandering cultivators had departed. These two are nominally wandering cultivators, but in reality, one is the illegitimate son of a Burning Heaven Valley elder, and the other has the backing of the King Fang Xing family. Haha, otherwise, why would a wandering cultivator learn formations? Does he have a formation inheritance? The family shouldn't make too many enemies lately, but we must also establish our prestige. And this deadly scholar has the least connections, so leave him here. He clutched with a mighty hand, and a vast purple flaming net descended with a crashing sound. The deadly scholar sneered, then flashed with incredible speed, dodging the purple flaming net. At the same time, an extremely slender white needle silently reached behind Mu Wanlong and pierced his giant Zenitun shield. Boom! Mu Wanlong's Zenitun shield exploded like a bubble, allowing the white needle to penetrate his Danshin directly. The Mu family is so arrogant, but they didn't realize I'm not only proficient in the Fan sword, I also have a deadly needle. The deadly scholar let out a strange laugh, but instead of pursuing him, he fled into the distance. Master, Mu Wandao struggled to fly, his face filled with concern. Are you alright? The deadly scholar was once unknown, but this deadly needle is truly remarkable. Mu Wanlong's mouth was filled with the smell of blood as he spoke. He secretly transmitted his spiritual sense. I'm seriously injured and urgently need the cave and elixirs to recuperate. You stay here and don't show any weakness. The Mu family can no longer afford failure. If the turmoil intensifies, those coveters will tear them apart like wolves. Dozens of miles away, the deadly scholar transformed, taking on the form of Fang Xing. He hadn't known things would go so smoothly. Simply going to the Immortal City as a death scholar to gather information about the Mu family was immediately seen as someone with ulterior motives, and he was immediately drafted in as cannon fodder. However, now isn't the right time to kill Mu Wanlong, although he certainly knows the awakens treasure refining formula, Fang Xing pondered. Impersonating a member of an immortal sector family requires addressing numerous issues. The biggest obstacle is matters like natal tablets and soul lamps. Important figures within major forces are typically required to light a soul lamp, enshrined within numerous restrictions, as proof of their status and a guide for future rescue. If the soul lamp extinguishes, death is inevitable. Therefore, if Fang Xing were to kill Mu Wanlong, even if the 9 infants' pearls disguise was flawless, the absence of his natal tablet and soul lamp would mean he was already dead. Clearly, his presence would be exposed. Therefore, Fang Xing chose to severely injure Mu Wanlong first. This would be reflected in the soul lamp's dimming, indicating a serious injury that would be difficult to heal or that he was trapped in a desperate situation. It's only a slightly better scenario than death. Then, I'll use mystical techniques to split most of his soul, extract his essence and blood, but preserve his life, thus exempting him from soul lamp detection, making it easier for me to infiltrate the Mu family. As for the dimming of his soul lamp, he's been seriously injured, so isn't it normal for it to be a little dimmer? Fang Xing has always been a man of revenge. In the world of immortal cultivation, the whole clan is implicated. If you provoke an enemy, your family or sect will be destroyed. So, Mu Qinglin's initiative to attack him in Linlang Blessed Land meant there was a grudge. He also had a grudge against the Mu family. He walked a few more steps and came to a swamp filled with yin energy. A pitch-black token emerged from his hand, and he muttered something. Gurgle. A large number of yellow-green bubbles suddenly emerged from the poisonous swamp. Then, a huge head emerged. It was a strange corpse, clad in black armor, a cloak, and a pale mask. On the mask, the word Earth was engraved in ancient seal script. Immediately afterwards, another corpse with the word Water engraved on its mask walked out of the swamp. Then came the fire corpse, the gold corpse, the wood corpse. The appearance of the 5 corpses changed drastically, ensuring that even the cultivators of the Wangxiang demon sect would not be able to recognize them if they saw them. The 5 chaos demons are considered to be refined. In fact, it seems that calling it the 5 shadow demon corpses is also a good idea. It's a pity that there is no wind and thunder. With the help of the 5 golden corpses, combined with the gifts of many demon cultivators, and most importantly, his own nascent soul magic power, Fang Xing easily refined the 5 chaos demons. According to his trial, each of the 5 chaos demons is at least equivalent to a 3rd level mid-grade body cultivator. If combined with the engraved 5 elements spells, it will not be inferior to a cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of the Jinden period. If the 5 chaotic demons join forces and form the 5 suns magic formation, I am afraid they will be enough to dominate the Jinden period, and ordinary cultivators in the late Jinden period will not be their opponents. Update later today. Chapter 256, 4th level mid-grade. Xiaoyan Mountain, a mineral vein. Mu Wandao offered his own cave to Mu Wanlong for recuperation. At this moment, Mu Wanlong was silently practicing his cultivation techniques, an unnatural blush on his face. After a long moment, his expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Within the blood essence, there seemed to be a thin white needle. The deadly needle, the deadly scholar. Mu Wanlong's expression was fierce. I originally thought this person was just an ordinary casual cultivator, but I didn't expect him to have such skills. One day, as the head of a Jinden family, he could mobilize manpower and resources beyond the imagination of casual cultivators. Although now is not the time, he will definitely seek revenge after suffering such a great loss. At this moment, Mu Wanlong's expression changed, and 4 pitch-black hands suddenly appeared from under the cushion and grabbed him. Clang. Within Mu Wanlong's body, his life-defining magic weapon roared, automatically protecting its master, emitting a fiery red protective light. The precious light, blazing with flames, burned the pitch-black palm, surprisingly leaving little damage. Then, a dark figure with 4 arms emerged, wearing a mask with a character Earth carved into it. A 3rd level, mid-grade physical cultivator. No, it's a corpse refiner, Mu Wanlong roared, trying to warn the Mu family members outside. But his voice couldn't penetrate the cave at all. It was as if the place had long been sealed by a formation. A white-haired scholar emerged, smiled at him, and a surge of magical power surged out. Deadly scholar, you're actually an nascent soul? No, your master Feng. Mu Wanlong's eyes were bloodshot, but he could only transmit a single word before the great freedom black gold sword key pierced his Danshan sea of ki, and he collapsed to the ground. Fang Xing clasped his hands together, and a green 9-infant pearl flew out, revealing the phantom of the 9 infants. A head, resembling a dragon and a snake, drooped slightly, devouring Mu Wanlong's essence and blood. Immediately, he began to use his dream soul-searching technique again, searching Mu Wanlong's soul. Furthermore, after searching his soul, Fang Xing casually pointed, and a flash of sword light descended, piercing Mu Wanlong's sea of consciousness, causing the old man to let out an inhuman scream. The forced separation of soul and spirit is already extremely painful. If I hadn't used my powerful nascent soul consciousness to perform the surgery, your soul and spirit might have collapsed. Of course, it's not much better now. Through the soul search, I did obtain the formula for refining the Jia Aoikin. Not bad, not bad. Watching a ball of crimson light emerge from Mu Wanlong's nose and be consumed by the 9 infants' avatar, Fang Xing nodded. Having lost such a large piece of soul and a large amount of blood essence, Mu Wanlong would be a mere vegetable even if he lived, barely surviving. Take this man away. Your 5 biggest task now is to keep him safe, Fang Xing ordered the 5 chaos demons. The earth demon immediately grabbed Mu Wanlong and, using the earth escape technique, vanished. He stretched lazily, refining the 9 infant's pearl into his body. Instantly, he transformed into Mu Wanlong. Looks a bit old, never mind. Fang Xing touched his face, then suddenly formed a hand seal, performing the breath containment technique, reducing the fluctuations of his mana to the early stages of the core formation. He then removed the formation he had set up and let out a long roar. Master. Not long after, Mu Wandao burst in. Seeing Fang Xing's severely damaged vitality, he was startled. Your realm, damn that fatal scholar. I underestimated him. Although I managed to force out that fatal needle, it also severely damaged my vitality, causing my realm to drop. Fang Xing mimicked Mu Wanlong's tone, his face filled with dejection. Ah. What should I do? Mu Wandao was horrified. Let's block the news first. I've already repelled this wave of attempts. The Xiao Yuanshan mine shouldn't pose any major problems. I'll return to my clan to heal my wounds. Fang Xing waved his hand, a look of dejection on his face. And, remember to keep the secret. Yes. Mu Wandao, tears welling in his eyes, watched Fang Xing leave. 100 Flower Mountain. The 1,000 Flowers 1,000 Illusions formation. Fang Xing glanced at the dancing petals, removed a token from Mu Wanlong's storage bag, and gently waved it at the formation. Countless petals immediately parted, revealing a passage. He flew confidently to 100 Flower Mountain and arrived at the Mu family ancestral hall. A glance revealed 3 Jinden cultivators and 7 Jinden cultivators. Essentially, everyone in the Mu family, save for the high-level cultivators currently in retreat, was here. This Mu family ancestral hall should also have the ability to detect bloodlines. If the 9 infants pearl can conceal this, then kill all these cultivators. Fang Xing, feeling relieved, entered the hall. Brother Wanlong, Mu Wanliu came forward, his face full of concern. Are you okay? Ahem. I was ambushed by the fatal scholar. That fatal needle was really powerful. In order to force out the remaining poison, I severely damaged my vitality. Fang Xing waved his hands. No wonder, your soul lamp dimmed before, and then dimmed again. Mu Wanlong's face was filled with lingering fear. In fact, he suspected that Mu Wanlong was almost at the end of his life. My vitality is severely damaged. I must immediately go into seclusion and refine a healing elixir. Fang Xing's face was serious. From today on, Mu Wanliu will temporarily take over the position of head of the family. Brother Wanlong, I am not very knowledgeable. Mu Wanliu waved his hands repeatedly. Alice. Now I am no longer able to do it. If I don't go into seclusion, I may not even be able to maintain my true elixir. You don't have to worry too much, Fang Xing said seriously. Now in the Mu family, the only ones who can make decisions are these few Jinden cultivators. Mu Wanlong possessed the highest cultivation level, considerable wisdom, and, as a member of the Mu Wanlong faction, naturally deserved support. While he seemed somewhat unreliable, what did Fang Xing have to do with him? That's all, he declared, giving the Mu family no chance to object as he headed for the 4th-tier cave dwelling, home to the richest spiritual energy. A moment later, a hush fell over the ancestral hall. After a moment, Mu Wanking smiled. Brother Wanlong is truly remarkable. This time, the patriarch has taken the blame for you. Even Mu Wanlong, at the peak of the mid-stage Jinden stage, had suffered this fate, his true core element fading to the point of disintegration. No wonder his soul lamp was so dim, like a candle in the wind. Had Mu Wanlong gone, his fate would have been even worse. Alice. I was also entrusted with this task in a time of crisis, Mu Wanlong said. The most urgent task is to abandon some peripheral interests and defend our core interests. Besides that, seek support from those in-laws, HMPH, they're called in-laws, but only the Wang family is trustworthy enough. It's a good thing the others don't take advantage of the situation, said the Jinden elder, who had remained silent. Yes, I think we can start. Mu Wanking also spoke, causing Mu Wanliu to frown slightly. He knew he wasn't Mu Wanlong, with his centuries-old prestige. If he wanted to manage the family now, he could only compromise and negotiate. 100 Flower Peak. In a valley. Unlike the vibrant blossoms elsewhere, this place was barren, even scorching hot. Fang Xing flew into it and waved his hand to open a cave. Within, wisps of rich spiritual energy were absorbed by him. A 4th-tier spiritual vein. That's incredible. I can't even get one in the Heavenly Sword sect. After all, his status in the Heavenly Sword sect was only that of a Foundation establishment disciple, so possessing a 3rd-tier spiritual vein was a real plus. This Mu Wanlong really knows how to enjoy life. After wandering around the cave, Fang Xing was particularly pleased to see a spiritual hot spring pool. The water in this pool was rich in spiritual energy, and long-term immersion in it was beneficial for cultivators. Of course, besides the amenities, various training rooms, animal pens, and spiritual herb gardens were also readily available. What made Fang Xing even more pleased was that Mu Wanlong was a third-rank alchemist. This cave dwelling had its own underground fire vein, connecting it to the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, there was a magical cauldron. While not as powerful as the One-Hook cauldron, it was still quite impressive. Well, after a little familiarization, I can start refining the Lingzi pill. Fang Xing surveyed the surroundings, expressing his satisfaction. He planned to cultivate in seclusion for a while. He might even stay there until he reached the nascent soul stage. He wasn't at Mu Wanlong, single-mindedly devoted to the prosperity of his family. As long as Behu Mountain remained intact and no one came to disturb him in his cave dwelling, he cared nothing for the outsider's struggles for power and wealth. It was a perfect opportunity to announce to the public that Mu Wanlong was seriously injured and dying, and was in seclusion to heal his wounds. We'll find an opportunity later, have the 5 chaos demons bring the real Mu Wanlong to the cave dwelling, set up a formation to imprison him, and then we'll be completely safe. Fang Xing sighed with satisfaction and went to soak in the spiritual hot springs. If the Mu family's patriarch wasn't such an ascetic monk, he'd have called in a few beautiful maids for a massage to soothe his muscles. After soaking in the hot springs, Fang Xing, dressed in a loose green robe, sat in his quiet room. The cushion inside the room was a pale purple, woven from third-tier spiritual herbs and infused with incantations by masters of the Prajna sect, creating a quasi-third-tier magical weapon. Regular meditation there had the effect of calming the mind and even dispelling inner demons. Even for a giant and cultivator, this was a bit of a luxury. But the Mu family was, after all, the foremost family of the righteous path. And a family of nascent soul immortals, so they naturally had the luxury. Not only that, but the Mu family also has a dedicated spiritual food hall and a spiritual testing platform. Not only is the probability of a childbearing spiritual root higher, but the tests are also more accurate than the spiritual testing talisman. These are the essence of immortal cultivation. We, a small family, truly can't learn that. We can't learn that. Fang Xing shook his head, a guqin materializing in his hands. This zither was painted red, with a charred black tail and 7 strings. It was none other than the spiritual treasure, the Yucai High. This spiritual treasure had previously resisted Fang Xing's refining, but when Mu Wanlong touched it, he felt no resistance at all. Has the bloodline verification passed? Damn, this spiritual treasure's spirituality is really just that of a fool. Forget it, it's better to be a little foolish. The only difference is that in the future, when I use the spiritual treasure, I will have to face Mu Wanlong's appearance. Fang Xing's eyes flickered, and he formed a seal with his hands. Complex and mysterious runes were injected into the interior of the Yucai High. This was the ritual formula he had retrieved from Mu Wanlong's soul. The Mu family bloodline, combined with the ritual formula, was the key to unlocking the Yucai High. Fang Xing could clearly feel that the resistance originally coming from the Yucai High had disappeared without a trace, allowing him to refine this spiritual treasure with relative ease. It's actually a 4th grade, mid-grade spiritual treasure. Good, good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Knowing Too Much? Several years later, Fang Xing, dressed in a linen robe and a relaxed expression, sat before the One-Hook cauldron. Although there was still a magical furnace in the alchemy room, he didn't care for it and had long since tossed it aside, intending to sell it later. At that moment, the One-Hook cauldron roared and ignited. Streams of medicinal herbs emanated, and multicolored clouds rose, transforming into Ganoderma lucidum. Atop each of the multicolored Ganoderma lucidum, pills emanated a rich, fragrant aroma. Fang Xing executed a pill-collecting incantation, and one by one, Ganoderma lucidum pills landed in his hand. 7 in total, 3 of them stained with a dark poison. 10 ingredients in one furnace, 4 genuine pills, 3 inferior, and 3 useless. This seems quite good for a 3rd-level alchemist. At least Mu Wanlong's proficiency in Ganoderma lucidum pills is far inferior to mine. Fang Xing smiled faintly. Of course, he could also leverage the One-Ho Cauldron's mysteries to elevate the 4 genuine pills into supreme-grade elixirs. Those 3 inferior pills could be salvaged and transformed into genuine pills. Even if he didn't consume them himself, selling them would generate a significant amount of resources. Back then, Mu Wanlong himself was a third-tier alchemist, earning a vast amount of resources for the Mu family and even nurturing several giant cultivators. While this consumed some of the Mu family's wealth, it was still enough to demonstrate how much spiritual stones alchemists could earn. This One-Ho Ding is truly powerful. It's greatly aided my alchemy skills. What's more, I have the mana and consciousness of a nascent soul. Returning to cultivate third-tier skills from a higher level will also provide a bonus. This One-Ho Ding was obtained from Master Wanfa. It could enable him to cultivate from inferior spiritual roots all the way to giant perfection, with a potential for nascent soul. How truly remarkable is that? While it's unknown whether it can purify 4th-tier spiritual pills, just based on its current performance, it's a powerful addition to Fang Xing's arsenal. After all, I'm not that unlucky Wanfa. I'm even more powerful than those with natural spiritual roots. He stood up and walked into the meditation room. He casually pulled out a cold jade bottle and smeared the 10,000-year stone milk within on his body. He then swallowed a previously refined, top-grade Ganoderma lucidum pill and began to cultivate silently. Thanks to this incredible resource and his own natural talent, Fang Xing's cultivation progress over the past few years has been phenomenal. It felt like it wouldn't be long before he could reach the peak of the early giant stage and attempt a breakthrough to the middle giant stage. At this rate, the 10 sons of good and evil would cry if they saw it. Fang Xing was immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the fleeting passage of time in the outside world. 100 Flowers Mountain. Ancestral Hall. Mu Wanlong, clad in an elegant golden robe, stood with his hands behind his back, silently gazing at a soul lamp. It belonged to the patriarch, Mu Wanlong. Although Mu Wanlong had appointed him as the temporary patriarch, as long as he remained unappointed as the head, he would remain a deputy. Patriarch, that's not right. Mu Wanlong has been in seclusion for years, and yet his soul lamp is still so dim. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Mu Wanking, standing behind Mu Wanlong, spoke with a hint of heaviness in his voice. What else do you want? He's already handed over the reins and is no longer involved in the affairs of the family. He's quietly refining elixirs and healing himself in his cave. Mu Wanlong turned and gazed calmly at Mu Wanking. Do you think I can't even wait a few years? Of course not, brother. It's just that my Mu family has been through a hard time these past few years. Mu Wanking complained bitterly. Mu Wanlong messed things up, then just walked away into seclusion. Now the Xiao Yuanshan mine is practically lost, and our Mu family's largest source of income from the outside world is about to be cut off. This is a matter of such magnitude, we must summon the true head of the family and discuss it with everyone. Mu Wanlong glanced at Mu Wanking, but said nothing. The head of the family had once been powerful and wielded numerous interests, but after Mu Qinglan's death and Mu Wanlong's serious injury, they had been steadily being eroded by the elders. But Mu Wanlong's continued existence somehow felt a bit illegitimate. What's more, Mu Wanlong hasn't produced any elixirs in recent years. Instead, he's been constantly urging the family to supply spiritual herbs. While most of them are just basic ingredients, it's not a good sign either. Wouldn't it be better to wait quietly? Why bother with such a quarrel? We're a large family after all. If we can't even maintain this facade, the family will decline and the people will fall apart. That's the inevitable beginning. Mu Wanlong saw it clearly, but this is the human tragedy. Even if he saw it clearly, it was useless. His fellow Taoists, his descendants, and his relatives would force him to do things he didn't want to do for the sake of profit. Forget it. I don't care about this anymore. He shook his head and left the ancestral hall. Brother Wanliu, you're too concerned about your appearance after all. Mu Wanking narrowed his eyes. Currently, the highest-ranking cultivator in Mu Wanlong's lineage is the guest official Guabangxin, at the early stages of the Jinden stage, a third-ranked diviner. Humph, this individual has been secretly preparing to leave our Mu family. It's time to give him a good beating. Guabangxin's strength lies in fortune-telling. His practice of divination has even aged him prematurely, making his combat effectiveness even more mediocre. Even Mu Wanking could easily defeat him. More importantly, this individual is from Mu Wanlong's lineage and is now considering leaving the Mu family. It's natural to call him to account, and to attack Mu Wanlong along the way. Or perhaps the latter target is more important. A few days later, Fang Xing was taking his daily walk through his cave abode, accepting a shipment of basic medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a sound transmission note flew in. He held the sound transmission talisman, frowning slightly. Can it be healed? I've already retreated this far, what else do I need to do? Although the sound transmission talisman merely stated that Guabangxin had been caught attempting to leave the Mu family and requested his punishment, Fang Xing knew this was forcing Mu Wanlong to sever his own arm. If he intervened, the other Jinden elders might once again reveal evidence of collusion with the enemy. Ultimately, it was a ruthless annihilation. This family's cohesion and tradition are utterly deplorable. I've retreated this far, and are they even targeting my 4th-tier cave dwelling? I'm also trying to break through to the middle Jinden stage soon. What a hassle. There are so many turtles in shallow water. Fang Xing emerged from his retreat, looking displeased, and arrived at the Mu family ancestral hall. A glance revealed the presence of the 4 Jinden elders, Mu Wanlov, Mu Wanking, Mu Wandao, and Mu Qingfen. The Mu family truly deserves to be the premier Jinden stage family. With so many Jinden stage cultivators, if Mu Qinglin were still around, coupled with these numerous guest officials, they would truly be a formidable force. All they lack is a Yuanying stage true lord to take charge. Fang Xing nodded inwardly upon seeing this. Mu Wanking immediately came forward, his eyes filled with concern. Master, your soul lamp remains dim, but your injuries haven't healed yet? I have a 3rd tier 9 flower treasure yuan pill, a supreme healing item. Would you like to try it? At these words, the expressions of Mu Wandao and Mu Qingfang changed. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivation ultimately rules. If Mu Wanlong's injuries persisted, he might indeed be abandoned. Such is the reality of the survival of the fittest. I'm not dead yet. Wandao, why are you here? Fang Xing looked at Mu Wandao. Mu Wandao's voice was bitter. The White Crane sect and the Mayadan Lin family attacked Zioan Mountain. Qian Dao was also compromised, and the Spirit Stone mines were completely lost. I see. It's not your fault. Fang Xing took the seat of patriarch and sat down with a majestic posture. This scene made Mu Wanl's heart tremble. He had devoted all his energy to the Mu family for years, but in the end he was still the acting patriarch. Without a proper title, the words would not flow. Then, let's discuss the matter of Guabangxin. Fang Xing waved his hand. He's a talented man. I put a lot of effort into getting him a guest official for my family. He's been in charge of the spirit measurement platform for many years, always diligent and dedicated. Now he wants to retire. Ahem, patriarch, I've received a tip that this person may have connections to the White Crane sect, Mu Wanking said with a cough. And where is he? Fang Xing glanced around. He's always been at Bangxianju, Mu Qingfang replied. He was of the Qing generation of the Mu family, a generation younger than the One generation. He had always been solely responsible for family affairs and was known for his solitary and reserved nature. Since he hasn't left, I'll go talk to him later. Anything can always be resolved through negotiation, Fang Xing sighed. Haha, I think that Guabangxin is just a name for nothing. He predicted Mu Qinglin's fate, saying Phoenix perched on the Wutong tree, and we foolishly believed him. So many resources have been poured into Mu Qinglin over the years. Although she was truly gifted and had condensed the half-step golden core, didn't she still die in Linlang Blessed Land? Mu Wanking began to question Guabangxin's professionalism. Fang Xing knew full well that this was all aimed at him. Firstly, he had misjudged people, and secondly, it was a waste of resources. And this time, Mu Wanlong did not speak up for Mu Wanlong again. A seriously injured patriarch is truly useless. The transition from old to new is the inevitable trend. Fang Xing put himself in Mu Wanlong's shoes. Seeing the family he had fought for his entire life finally come to such a fate. A hint of grief and indignation lingered in his voice. Guabangxin's 3rd-level divination skills are genuine. He's been accurate every time he's used them. It's all Qinglin's fault. Besides, while the theory of fate is only circulated among feng shui masters and fortune tellers, it's not something to disbelieve, but it's also something to be taken with a grain of salt. Feng Qi Wutong's fate has a great chance of achieving the nascent soul true lord stage. It wasn't Guabangxin who said that, but he determined it, and we found it in the family's ancient records. Well, then, what should we do with this man? Mu Wanking pressed on. I'll see him again. If he dares to betray the family, I'll kill him. Fang Xing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a murderous intent filled his expression. This scene caught Mu Wanking and Mu Wanlove by surprise. If it were the real Mu Wanlong, he wouldn't react this way, let alone cut off his own arm. But Fang Xing didn't care. He retired when it was time to do so. The miserable lives of Mu Wanlong's disciples, nephews, and close associates were none of his business. However, he still had to ensure his own well-being. I am old, how dare I cling to power? Wanlove, the family will be handed over to you from now on. I wish to formally resign as head of the family. But what about that fourth-tier cave dwelling? Fang Xing spoke directly, with a very simple and blunt tone. Of course, you can use it. You are injured, and the fire refining valley is perfect for a restful retirement. Mu Wanlove didn't hesitate, not wanting to lose face. Now that Mu Wanlong wanted to retire completely, and all he wanted was a fourth-tier cave dwelling, he had to agree. If he didn't, the entire family would secretly stab him in the back. But he hadn't expected the old head of the family to actually retire so cleanly. Could it be that he had damaged his essence, and his end was nigh? Alright, let's do it. I'll go see Guabangsan. Fang Xing flicked his sleeves, transforming into a stream of crimson light and arriving at a third-grade, superior cave dwelling on Behu Mountain. Bangsan residence, he gazed at the continuous array of bamboo and wooden pavilions and nodded, the layout is quite elegant. He strode in. In a courtyard, plum blossoms filled the air. At this moment, the blossoms were in full bloom, their subtle fragrance filling the air. An old man, his hair and beard white, yet his face unwrinkled, drank beneath a plum tree. Master, upon seeing Fang Xing, he smiled and stood up, bowing. Brother Gua, Fang Xing's expression darkened. Are you really leaving the Mu family? When I joined, I made an agreement with you to come and go freely. I believe I've dedicated myself over the years and haven't betrayed the family. Guabangsan stroked his beard. It's just that the third and fourth branches of the Mu family have been aggressive lately, and I can't handle it alone. I have no choice but to resign. Brother Mu, you're getting old, Guabangsan sighed softly. What's more, I divined a while ago, and I'm afraid there will be bloodshed if I don't leave Behu Mountain. Fang Xing, honestly, he had slain so many cultivators that he was almost complete with a third-level inheritance of all the immortal arts. He just bit off more than he could chew. Besides alchemy, he focused solely on swordsmanship and didn't dabble in much else. Third-level divination should be quite accurate for giant and cultivators and those below, but giant and cultivators are a bit more complex. As for Yuaning's engine, first, raise your skills to the fourth level. Furthermore, the art of divination involves divine secrets. Frequent use will severely damage your lifespan. He had once found a set of divination inheritance in a demon cultivator's storage bag, but after a few glances, it felt like reading a heavenly book, completely inaccessible. Furthermore, according to the inheritance, practicing divination requires special talent. Obviously, Fang Xing didn't have it, so he gave up. Now, watching this half-immortal of divination show off, he felt quite magical. He thought for a while and said, forget it. We'll say goodbye today. I don't know when we can meet again in the future. Take care of yourself, Alice. I'm not very skilled in this art. I was able to calculate Kinglin's fate as a phoenix roosting in the Wutong tree before, but his fate cannot defeat destiny. Even if he has the fate of a latent dragon, he can't soar without good luck. Instead, he's worse than a loach in the field. Guabangsan sighed repeatedly. I have predicted the fate for the head of the family before. The head of the family is the leader of the revival and will surely lead the Mu family to achieve glory. But now it's broken halfway. I can only say that Linlang Blessed Land is worthy of being established by ancient great monks with supernatural powers, and can interfere with the secrets of heaven. Now that the destiny has changed, I will give the head of the family another fortune today, so let's part ways in peace. Several copper coins appeared in his hand. He threw them into the sky, then caught them one by one and held them in his hand. The next moment, Guabangsan suddenly looked up, a look of surprise and doubt on his face. Master, you are in dire straits, really, Fang Xing said calmly. I have fallen into a state of decline, my vitality and blood are both depleted, my lifespan has been greatly reduced. Perhaps my end is indeed near. This hexagram doesn't seem right. The master's fortune is closely tied to the Mu family, so why is there a glimmer of hope for the Mu family now? Guabangsan stared at the copper coin, his face filled with confusion. Alice. Guabangsan, have you ever calculated for yourself that today will bring you a bloody disaster? Fang Xing sighed softly. Swish. Before he could finish his words, a flash of sword light appeared, and Guobangson's head flew up. Guobangson, death? The cause of death, knowing too much? Chapter 258 Doctoral Studies. Blue Star. Villa 69, Blue Sea District. That Guobangson seems to be only a mediocre swordsman, and he even gave me a divination. Isn't that courting death, now that Mu Wanlong has completely retreated, having personally killed Guobangson and severed his own arm? The Mu family has nothing to say. That fourth-tier cave dwelling can be lived in for at least another 100 years. With this, it's enough. As for how Mu Wanlong's faction will decline, that has nothing to do with Fang Xing. After all, they are still enemies. Fang Xing stood up, his body suddenly radiating a crimson gold hue. Within his body, a surge of qi and blood flowed like the Yangtze River, its 72 evil acupoints and 12 vital energy meridians roaring. Within the qi sea of his Danshan, the purple-veined longevity golden pill spun once again, squeezing out a vast amount of immortal matter, further strengthening his physical strength. In Fang Xing's psychic perception, the purple-veined golden pill had shrunk again, resembling a grain of rice. Yet, its quality had reached an unimaginable level. The golden core has reached its 8th stage. Only one step away from the great Vajra realm. A hint of satisfaction crossed Fang Xing's face. His martial arts golden core foundation was solid, and he had also accumulated the indestructible magical power of the dragon elephant Vajra. His cultivation in the Vajra realm was also smooth sailing. He hadn't been particularly focused on martial arts in the past few years, nor had he purchased any training aids, yet his progress had been rapid. Fang Xing's mind moved, and his stats panel instantly appeared. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 35. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 7th Realm, Vajra. 8th Turn, Dragon Tiger Stance. 800 Grandmaster, 6 Ultimate Star Martial Arts. 732 1000, Grandmaster, Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine Power. 800/800, Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 125/400, Master, Twin Guardian Dharma Books of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 1/400, Master, Great Sun Tathagata Palm. 77 out of 100, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens, Charging. Over the past few years, he hadn't been idle. At least he practiced martial arts daily, absorbing the essence of the interstellar martial arts competition and integrating it into his own martial arts. Taking this opportunity, Fang Xing refined the cross-breathing method, integrating it into the 4 Ultimate Star martial arts system. In addition to the cross-breathing technique, he also possessed his own simplified version of the Tathagata Palm. Although this set of martial arts currently consisted of only 3 moves, the Heaven-Covering Hand, the 5-Finger Mountain, and the Immortal Martial One Key Great Handprint, it was already sufficient. In other words, after creating the Immortal Martial One Key Great Handprint, Fang Xing knew that unless his cultivation advanced dramatically again, it would be difficult to achieve anything beyond the simplified Tathagata Palm. However, this simplified palm technique could already be considered a complete martial art, integrated into the 4 Ultimate Star martial arts. With the addition of these 2 unique skills, it was now known as the 6 Ultimate Star martial arts. In the future, various other martial arts would be incorporated into it until all aspects were perfected. At that point, Fang Xing's martial arts would truly reach the pinnacle of mastery. Grandmaster. Is that really the limit of proficiency? Gazing at the significantly increased proficiency limit of the 6 Ultimate Star martial arts, Fang Xing pondered. The Grandmaster limit was originally 800, but now it's 1000. This change began after the incorporation of the cross-breathing method and the simplified Divine Palm. The proficiency ceiling for the 6 Supreme Star martial arts is 200 points higher than the original 4 Supreme Star martial arts. With a continued addition of martial arts, this ceiling may be further broken. Perhaps, when the 6 Supreme Star martial arts reach maximum proficiency, we'll enter a whole new realm. What would that be called? Grandmaster. However, these are all speculations, and may not ultimately materialize. He glanced at the last row and sighed. Although the Gate of All Heavens had devoured the sacrificial vessels of several sects, no overt changes had occurred. It was as if these were merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, I've lived long enough to wait for that day. Fang Xing gazed at his 8th rank golden body, lost in thought. Time flew by. He was now halfway through his graduate studies, and Song Jinggang and the others had already graduated. As for those high school classmates, perhaps some had already retired. So, I'm still just a fresh-faced graduate student. Fang Xing circulated his golden elixir, and the golden glow around him dimmed considerably. After utilizing his immortal warrior ability to transform half of his ki and blood into mana, he now looked like an ordinary warrior, a beginner in the Vajra realm, his foundation even less than impressive. Mana is new to the main universe, so naturally there aren't any specific instruments or detection methods. Using this method to conceal my own cultivation is quite useful. Fang Xing donned his nanosuit and arrived at the villa's back garden. A private spaceship had been waiting for a long time. "Master, Xiaolin is at your service." The hatch opened automatically, and a lovely female voice echoed. "Let's go to Blue Star University." Fang Xing stepped into the private spaceship, and a beam of fluorescent light immediately shot up into the sky. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Blue Star University helipad. It's actually a private spaceship. How impressive. He must be some tycoon, right? No, look how young he is. He might be the second generation of a consortium. Years passed, and Blue Star University saw a new crop of students. Some of them watched Fang Xing's spaceship land with envy. Even if you're number one in the universe, there's always one who takes the college entrance exam every year. When there's too much of something, it loses its value. Even the champion, Lan Shi, known as the strongest in the 6 realms, wouldn't he fade into obscurity after a few years of fame? Fang Xing had no interest in pretense. He clasped his hands behind his back, a golden sun appearing behind him, making him look like a long golden rainbow. He arrived at a training room. A martial arts golden core master. The freshmen and sophomores gaped in surprise at this scene. In the training room, an elderly man in a mousesuit, with a gentle expression, looked at Fang Xing. "Not bad, you've broken through to the Vajra realm?" He was Fang Xing's graduate advisor, the martial saint Na Ying. "Yes, sensei." Fang Xing bowed slightly. Actually, this was the first time he and his sensei had met in person. To be able to break through to the Vajra realm is quite impressive. Na Ying smiled, appearing quite nonchalant. He could tell Fang Xing's foundation was somewhat weak, which was why he had only reached the lower golden body stage. If he had accumulated sufficient knowledge and prepared well during the golden core stage, and had reached the 3rd or 4th, or even the 6th or 7th, stage of the golden core stage, he would have been a true martial arts genius. "I also want to thank you, sensei, for introducing me to those research groups, especially Teacher Gu, who is very helpful." Fang Xing, with his usual modesty, said. "Besides, the interstellar martial arts tournament gave me a lot of inspiration and resources." "Well, even so, breaking through to the Vajra realm is quite impressive?" Na Ying asked. "Are you planning to continue your doctoral studies?" Fang Xing smiled. "That's right. I wonder if you'd be willing to continue to supervise me." The academic system in the main universe was somewhat different, and as vice president, Na Ying was qualified to supervise doctoral students. To him, a graduate student was equivalent to a registered disciple. A doctoral student is a formal disciple. To be able to break through the Vajra realm during graduate school shows considerable talent and comprehension, Na Ying said. "Although breaking through the Vajra realm is a bit of a rush, for a warrior like me, decisiveness and determination to overcome all obstacles are equally important." "Well, I'll continue teaching you. Your martial arts have already developed their own path, so you can just keep improving them. It's just perfect, saving me a lot of trouble." "Thank you, instructor." A hint of a smile crossed Fang Xing's face. "After the Vajra realm, you'll reach the martial saint realm. Once you master the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability, your golden body will have the potential to reach the 7th level. My expectation for you is to at least achieve the 8th level of golden body, and then break through to the martial saint realm. As for the great Vajra realm and the flawless golden body, there's no need to force it," Na Ying said seriously, "and, unlike graduate students, doctoral students can initiate their own research projects, and conduct practical research. Of course, most importantly, they can plan for their future mechas. Fang Xing's face lit up with interest. "Below the martial saint, all mechas are standard. You just need to choose the appropriate modules and assemble them," Na Ying said seriously. "After the martial saint, mechas are all tailor-made, which costs a huge amount. At the same time, martial artists and mecha masters are different professions after all. We cannot cultivate the light of the soul, so we have special techniques to operate mechas. These must be trained in advance. Otherwise, on the battlefield, even with the 8th level of combat power amplified by mechas, it will be difficult to break through the 9th level. Fang Xing had a look of learning on his face. There are many types of mechas. For example, the Martial Saint of our Blue Star University is more suitable for the Big Sun series model. The armor and weapons it is equipped with are the best match for the Tathagata palm. This is distinguished by the system of martial arts. If it is distinguished by the person operating it, it can be divided into single flow and group flow. That is the difference between one person driving a mecha and a group of people driving a mecha. If it is divided by the appearance, there are humanoid mechas, animal-shaped mechas, and so on. The above are all in the category of technological mechas. In addition, there are biological mechas and even psychic mechas made of special materials. Na Ying gave a brief introduction and finally concluded, the one that suits you is the best, but how do you know if it is suitable? You can only rely on yourself to contact and try it. This is a big project. If you have the heart of a martial saint, you must start preparing now. Sure enough, the mecha master is the favorite profession of the Blue Star Federation, and there are so many inside stories. Fang Xing complained in his heart, but a look of listening carefully appeared on his face. I understand, a good mecha will often accompany us warriors throughout our lives. If it is a high-tech mecha, it also requires a lot of logistics and maintenance team support. Na Ying seemed to think of something in the past that he couldn't bear to look back on, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Okay. When you are in the Vajra realm, it is best to seek external assignments, collect resources and establish a network of relationships, and form a professional mecha team to serve yourself. In addition, you must also learn this secret information. Fang Xing's little blue immediately reminded him that he had received a secret book. A real mecha master uses the light of the mind to operate the mecha. We warriors don't have the light of the mind, so we find another way to control the mecha with a secret pattern of will. You must know that any manual action is far inferior to the speed of the mind and will. Na Ying solemnly warned, a warrior without a mecha is not a powerful warrior. You must be proficient in this volume of Secret Pattern of Will. Today's update will be later. Chapter 259 Evil God Mecha. The Secret Pattern of Will. Inside the Blue Sea District Villa, Fang Xing carefully studied the atlas Na Ying had given him. It contained no explanations, only 3 scrolls of illustrations. The first scroll resembled a starry sky formed by countless three-dimensional points of light, creating a sense of chaotic crisscrossing. The second scroll was even more abstract, a myriad of twisted lines faintly forming a pattern. The third scroll was even more bizarre. Fang Xing clearly remembered seeing it, but couldn't recall its appearance. The secret pattern of will is a special technique that only martial artists who have forged a martial arts will can master. The key lies in the martial arts will. Using martial arts will, the secret pattern is condensed. Will is inherently ethereal, so how can it condense into patterns? Fang Xing stroked his brow. After condensing the Great Sun relic, he was undoubtedly among the strongest in the Vajra realm in terms of martial arts willpower. Therefore, with a little effort, he could definitely master the secret pattern of will, which most Vajra realm cultivators could master. Once he mastered it, his attribute panel would be ready to scale. After examining the classified secret pattern of will, Fang Xing logged into the virtual network to research related information. He discovered that the information he had obtained was scarce, likely due to certain restrictions. There were only a few job postings for secret pattern engravers, offering exceptionally generous compensation. Martial arts mechas are ultimately different from real mechas. To operate them as desired, they must undergo modification. The mecha must be engraved with the same secret patterns of will, and then controlled through the warrior's will. The higher your mastery of the will patterns, the more harmonious your relationship with the mecha, and the higher your ultimate combat power. Combining this with what Na Ying had said earlier, Fang Xing had a general understanding of the secret patterns of will in martial arts mechas. But I still can't afford it, he complained, and began contacting Su Sanyang. Calculating the date, he knew he'd be retiring from the military soon and running for a seat in parliament. Building mechas required more than just start points, one also needed connections. While Fang Xing wasn't planning a major undertaking, a little inquiry seemed more in line with his character's character. Soon, the holographic imagery connected. Inside a living room, the windows were bright, the walls were metal, and the atmosphere was sci-fi. In the center of the room sat a rosewood table. Su Sanyang, holding a purple clay teapot, was preparing tea. Come on, Sit down. He looked at Fang Xing and nodded. I heard you broke through the Vajra realm? Yes, I'm planning on pursuing a doctorate. Fang Xing nodded. A doctorate also exempted him from military service, and he didn't want to linger in graduate school for 15 years. To Fang Xing, it was a sheer waste of time. Furthermore, even if he earned his doctorate, with Su Sanayang's help, with a little help, he might be treated the same as Song Jingang. That's not right. I might even reach Martial Saint status before I finish my doctorate. Martial Saints are truly higher-ranking officials in the Federation, possessing numerous privileges. Unless something as catastrophic as the arrival of the evil god's offspring or true form arrives. They don't need to intervene, of course. Su Sanayang, who volunteered to join the military, doesn't count. Fang Xing sat down and picked up a cup of tea. Huh? Why is it soda? Oh, I just made a little tea for fun. I actually bought the orange soda. Su Sanayang picked up the purple clay teapot and took a sip. These sensory pleasures, purchased in virtual space, are a million times cheaper than in real life and are favored of many impoverished people. Within the virtual network, they can enjoy all the luxuries of the Federation's top dignitaries. You're getting a doctorate, so it seems you're not planning on helping me run for Congress? Su Sanayang said, legs crossed, a look of disappointment on his face. With the Su family's support, your seat is already secure, and I don't need to pile on the experience, because after I graduate with my doctorate, I'll definitely become a martial saint, Fang Xing said confidently. I knew you were a secretive person. Su Sanayang was unfazed. Then why are you looking for me? To run a doctoral project, that's partly why, and also because I want to ask you about mechas, Fang Xing said sternly. Mechas, that's a ton of money. And it's not even about the money, there are a lot of controlled resources involved. Su Sanayang shook his head. During the years I was sent to Qingshan Mental Hospital, thanks to my sister's financial support, our original team didn't disband. My sister's pretty good, but she's a bit of a nobody. Oh, and she got slapped in the face by some jerk in the interstellar competition. Fang Xing listened with a calm demeanor, unfazed by the prospect of a catastrophe. Warrior mechas are different from mecha pilots' mechas. The key lies in the secret patterns of will. You're also from Blue Star University, so you should have seen the secret patterns of will diagrams, right? If you can't cultivate the secret patterns of will to the second volume, exotic beast diagrams, even if you break through to the martial saint stage and possess a top-tier mecha, you'll struggle to unleash the power of the ninth realm. Su Sanayang revealed a piece of information. Secret Patterns of Will, is the second volume about exotic beasts? I can't tell, Fang Xing answered honestly. Of course it's still early for you. Even the first Starry Sky map needs to be slowly comprehended. The second map looks like distorted lines. When your will's secret patterns are condensed and you can see a strange beast in those lines, then you will have successfully cultivated the second strange beast map. As for the third one, I haven't even started yet. Su Sanayang scratched his hair. I'm afraid I need to wait until I become a martial god before I can comprehend something. So, Su Sanayang's current realm is the 8th realm of martial arts, martial saint, but after putting on the mecha, he has the combat power of the 9th realm. Can he rival a martial god without a mecha? Fang Xing had a rough idea in mind. I understand. I will devote myself to studying the secret pattern of will. Studying won't be very useful. You need to understand it. Su Sanayang shook his head. Let's talk about mechas again. Building a mecha construction and maintenance team requires a lot of talent, and you can't hire them with just star points. Each one needs high salaries and benefits. Then there's the construction of a factory, and most importantly, the raw materials for the mechas. If you're aiming for a martial saint mecha, you'll need at least rock metal and eternal crystal for the mecha's core power. Overall, even the most basic version will require a budget of at least 10 trillion star points, and many specialized materials are hard to come by. If you're going for performance, the sky's the limit. Excuse me, if Fang Xing had originally just wanted to learn more, now his hope was completely over. With that kind of cost and the required channels, unless he sold himself. No, even if he sold himself, there might not be a faction willing to take him. Unless, that is, he's already a martial saint. Relax, even some martial saints in the Federation don't have mechas. If you want to build your own mecha, don't rush. You can start with a concept, and slowly research it. Once you reach martial sainthood, I'll introduce you to the family, and then, reluctantly, marry into the family. Perhaps they'll sponsor you. Su Sanayang smiled. How about becoming my brother-in-law? My sister is quite nice, thank you, I'll think about it. Fang Xing's face remained expressionless. After all, Su Sanliang was a psychopath. Who knew if he was joking? Isn't there a cheaper way? He thought about it, still a bit unwilling to give up. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage shouldn't be a big problem for a cultivator's clone now. But reaching the divine incarnation stage and beyond still presents many challenges. Even the Daijing cultivation world couldn't meet his resource needs, forcing him to journey to the more dangerous vast sea cultivation world. If he were to achieve martial sainthood and acquire his own mecha, he'd have the power of a martial god. In the world of cultivation, he'd be at least a divine incarnation veteran. As a divine transformation master, it would be much easier to gather nascent soul elixirs that increase mana, even secret techniques for achieving divine transformation, and the cultivation techniques beyond divine transformation. This would also provide greater security. Unfortunately, this plan encountered significant obstacles from the outset. Don't let your immortal clone achieve divine transformation while I haven't even built the skeleton of my mecha yet. No, it's probably because I've already achieved martial god transformation, but the martial saint mecha hasn't been built yet. That would be awkward. But I heard that the martial saint mecha has many design reserves, just waiting for the future promotion to martial god, and it can also be upgraded to a martial god mecha. A cheaper way, there really is. Su Sanliang suddenly smiled. The mechas we talked about before were all orthodox routes. There are also unorthodox routes. Of course, niche means unknown, it means risk. Oh? For example, Fang Xing raised an eyebrow. For example, biological mechas. Su Sanliang smiled strangely. Its real name should be Evil God Mecha. As the name suggests, it's a mecha built primarily from the body of an evil god. The main material can be the offspring of an evil god, or even the remains of an alien evil god. They possess extremely high regenerative abilities and can replace most core power and armor materials. Of course, they require a large amount of inhibitors. And they're extremely polluting, so even an ordinary martial saint might not be able to survive. The best at this is the Nine Swords Academy. Martial god Jianqiu's mecha, the Sky Eagle, is based on an alien evil god. It's cheap and easy to maintain, but apart from her, no other martial god can control it. If an ordinary martial saint were to operate it, they might be absorbed by the mecha while driving it, and then become a new evil god. At this point, Su Sanliang lamented, actually, Nine Swords Academy originally had a project to create a martial god class mecha from parts of the moon goddess. Unfortunately, the research had barely begun when the moon god incident occurred. The project had to be rewritten, but the upside was that they had a complete moon goddess corpse to study. Generally speaking, a martial saint class evil god mecha can be constructed from the remains of some of the evil god's descendants. Fang Xing's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. The Sword Saint class at Nine Swords Academy was naturally the path least likely to be contaminated by the evil god, so choosing an evil god mecha was understandable. He himself seemed quite capable in this regard. Chapter 260, Assignment. Besides the biological evil god mechas, there are also psychic mechas. The concept of psychic energy originates from the psionic clan in the universe. They are purely spiritual beings, skilled in harnessing psychic energy. After the Federation established diplomatic relations with the psionic clan, they obtained some information on this subject and began research. Now a new profession has emerged, the psychic warrior. The concept of the psychic mecha originated from a sacred artifact of the psionic clan, which can gather vast amounts of psychic power. Forged directly in the psionic space, it requires not materials or energy, but the power of the mind and emotions. Su Sanliang smiled, adding meaningfully, human emotions are also extremely rich. If collected, they become an immense source of energy, so, the creation of the virtual space also embodies the idea of building a psychic mecha factory. Fang Xing immediately understood. What else? Something even better than a virtual network to connect so many people and gather the power of emotions? It seems the power behind the Federal Holographic Universe Corporation is truly unfathomable. Fang Xing understood that, from the perspective of the immortal cultivation world, the so-called psychic mecha was essentially the creation of a deity by gathering the power of popular faith and worship, then using a warrior to control the deity and unleash the power of a martial god. It's an ingenious concept, but it's clearly not for me. This path of worshipping the gods has too many limitations and hidden dangers. Fang Xing looked at Su Sanliang. So, to become a psychic mecha master, you must join the federal government and serve its citizens. That's right. Su Sanliang nodded solemnly. It's not just some ordinary civil service position, but one with significant restrictions. It depends on your resolve. I'll think about it, Fang Xing sighed, having already rejected both the technological and psychic mecha options. The technological mecha was too complex. It would be better to achieve martial god status on your own. The psychic mecha had too many limitations. Perhaps the evil god mecha could be a solution. Fang Xing's first thought was of the long-dead pale matrix and the evil god offspring from that evil god world. These were prime resources for building evil god mechas. Okay, back to the PhD student. Are you planning on being sent abroad? Su Saniyang took a sip of his soda. With your current realm, once you're certified as a 7th realm professional, you'll be qualified to serve as the supreme governor of a normal planet. How about it? Would you like me to help you arrange a project directly on Young Eagle Star, and also serve as the captain? Young Eagle Star, Fang Xing muttered, a mixture of nostalgia and disinterest. It was the original owner's hometown, but not his. Furthermore, familiar classmates and friends like Liu Wei, Song Jinggang, and Gu Yun had either disappeared or long since left Young Eagle Star. There wasn't much point in going back. If you want to just get by, go to a safe planet, like Young Eagle. If you need to acquire a large amount of resources, go somewhere more dangerous, Su Saniyang said. In this world, if you want to gain something, you have to give up something. Generally speaking, ambitious Diamond Realm doctoral students choose planets close to the front lines to accumulate military merits and contributions, while also establishing a company, gathering resources, and then starting a project on their own mecha. Even the initial design is very resource-intensive. Fang Xing nodded thoughtfully. I'll think about it. I'll ask for your help then. I'm very optimistic about you. The Federation today needs people like you and me to save it. Su Saniyang laughed heartily, sounding a bit frantic. Okay, my mental illness is acting up again. No, why are I feeling a bit like a chuanyabao? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said goodbye. Inside the villa, Fang Xing took out a quasi-third-level enlightenment cushion from the immortal world and sat down on it. He then contemplated the first diagram of the secret pattern of will and gained a vague understanding. Will is invisible. Therefore, the starry sky can be seen as a single location. The most important thing is to find the first coordinate point, and then, using it as the core, to build a true star map. While this wasn't even an introduction, it at least gave him a framework and allowed him to proceed with the specific steps. As expected, understanding is the most important thing. Fang Xing patted the enlightenment cushion beneath him. Luckily, I have a cheat. But this quasi-third level cushion is only moderately effective. There are many such enlightenment spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation, and I can add them to my collection targets in the future. While he shouldn't be too difficult with perseverance, a quick breakthrough would be a good thing. Next, I'll seek certification as a 7th level professional, and then consider what research topic to pursue for my doctoral student. Fang Xing, relying on the calming effect of the cushion, began to think rapidly. While graduate students are merely auxiliary, doctoral students can already lead a project. According to my situation, my doctoral research project could directly focus on simplifying the Tathagata palm. That way, it'd be easy to produce results, though I'd be a bit sorry for old Gu. Besides, it wouldn't be very useful for my mech. So, evil god studies? Or mech-related projects. Some doctoral students with ambitions to become martial saints typically choose projects related to their own mechas. Even just proposing a concept and drawing up a blueprint can save a lot of effort later. As for my attainments in evil god studies, I'm now beyond the realm of a doctorate and can supervise graduate students. I should start a project related to evil god mechas and produce some research results. For Fang Xing, this was still a simple matter. It could even be said that few in the entire Federation had a greater advantage than him. After all, he was the leader of the sect. The gate of nothingness espoused by the sect was exceptional among the extraterritorial evil gods, one of the 3 pillars, second only to the sleeping creator. Even if the Federation had instigated some evil god cult leaders to defect, it was unlikely to find an undercover agent as high-ranking as himself. When the time comes, I can just sell the Creator School and bring out the research on the Genesis Slab and other subjects. I'll definitely be able to connect with the Nine Swords Academy. The Nine Swords Academy's path is the most in-depth study of extraterritorial evil gods. Fang Xing could provide a wealth of material and information. Using this connection, I'd like to get some support to create the blueprints for my own evil god mecha. Isn't that too much to ask? A mecha blueprint. This is the first and most crucial step. Even in my past life, the blueprints for a single engine could fill several rooms, so the mecha design would likely fill even more. Fang Xing can't handle it alone. Once the blueprints are finalized, it's actually much simpler. All we need to do is find enough materials and manpower, and then we can get started. Of course, this is just a backup plan. If I cultivate too quickly and break through to the martial god realm before I even start building the mecha, that's also possible. It seems that going to Young Eagle Star isn't the right path. We should go to a more prosperous planet, one more likely to attract the covetousness of evil gods. It's just the right time to hide out. I have a feeling the creator is about to do something big. Fang Xing's eyes darkened, his decision already made. As for utilizing the resources of the immortal cultivation realm to design a mecha specifically for immortal warriors? While tempting, he passed on the idea. The construction of a mecha involved too many factors. To create a brand new field from scratch would require the participation of countless factories and research leaders from across the Federation. Furthermore, the new Immortal Warrior mecha was only the first generation, the most immature technology, and the most problematic. To do this, he would have to expose the entire immortal cultivation realm to the Blue Star Federation, opening up numerous cultivation techniques and refining skills. For Fang Xing, it was a completely thankless task. The mecha was merely a tool to enhance his martial arts. Having it was fine, but not having it was irrelevant. He would build on the existing Federation system, making it a transitional effort, a barely sufficient one. As for the future? Once he reached the level of a martial god, what would he need a mecha for? Half a month later. Dragon Galaxy, Dragon Star. A wormhole happened to be located near Dragon Star, making it the center of the Dragon Galaxy. While not considered a frontier system, the Dragon Galaxy undertook some of the Federation Legion's logistical support, making it one of the primary targets of attacks from the extraterritorial evil gods in imaginary space. Battles frequently erupted on its numerous planets. One day, a blue spaceship emerged from the wormhole. Ziolan, full screen mode. Fang Xing sat in a soft chair, a drink in hand. Yes, Master, Ziolan cheerfully agreed, and the numerous instruments and dials before him instantly vanished. In their place, a vast expanse of cosmic space appeared. A silver planet stood silently, and around it, a dragon with 8 human-like arms, its face ferocious and its head imbued with majesty, its 8 arms outstretched, guarding the silver dragon star in its center. Swarm mechanism, supergiant mecha, 8-armed dragonman. Fang Xing gazed at the 8-armed dragonman mecha, clutching the dragon star in its grasp like a dragon ball, and a flood of intelligence flooded his mind. This was all he had gathered before setting off. The one in charge here should be Marshal St. Joyahu. A swarm mecha requires the combined operation of multiple mecha masters, with him directing the dragon head, and each of its 8 arms supported by at least a Vajra realm martial artist or a 7th realm mecha master. With a Marshal Saint and the 8 Vajras, the 8-armed dragonman mecha could unleash a power that's likely at the top of the 9th realm. As expected of the center of the galaxy, its defenses are formidable, at least far superior to those of Young Eagle Star. Of course, it couldn't compare to Blue Star, no way. One was merely the galaxy's capital, while the other was the center of the Blue Star Federation. At least, in all his years living on Blue Star, Fang Xing had never encountered an imaginary space attack. Well, with the exception of the Luna disaster. Master, I've received a cosmic communication. The Dragon Galaxy authorities have instructed us to follow a designated route and a code of conduct, Ziolan reported. It's normal for different galaxies to have slightly different legal requirements. Do as directed. Ziolan, the AI, could easily handle such minor matters, so Fang Xing didn't need to worry. Fang Xing put down his juice and picked up a document of authorization. Will I conduct my specialized mecha research on Whitebird Planet, and also undertake certain defense tasks? Fang Xing pulled up information about Whitebird Planet. As a logistics planet, unlike the educational planet Young Eagle, Whitebird Planet no longer had the principal in charge. Instead, power was divided among the military's logistics production director, the Prevention and Control Bureau, and the Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, the heads of the 3 major power structures on this planet were all expected to be at the Vajra realm. According to Su Sanayang's arrangement, Fang Xing assumed the title of Federal Security Advisor to facilitate his work here and to conduct his own personal work. Doctoral students at Blue Star University are definitely sent abroad with certain tasks, such as establishing a company, collecting resources, etc. On the Whitebird star, there is a special resource, the anti-bird. Its blood contains special ingredients that can be used to extract an inhibitory factor to restrain the regenerative ability of the evil god's followers. It is suitable for manufacturing various types of ammunition targeting the evil god's followers. At the same time, this is also one of the raw materials for the armor plate in the evil god's mecha. Fang Xing has read a lot of information about the evil god's mecha, so he naturally knows that the deck of the evil god's mecha does not necessarily play a major defensive role. It is more likely to be used to limit the regeneration of the evil god's tissue in the body. As a Federation-protected species, the anti-bird requires an exceptionally demanding environment for growth. Breeding and cloning experiments elsewhere have all failed. It's concluded that Whitebird Planet possesses certain cosmic secret realm properties. Besides that, Whitebird Planet is relatively safe. To launch a surprise attack, those evil gods or alien armies would at least need to pass through Dragon Planet, where the wormhole is located. Beyond that, they can only descend from imaginary space, but the Federation's imaginary space defense forces are formidable, so, overall, it's relatively safe. An unknown amount of time passed before a white planet appeared in Fang Xing's view. Its two wing-like coronas resembled a white bird about to take flight. Several fortresses dotted the planet's orbit. Master, the authentication code has been sent. The other party has confirmed it, and landing is permitted, Little Blue reported sweetly. Military Industry Director Davis would like to invite you to dinner tonight. He's a local tyrant, after all. We should at least give him some respect. Accept it, Fang Xing nodded. Meanwhile, on Whitebird Planet, inside a massive machinery factory. Inside the office, Davis was a middle-aged white man in his 40s with a mop of crimson curly hair. Federal Security Advisor, Blue Star University PhD student, another prodigy. He glanced at Fang Xing's profile in his hand and sighed. A martial artist, why would he do scientific research? And he's even trying to cultivate materials to suppress evil gods. Isn't that a huge leap of faith? Across from Davis stood a young woman in a public security bureau uniform. Her expression was serious. He's a big shot from Blue Star, and he's following the Su family's path. As for his research results, it's not like they can't transfer them. Maybe he's just trying to embellish his reputation. Well, just follow the usual practice. Okay, tell the men to prepare for the banquet, Davis said dismissively. We should prepare properly. After all, Blue Star University's Diamond Realm PhD students will definitely have to start preparing mechas. Even with a financial backing, that's a lot of money, the young woman from the Public Security Bureau sighed. She had dreamed of this in her youth, but her university wasn't top tier or even top tier, and she didn't even have access to resources through external assignments. Now that this big man who seems to have a strong background has arrived, they, as the original interest group, may have to give up some of their interests. Chapter 261 Banquet. Inside the vast machinery factory, automated robots toiled methodically. Countless factories formed a vast industrial complex, the vast majority of which was automated, with only a few critical areas requiring specialized technicians. At the gate, Yucai stood meticulously, feeling a deep sense of boredom. In another hour and 17 minutes, my shift will be over. She was Fang Xing's high school classmate, but after failing the college entrance exam, her family used connections to secure her military service and was assigned to logistics. Her current position was guard in this factory, the equivalent of a security guard. Honestly, it wasn't a bad assignment. Aside from being a bit boring, it was relatively safe. Even after several attacks from the imaginary dimension, the military products produced by this factory were only mediocre and not a priority target. In a few years, I'll be able to retire, and then get married, have children. Is this how my life will end? Yucai stared intently, sighing inwardly. Suddenly, a communication came through. Private First Class Yucai, you have been assigned a special mission. You are ordered to meet at the designated location within the hour. This, a mandatory mission. Yucai was startled by what she saw. Seeing a colleague coming over to relieve her, she felt a faint sense of unease. I'm just a small-time logistics soldier. I won't be assigned any dangerous missions, will I? Uneasy, she boarded a military transport shuttle. On board were other female soldiers, all of whom looked dashing and beautiful. Did you hear? A big shot is coming. It seems we've been chosen to greet the guests. Only that supervisor, Davis, could do something like this. With so many girls, It was inevitable that they would chatter and gossip. Some of them seemed to have connections and insider knowledge. Davis, a Yankeean, was startled. He was a powerful figure at the top of Whitebird Star, who could easily decide her future and even her life. Indeed, those Federation dignitaries like to use real people as waiters. After all, robots don't feel formal enough. Oh no. If he takes my fancy, should I obey or resist? Just as Yankeean was lost in thought, she saw her colleagues around her pulling out their makeup mirrors, meticulously preening, a touch of self-mockery. To them, this seemed like a long-awaited opportunity. Once a powerful figure took their fancy, they'd instantly ascend to the throne, transformed into a phoenix. It was evening. In front of a magnificent building, a vibrant red carpet stretched for miles. Yankeean changed into a low-cut, bright red gown, her smile feeling a little stiff. Damn it, how long do I have to wait? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly saw a flash of light in the sky, a shimmering azure light, and a blue private spaceship slowly descending. A private spaceship, surely a wealthy man, she muttered, then saw a middle-aged white man laughing as he came to greet her. She was even more shocked, to be able to make Davis grovel like this. He's truly a powerful figure. With a swish, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Fang Xing stepped out. Haha, welcome, Fang Xing, my friend, Davis laughed heartily, stepping forward and giving Fang Xing a hug. Hello, Director Davis, Fang Xing replied with a faint smile. Glancing around, he spotted another young woman in a public security bureau uniform. Let me introduce you to the Director General of this planet's Public Security Bureau, Ms. Zhang Yuer, Davis introduced Fang Xing. Hello. Fang Xing extended his hand and shook Zhang Yuer's. The Director General of the local Prevention Bureau is unfortunately unable to attend due to planned arrest operation. He asked me to apologize, Zhang Yuer began. Of course, business is more important. Fang Xing walked side by side with Davis and Zhang Yuer towards the banquet hall. As he passed a receptionist, his eyes fixed on her, then he walked past her as if nothing had happened. Yankeean watched Fang Xing pass, her smile faltering. It's him. Fang Xing, has he become such a big shot? Yankeean looked at the young figure walking side by side with the two giants of Whitebird Star, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She knew very well that the other party did not stop to say hello for her own good. Unless, she wanted to live under the spotlight immediately, and her ordinary life would be turned upside down in an instant. In the banquet hall, there were bright lights and feasting. Almost all the dignitaries of Whitebird Star had arrived, and gentlemen and ladies gathered together. Fang Xing was holding a glass of juice, occasionally chatting with people who came over, and then went to the balcony on the side. Haha, Fang Xing, are we people from Whitebird Star too enthusiastic? Davis came to his side with a glass of red wine. I have been studying in college, and I am not used to this experience, Fang Xing spoke truthfully. Well, just remember, it's them who need to curry favor with us, not us who need to please them. That's all, Davis smiled. Whatever support you need here, our military will do its best, thank you very much. I'm planning to start a company specializing in materials science, and I need a lot of land for cultivation and research. Fang Xing didn't hesitate, stating his needs directly. I'd prefer samples from all the special environments on Whitebird Planet, no problem. Your company here will definitely enjoy the most favorable tax treatment, Davis replied without hesitation. Thank you. Fang Xing extended his juice glass and clinked it with the other man's. One more thing. My doctoral thesis is about mechas, and I've already applied for federal armor rights, so I'm planning to apply for a military mecha and conduct research on it. While the Federation doesn't prohibit ordinary exoskeleton armor, true military-grade mechas are still strictly restricted. At least, ordinary citizens don't have the right to wear mechas. On the other hand, ordinary firearms and the like can be collected in arsenals with little concern. Such is the course of time. In Fang Xing's past life, collecting armor was considered rebellion, but nowadays, hoarding dozens of them is no problem. But what if you wanted to collect a tank? A mecha, a tank from the interstellar era. Even an aircraft carrier. Especially military-grade mechas, each one serialized. Fortunately, Fang Xing is a legitimate member of the Federation and a nominal security advisor, allowing him to apply for armor, then pilot a mecha into battle. No problem. The best mecha in the warehouse, your choice, Davis assured. After all, the best mecha in Whitebird Planet's arsenal is only at the 7th level. This means that even if they wear it, They only have the combat power of the 7th level. For those at the Vajra realm, it's not useless, but the increase is certainly not significant. Furthermore, it's strictly a loan. The other party only has the right to use it, not the ownership. It requires a special fund for warriors who possess the secret mark of will, Fang Xing said with a smile. Of course. How could I fool you with such junk? Davis's mouth twitched, and his smile became a little forced. Okay, the guests must be waiting impatiently. Fang Xing laughed heartily, looking very satisfied, and returned to the banquet hall. He was indeed quite satisfied. Because both goals had been achieved. In addition to the mecha, he was actually more concerned about his own company and the cultivation field. Because his doctoral thesis chose the aspects related to the evil god inhibitor material, he planned to research a new material. For many people, this was a fantasy. Basically, all the inhibitor materials that could be found in the Blue Star Federation had been discovered. The rest were only material scientists who continued to try one by one like alchemy, hoping for a slim chance to win the lottery. But Fang Xing was different. He had the entire world of immortal cultivation behind him, with unimaginable materials. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many spiritual herbs and materials with a property of breaking evil. You can bring them here and try them out, and see if you can cultivate them artificially. After careful selection, Whitebird Star seems to be the most suitable. Once I can truly develop a new inhibitory material, I'll definitely make a fortune after applying for a patent. Becoming a Federation giant isn't a given, but making a killing and securing the initial funding for a dedicated mecha shouldn't be a problem. More importantly, this way, Fang Xing would have firm control over the main raw materials. Even if others tried to seize the patent, it would be useless. Therefore, while outsiders might think this project was a matter of luck, I had a very high chance of success. By then, it could even be used as a doctoral thesis. Well, the Federation doctoral program lasts 20 years. In 20 years, I should be able to achieve martial saint. Na Ying had already taught him the secret to achieving martial sainthood. The key lies in condensing the Dharma appearance. The main focus for Blue Star University students was condensing the Tathagata Dharma appearance. Of course, there are also those like Su Sanayang who develop their own path, condensing the three-yang Dharma form. According to Fang Xing, this Dharma form is somewhat similar to cultivator's nascent soul. The Federation's rare treasure, used to aid in the breakthrough to martial sainthood, is the refined divine essence. It's said to require the spinal fluid essence of the descendants of the evil god as the primary ingredient, infused with a large number of cosmic wonders, and carries significant side effects and risks. Anything related to the evil god, whether potions or mechas, is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, generally only warriors dare to consume it. After all, their greatest strength is their martial willpower. It can offset a certain degree of contamination. Generally speaking, as long as one reaches the Great Vajra realm and possesses an impeccable golden body, a forced breakthrough to martial sainthood requires no supplementary elixirs. Like Senior Su Sanayang, he didn't even need any supplementary elixirs and broke through directly. Fang Xing contemplated the situation while clinking glasses. Outside the banquet hall, a biting cold wind blew. Yucai remained upright, cursing inwardly. Damn it! How long are these guys going to keep playing? But military orders were as strong as a mountain. She wouldn't dare skip work until she received orders from her superiors. The temperature difference between day and night on Whitebird Star was so extreme that even a martial artist like her couldn't stand it. Chapter 262 Sun God. The next day, Fang Xing arrived at an arsenal. After going through numerous checks and authorizations, he finally reached the mecha storage room. Davis personally entered the password and verified his iris, causing the two metal doors to slam open. Click, click. Incandescent lights suddenly lit up, illuminating the various storage rooms and mechas. Davis acted as his guide, showing Fang Xing each one, explaining, "These are the Tyrannosaurus Rex series, manufactured by Zunlong Company. They stand 9.6 meters tall and have built-in mind shields, protecting them from the mental contamination of their superiors. Speed is their greatest advantage, and strength." Fang Xing looked over and saw a row of pitch-black metallic giants, their bodies covered in sharp barbs. Their backs sported strange mechanical tails, their tips razor-sharp and patterned with dark gold. These are 7th Realm mechas, capable of being equipped by 6th Realm professionals, unleashing the power of the 7th Realm. Knowing Fang Xing was a warrior, Davis avoided using more technical terms, describing them simply and easily. Fang Xing nodded and looked to the next area, To the left stood a giant cyan mecha, over 30 meters tall and imposing. The Colossus series is renowned for its defense. Davis stroked the Colossus mecha, a trace of emotion on his face. When I was on the battlefield, I was once besieged by several members of the high families. Thanks to my Colossus, I was able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Fang Xing fell silent. The 7th realm mecha is arguably the pinnacle of standard mechas. Above that, there are various specialized mechas, each specially designed and expertly constructed to meet the needs of a particular martial artist. The cost is enormous. Actually, above the 7th realm mecha, there's a specialized 8th realm mecha, but the average person definitely can't afford it. It's a true second-generation, exclusive piece of equipment. The martial saint mecha, theoretically, should be a 9th realm mecha. Once equipped, unleashed with full force, it can rival a 9th realm. The martial god level mecha is a 10th realm mecha. This is the limit of a martial artist's mecha. A true mecha master, by merging with their mecha and elevating their inner light to the highest level, can unleash the combat power of the 11th realm, becoming the supreme force of the Federation. He thought to himself, then said, let's ignore these standard equipment for now. Prioritize those with a secret will pattern modification. Okay. Davis nodded and stepped onto disc. The disc ascended, carrying Fang Xing and Davis to the depths of the warehouse. The mechas here were completely different models. Some even had strange patterns covering their metal decks. To Fang Xing, it was the difference between a standard version and a deluxe plus version. A light shone down, revealing a huge scarlet sword. As wide as a door panel and a full 5 meters long, its blade was streaked with crimson lines. It looked like something meant for giants. The bloody greatsword is a rare liquid metal mecha. Simply grasp the greatsword and activate the martial arts will patterns within it. Liquid metal will emerge, enveloping the wielder and revealing the mecha's true form. Its piloting requirements are very high. According to Blue Star University standards, at least a complete understanding of the Starry Sky map is required to operate it. Of course, once mastered, it greatly increases strength, making it particularly suitable for warriors cultivating specialized sword techniques. Furthermore, if one can fully comprehend the secret patterns within the Bloody Greatsword, it's possible to overclock and unleash the Bloody Greatsword's ultimate killer move, said to be a sword technique of the 8 realms. Of course, using this attack will severely damage the mecha and completely deplete its energy, Davis explained. Remarkable, Fang Xing nodded in admiration. This martial arts secret pattern mecha is far superior to standard mechas out there. Even at full power, it can unleash an 8th realm sword technique, capable of unexpected victory. It was just like when he'd slapped the Wind Tribe leader to death. Well, for him, this mecha didn't offer much of a boost to his strength anymore. He'd specifically applied to the Federation for the right to wear armor for another reason. According to the techniques taught by Su Sanayang, owning a matching secret pattern mecha, through constant piloting and practical experience, will help you comprehend the secret patterns of will. This bloody giant sword mecha is primarily designed for swordsmanship, and isn't a good match for me. Fang Xing shook his head and looked down. A dark green python, hundreds of meters long, lay peacefully coiled in a square. His and Davis's figures, suspended in midair, seemed dwarfed by the giant snake. Serpent God, a beast-shaped mecha with martial arts secret patterns, suitable for special environments. Davis explained it briefly, but Fang Xing gave up. He excelled in martial arts and hadn't learned techniques like the snake fist, making this mecha a complete mismatch. Crack! Fang Xing and Davis entered a warehouse. A light shone, revealing a massive glass jar in front of them. Inside the glass jar lay a pair of several-meter-long golden wings, each feather seemingly cast from gold, with numerous secret patterns marking the joints. Wings of the sun god, this is the work of Master Apollo in his youth, Davis said, his tone fluctuating slightly. Apollo? The mecha master who oversaw the construction of numerous martial saint-level mechas and even participated in the design of martial god-level mechas. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Indeed, I think this mecha is a perfect fit for you. Fang Xing Master Apollo was once a student at Blue Star University, and his early works bear strong Blue Star University influence. The secret patterns of will on this wings of the sun god embody the authentic Blue Star University style. Davis smiled. After all, the mecha belonged to the Federation, and since he was using it as a favor, he had to make it the best it could be. Oh, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Can I try them on? Of course. Davis entered a code, and the transparent layer of glass covering the jar instantly vanished. Fang Xing waved his hand, and the pair of golden wings descended behind him, countless golden feathers cascading down, enveloping him. The wings of the sun god are made from activated nanochrome metal, with honeycomb properties. As Davis continued his introduction, Fang Xing was enveloped in a golden armor, reminiscent of the golden armor, imbued with a magnificent aura. This armor looks good. Master Apollo had artistic taste in his youth. Fang Xing raised his hand, feeling no restraint. Defense, 7 realms. Attack, 7 realms. Enveloped by his martial will, Fang Xing could sense the secret patterns of his martial will on the wings of the sun god. However, he had only just begun to comprehend them and could not activate them. He only vaguely understood that the secret patterns on the mecha had 3 levels. What I am using now are just the basic functions. Only when you get started with the secret patterns of martial arts can you realize the will-driven mecha and burst out with amazing power, which is not inferior to a real mecha master. As for the second and third secret patterns, they should be the same as the bloody giant sword, with powerful killing moves. They can briefly burst out the combat power of the 8 realms, and are definitely the best among the 7 realms mechas. Fang Xing felt it silently and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Director Davis, I am very satisfied. That's good. I will transfer the authority to you right away. In addition, this mecha is only for you to use, and the ownership still belongs to the Whitebird Star Garrison. Please note this. Davis smiled and quickly manipulated something in the virtual network. Master, Xiaolan's voice immediately reached Fang Xing's ears. Control of the wings of the sun god has been transferred. Now, Xiaolan is at your service. The mech is currently equipped with the anti-gravity module, swarm module, and solar arrow modules, all functioning normally. Its energy source is the secondary eternal crystal, which currently has 87.54% remaining. The secret pattern module is sealed and requires activation by the master. Xiaolan quickly projected a large amount of information in front of Fang Xing. While the mech couldn't utilize the secret patterns of martial will, its agility couldn't reach peak levels, but with the assistance of artificial intelligence, it could reach the level of an ordinary standard mech. Alright, I'll choose this one. Let's go. Fang Xing left the warehouse and said goodbye to Davis. Have you approved the flight application? Permission has been issued. With Master's authority, there are practically no no-fly zones on Whitebird Star. Xiaolan replied immediately. Excellent. Fang Xing's golden wings flapped behind him, and like the descending sun god, he immediately soared high into the sky. In terms of speed, it was only slightly inferior to his own golden core domain. The anti-gravity module is indeed quite impressive. Fang Xing raised his hand, and a laser beam suddenly lit up from his golden armor. The attached laser cannon has the power of the 7th realm. He soared high into the sky, even rising higher and higher, reaching the cosmic environment and overlooking the Whitebird-like planet. A peak giant and level martial artist was already a transcendental being, capable of surviving in the universe. Not to mention now, even without a mecha, Fang Xing could traverse outer space in his physical form. This environment is perfect for resting and reading. Fang Xing deactivated the anti-gravity module's flight function, allowing himself to free fall. Then, he began to review the mecha's detailed documentation. Although he couldn't activate the secret pattern module yet, the wings of the sun god had passed through several owners, and some had activated the secret patterns. Now that Fang Xing was the mecha's master, he naturally unlocked the top secret information of the previous owners. The wings of the sun god have 3 levels of secret patterns. Mastering the Blue Star University's star map secret patterns can activate the first level of the mecha's secret patterns, increasing the overall performance of this mecha by 50%-100%. Fully comprehending the star map can activate the mecha's second level of secret patterns, unleashing a killer move, Sealing the Void. This move combined with the golden core domain, is enough to limit even a martial saint. The mecha's third level of secret patterns requires mastering the alien beast map. Previous masters failed to do so. Master Apollo chose to keep it secret, leaving this Easter egg to those who come after him. A look of joy appeared on Fang Xing's face. Not bad, not bad. It's enough as a transition to the martial saint mecha. Chapter 263 Attack. On Whitebird Planet, above a barren mountain, a meteor suddenly appeared, blazing with fire, growing larger and larger. Finally, it crashed into the mountain with a resounding bang. Like a comet hitting the earth, countless fragments of debris flew out. A massive crater appeared in the mountain, and a golden mech emerged from it. Numerous golden components transformed into feathers and landed on the wings of the sun god, revealing Fang Xing him. This defense is quite good, definitely top tier among the 7 realms. Fang Xing patted his chest. The comfort level is also quite good. He had deliberately fallen from space to test the mech. It seemed that all the stats were quite good, worthy of being a deluxe model. As one of the most powerful individuals on Whitebird Planet, Fang Xing naturally had no worries about housing. In fact, long before he arrived, Davis and his team had already arranged everything, granting him a small island in the ocean covering over 30,000 square kilometers, where they built numerous villas. Early morning. In the distance, the ocean was a brilliant blue, and the cries of seagulls could be heard. Fang Xing, wearing beach shorts and sunglasses, held a coconut-like fruit in his hand, occasionally sipping a sip or two of its juice. It's nice to vacation here. This is what life is all about. This galaxy island is quite large. We can even build a lot of factories. He had already completed the company registration process. Although it was just a shell company at the moment, it had all the necessary qualifications and was called Xinghai Company. The company was now registered on Galaxy Island, and he had also used intelligent agricultural robots to cultivate many experimental fields, preparing for cross-species experiments in the realm of immortal cultivation. Of course, there's no rush for any of this. PhD students have 20 years to complete. Fang Xing tossed nutshell in his hand and prepared to go sea fishing. In the afternoon, he could even go surfing. A few days later, on a bustling commercial street in Phenio City, Yucai was shopping with her best friend. Even an educational planet like Young Eagle Star had a thriving business. As a logistics planet, Whitebird Star had a population of billions, so commerce was naturally booming. Yucai had a rare vacation with her best friend, so of course she wanted to relax. Kyankian, I heard you were on guard as a greeter last time. Who is that important person? Her best friend asked curiously. If it were anyone else, they would have already started shouting about it. But for someone like Kyankian to come back without saying a word, could she have been bullied? Or, some unspoken rule? Her best friend's expression suddenly turned serious. No. I don't want to say. Kyankian shook her head, and Fang Xing's figure seemed to reappear in front of her. Although they were classmates, she seemed to be chasing after him, but he was getting farther and farther away. When did all this start? She was suddenly confused. Suddenly, a young man walked over. He looked only about 20 years old, wearing a white shirt and a bright smile. Two beauties, would you like to give me a chance to have dinner together? Fang Xing said with a smile. You? I don't think so. Fang Xing's best friend looked him up and down. Handsome guy, what's your name? Okay. Kyankian speechlessly pulled her best friend over. This is my classmate, Fang Xing. And this is my comrade, Ji Weiwei. Ji Weiwei, with her expressive eyes, now looked Fang Xing up and down. High school classmate, childhood sweethearts. They had both failed the college entrance exam, so they definitely weren't college classmates. Not childhood sweethearts, but definitely friends. I just wonder if Fang Xing still recognizes you. Kyankian looked at Fang Xing, her tone tinged with resentment. Haha. There were so many people the other day, and I'm sure you didn't want to be the center of attention. Aren't you treating me to dinner just to make amends? Fang Xing laughed heartily. Meeting old friends in a foreign land is truly a delight. Fang Xing, who was preparing to explore by Star, naturally didn't mind meeting a classmate for a meal. Okay, you're sensible. I'm going to Kyanwei. Kyankian snorted. Kyankian, you're so cruel. Kyanwei is the most upscale restaurant on Whitebird Planet, and it's a long way from here. You have to make reservations in advance, and there might not even be available. Ji Weiwei stuck out her tongue. No problem, please. Fang Xing snapped his fingers, and a previously invisible private spaceship suddenly appeared above the three of them, its blue paint gleaming in the starlight. Private spaceship. Ji Weiwei fell silent. This old classmate of Kyankian's looked quite remarkable. Was he the son of a wealthy tycoon? She could imagine countless melodramatic scenarios in her mind. A beam of light descended, carrying Fang Xing, Kyankian, and Ji Weiwei into the cabin. Kyankian looked around curiously, while Ji Weiwei quickly searched online and suddenly screamed, "You're that new big shot? Federal Security Advisor. Oh my god." No wonder Kyankian refused to say anything after returning. Indeed, it was me. Fang Xing smiled and opened the drinks cabinet. Drinks or alcohol? Soda, I guess. Kyankian smiled. Weiwei, don't be fooled by how rich he seems now. He's actually been working part-time in high school, and he's been happy to be able to buy a bottle of soda after school for a long time. Yeah, Fang Xing gave the two girls soda and opened one for himself as well. So now I can drink whatever I want, but we can't go back to the way things were, right? Ji Wei's eyes flashed, as if trying to find some clue between Fang Xing and Yucai. Haha, you're wrong, but I've discovered there are many more delicious things. The happiness of rich people is beyond your imagination. Fang Xing laughed heartily, enjoying Ji Wei's frustrated expression. Even Yucai couldn't help but laugh. You're still as annoying as ever. Fang Xing smiled in response and then talked about Yucai's military service. That's how I am. I've been working in logistics. Luckily, there's no danger, Yucai said, because interstellar travel tickets are too expensive. I've only been back to Young Eagle Star once in all these years. I even visited my alma mater. Principal Lu Guangming has been transferred, and now it's teacher Xiaolong who's in charge. Oh, and teacher Xiaolong has already achieved a breakthrough to the Martial Dao Golden Core. Martial Dao Golden Core, not bad, Fang Xing nodded. What about you? Yucai asked curiously. How's Blue Star University? It's just so-so. I went all the way to college, then achieved a breakthrough to the Martial Dao Golden Core, and was admitted to graduate school. I recently had a lucky breakthrough to the Vajra realm, got my doctorate, and came to Whitebird Star to work on a research project, and on the side, I started a company to earn some interstellar coins, Fang Xing answered casually. Ji Wei, standing beside her, was already glaring at Yucai, as if to say, you have such an amazing classmate, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yucai shook her head. It's great to get into university. If Liu Wei were still around, he'd be happy for you, too. Liu Wei. Fang Xing fell silent upon hearing this. Since becoming the head of his sect undercover, he'd been able to obtain a wealth of intelligence on the cult. He naturally knew about the last time the evil god cult collaborated with the rebels and was severely deceived by Liu Wei. The Federation even seized an entire spatial bubble, one containing the laws of technology. Thanks to this, the defense of imaginary space has become increasingly effective in recent years. Unfortunately, Liu Wei's identity is somewhat awkward. Rumor has it that he was recruited by the Academy of Sciences, and since then, he's been working for the Federation as a part peripheral staff member, part experimental subject, a barely cleared path. However, their identities remain awkward, as the two sides have never met. The Academy's magnetic weapons also hold the potential to reach a path beyond the martial god realm. Since the emergence of the virtual holographic universe, the era of great martial arts competition has arrived. I wonder how many will ultimately achieve a breakthrough beyond the martial god realm, Fang Xing pondered. Cayenne Wilao is located in Watch City, considered the most prosperous commercial city on Whitebird Star. Upon entering the city, not only Ji Wei, but even Yucai began to look around excitedly. For them, the idea of being able to travel anywhere in the world in a short time on a private spaceship was a truly novel experience. Usually, during their leave from the logistics camp, they only dared to wander around nearby cities, but this time was truly an eye-opener. Yet, not bad, some of the shops are quite interesting, Fang Xing nodded slightly as he walked down the street. To someone who had already seen the prosperity of the capital, the most prosperous commercial city on Whitebird Star was merely interesting. Okay, let's go to Cayenne Wilao next. I heard the chef there used to run a restaurant on Blue Star. I hope I won't be disappointed, Fang Xing smiled. For some reason, Ji Wei suddenly felt a little self-deprecating, yet also a little understanding of her best friend. Having such an old classmate must be quite stressful. Just as Fang Xing was reminiscing and having dinner with his old classmate. The Public Security Bureau. A shrill red alarm sounded. Another attack from the imaginary dimension. Zhang Yuer checked the surveillance footage with a displeased expression. Did the Academy of Sciences decipher the heretic god's technology? Haven't the imaginary dimension field troops been able to bring in more technological weaponry? Why are they still being breached so frequently lately? If the defenses in the imaginary dimension fail, the heretic god's followers will descend upon the heart of the Federation. Whitebird Planet is one of the more important targets, and every attack is a serious matter. A projection of a planet emerged, revealing 7 striking red dots. 7. Energy reactions. 4 servant level, 3 familiar level. Immediately mobilize the nearby garrisons and security forces. Zhang Yuer commanded, transforming into a streak of golden light and ascending into the air. Rumble. The outdoor swimming pool below tilted, its bottom opening, sending countless streams of water cascading down. A white, humanoid mecha rose from the pool's depths. Zhang Yuer landed in the mecha and rushed to the nearest familiar level attack site. Davis, Lao Lin, the other two are up to you. Servant-level attacks, with responses from all sides, could definitely be resolved. The trouble is, it's a clan-level evil creature. Don't worry, I'm already dispatched, a middle-aged man's steady voice rang out. I'm on the scene. Damn it. I need a little time. It's a high-level clan-level evil creature, the Void Hound. It's very troublesome. I've mobilized the mechas to encircle it, Davis's voice rang out. Zhang Yuer knew that he had a rapid response mech unit operating 7th-level mechas. Although she wasn't impressed with his character, she felt confident in his ability to handle emergencies. The white mechas flowed like light, arriving at the scene in tens of seconds. Above a city, countless steel was reduced to rubble, strands of steel clinging to the ground, some even piercing the professionals who had arrived to support them. The clan-level evil creature that was supposed to appear was nowhere to be seen. No, activate the supervision module, Zhang Yuer snorted coldly, and two dim lights suddenly illuminated the mech's eyes. Then, in the video, a white cocoon suddenly appeared above the city. It was oval, resembling a silkworm cocoon, its beauty almost dreamlike, yet impossible for the naked eye to grasp. But for those who could see it, a strange message surfaced within their minds, a corrupted message spreading. Dream cocoon. A higher-ranking family of pure spiritual beings, don't let it hatch. Zhang Yuer raised her right arm, manipulating the mech, and a blade of light suddenly emerged. As the director of the Public Security Bureau and a master of the Vajra realm, the mech she piloted was undoubtedly the deluxe plus version of the Seven Realms. At its peak, it could unleash the power of the Eighth Realm. However, her university grades weren't ideal, and her cultivation of the secret patterns of will wasn't up to par, making it difficult for her to fully unleash the mech's potential, let alone unleash a killing move. Even so, she remained at the peak of the Seventh Realm's power as she attacked. Ghostly Blade, a massive white mech flashed in the void, its blade carrying a destructive force, poised to strike down. But in the next instant, a flash of sword light rose from nowhere, unexpectedly arriving before it could, blocking the ghostly blade. From the void, several strange figures resembling moths suddenly appeared, wielding alloy swords, charging towards Zhang Yuer. They're the former security guards. They've been completely contaminated, beyond saving. Zhang Yuer's eyes flashed crimson, and she swung her sword. The blade's icy light, imbued with murderous intent, chopped a Mothman into pieces. Buzz! The sound of fluttering wings echoed. A flash of sword light emerged from the hand of a Mothman. Merely an ordinary 7th-level cultivator. But the sword beams rose in unison, vibrating together to form a fixed frequency. This frequency pierced directly through the azure mecha and entered Zhang Yuer's body. She inexplicably knew that this was a sword technique called Moth Sword, the secret of which lay in capturing a mysterious vibrational frequency. No. This is contamination by the evil god. My martial will never allow it. Zhang Yuer's eyes gleamed, and she looked at the back of her hand, discovering a layer of brown hair similar to that on a moth's body, forming the faint shape of an eye. Help! She immediately called for help from all the experts in her address book. This dream cocoon was definitely not simple. Qian Wilao. Fang Xing, who was eating, was suddenly startled and looked at Yucai Anqian and Ji Wei. Sorry, something urgent suddenly happened. Okay, you go ahead. Yucai Anqian was very reasonable. Ji Wei, who was standing next to her, had her mouth full of food and had no time to object. I've already paid the bill. After you finish eating, you can ask Xiaolin to take you back in the spaceship. Fang Xing flew out of the window, and a pair of golden wings immediately ejected from the spaceship and landed behind him. Countless nanometals enveloped his entire body, as if he were wearing a layer of brilliant and domineering golden armor. Wings of the Sun God, activate. Fang Xing's wings spread out behind him, like a golden angel, or like a golden meteor, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Getting Started. Such a strong pollution, Fang Xing frowned as he ascended above the city. The great sun relic between his brows slowly swirled, revealing a layer of multicolored mist in the air. A closer look revealed the mist to be composed of countless particles, interspersed with tiny strands of fine hair. It spread, even attempting to penetrate the interior of the wings of the sun god Mecha. 6 Ultimate Star Martial Arts, Dao Qi Transformation. Fang Xing's entire body erupted in a layer of transparent Dao Qi flames, sweeping away the countless hairs and particles in the air. This city, as far as he could see, he saw no riots or attacks, only an unsettling silence. On the road lay a heap of civilians, seemingly lost in a psychedelic dream. A higher-ranking family of pure spiritual beings, dream cocoon. Fang Xing's expression was grave. After all, families associated with dreams always reminded him of a slumbering creator. 2 flames blazed in his eyes, piercing through the layers of fog. He saw the giant cocoon and the white mecha being besieged by the Mothman monsters. "Is that you, Consultant Fang? Just kill me." Zhang Yuer's heavy breathing echoed over the communication. "Be careful, contamination, moths, so many moths." Fang Xing didn't reply, but simply raised his right hand. Golden feathers landed in his palm, forming a large golden bow. Module, solar arrow is activated, Xiao Lan's voice echoed. Fang Xing slowly drew the bowstring, and a golden laser condensed in his palm, transforming into golden arrow. As he loosened his grip, boom! A terrifying golden mushroom cloud exploded near the dream cocoon, its golden flames sweeping countless Mothmenian, reducing them to ash. Not bad, the combat power of the peak of the 7th realm. Fang Xing transformed into a streak of golden light, charging into the remaining moth monsters. Protected by the wings of the sun god Mecha, he was the equivalent of a physical cultivator in the immortal realm wearing spiritual armor, his defenses even higher. As the 6 ultimate star warriors unleashed their power, punches and kicks clashed in unison. The moth monsters were no match for him and were easily torn apart. Swoosh! A flash of swordlight shone, and the moth sword struck Fang Xing, leaving a futile scratch on the golden mecha. An inexplicable vibration reached Fang Xing's ears, reminiscent of the fluttering wings of a giant insect in the woods. So, this clan's greatest strength is pollution that can penetrate mecha defenses. Pity, it's useless to me. The great sun relic between Fang Xing's eyebrows slowly circulated. The vibrations, the giant creatures in the forest, the secrets of the moth sword, anything that entered a sea of consciousness had only one fate, to become fuel for the great sun furnace. Let's go. He approached Zhang Yuer and grabbed the white mecha. The scene was bizarre. After all, the wings of the sun god was a small mecha, while Zhang Yuer's pale mecha stood over 10 meters tall. It looked like an ant lifting an elephant. Go! Fang Xing tossed the white mecha like a shot put, launching it far into the distance. Zhang Yuer had been contaminated to some extent, and the most important thing now was to stay away from the source. After completing all this, he finally looked at the dream cocoon. The enormous cocoon had become translucent, and within it lay a gigantic moth, about to tear itself free. The moth seemed to be gestating, undergoing metamorphosis. Its form shifted from insect to human, with a pointed chin and ears, and a disproportionately long body, imbued with an inexplicable beauty. The moment he saw the human form, an even more terrifying mental shock washed over him. This level has surpassed that of a higher-ranked clan, reaching the level of a projection of an extraterritorial evil god, or perhaps even an offspring of an evil god. Fang Xing's eyes narrowed. We can't let the dream cocoon continue to incubate, or it might give birth to an evil god offspring. Even the weakest offspring of an evil god possessed at least the combat power of the 8th realm. Of course, nurturing such a child of a god was extremely difficult. This, plunging the entire city into deep slumber, absorbing the sounds of countless dreams, could be a massive ritual. As long as the ritual isn't fully completed, there's always a chance to interrupt it. Have no fear, escape from delusions, and ultimately attain nirvana. Fang Xing, unaffected by the evil god's taint, spread his right hand's 5 fingers and suddenly reached out. Wind and clouds converged, transforming into a massive palm print, the immortal martial key handprint. A golden handprint descended with a thud, tearing through the dream cocoon, revealing an immense moth. Covered in slime, it strained to open its wings, revealing a massive human eye. High-ranking family. Capable of fighting. At this moment, Fang Xing seemed to grasp the starry sky map of the secret pattern of will, unleashing the latent power of the sun god's wings. Countless golden feathers emerged, and the golden bow in his hand transformed into a long sword. Sword of ultimate passion, A flash of swordlight erupted. The golden swordlight enveloped the heavens and earth, carrying a faint sense of oppression from the void. This was the power of sword intent from the world of immortal cultivation. Swish! Golden swordlight swept past, piercing the moth's wings, especially its eyes. Within the moth's enormous irises, emotions of confusion and pain surfaced, accompanied by a cry in an ancient, alien language. Fang Xing, who had nearly reached the highest level in evil god studies, immediately understood the meaning. The gods of dreams will eventually descend into reality. Dream gods. This was actually an alien evil god, but its form of existence was a strange one, akin to human schizophrenia. He had as many avatars as his split personalities. These dream gods, though seemingly numerous, were in reality one. Yet, to humans, their presence was always minimal. If Fang Xing hadn't obtained the memories of the sex master, he wouldn't have known such knowledge. Who cares, dream gods? Die! He clasped the 5 fingers of his right hand together, forming a fist that brought down with a thunderous thud. A streak of golden light, like an arrow, pierced the giant moth. Dense cracks appeared on the moth monster's surface, and countless golden lights emanated from it. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang, shattering into countless fragments. On the private spaceship, Yucai and Ji watched as fighter planes flew past one after another, their faces solemn. This attack seems even more massive than the previous ones, Yucai muttered. Luckily, our vehicle has high enough authority, otherwise we would have been shot down long ago. Ji stuck out her tongue. Xiaolan, can you tell me about the current situation on Whitebird Planet? Yucai smiled at Xiaolan. Although Xiaolan's main body was currently in the wings of the sun god, it would be a piece of cake to separate a subbody to operate the private spaceship and send someone along. Of course, Xiaolan brought up several screens, each showing live broadcasts from television channels. Several ruins could be seen, along with footage of disaster relief efforts. Davis, with his prominent nose, stood before a pile of ruins, speaking eloquently. Our military has every confidence and ability to protect federal property on Whitebird Star. Yucai rolled her eyes and changed the channel. The mass coma incident in Dating City has been resolved, confirmed as a new type of attack. City Hall has begun assembling a medical team for support. A reporter, wearing a helmet, was reporting from the front lines. This incident was resolved thanks to the strong support of Zhang Yuer's general administration and advisor Fang Xing. City Hall has decided to erect full-length statues in their honor in the city's center park and confer the title of honorary mayor. As the reporter was reporting, a golden meteor flashed across the sky, disappearing. Has he reached this point already? Yucai stared at the scene, lost in thought. Xing Island. After sending Zhang Yuer to the hospital, Fang Xing flew here directly in his mecha. During the battle, he seemed to have gained some insights into the star map, and he certainly wouldn't miss this inspiration. He immediately entered the training room and sat on the enlightenment cushion. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a jade box emerged. Upon opening it, a green spiritual date appeared. Tongsuan date. Even I've only found 3 in the Linlang Blessed Land. They're said to have the power to awaken wisdom, increase understanding, and calm inner demons. While they were far inferior to the legendary 9-eyed Bodhi seed, they're better than nothing. He swallowed a Tongsuan date in one gulp, his teeth like a grinder, crushing the kernel into powder before swallowing it whole. Then, he closed his eyes and devoted himself to comprehending the star map. At that moment, Fang Xing seemed to see a vast universe unfold before his eyes. The great sun relic between his eyebrows slowly rotated, illuminating his sea of consciousness. Within that boundless sea of consciousness, a single pinprick of light floated and emerged. The first coordinate point of the star map has been established. After a long pause, Fang Xing opened his eyes, his face lit up with joy. The key to the star map lies in establishing the scattered stars. Once he had identified the first one, the rest would be relatively simple. Finally, I've mastered the star chart. Fang Xing's face lit up with joy as he glanced at his stats panel. Martial Arts Will Secret Pattern. 1/100, Beginner, very good. Just show me the health bar, and I'll give you a blast. He touched his brow, and his martial arts will slowly emerged. This time, Fang Xing felt a distinct difference, like a nearsighted person wearing glasses. The world within his will suddenly became clearer and more vivid. His martial arts will spread, reaching the wings of the sun god. From the wings, seemingly cast in gold, a brilliant light emerged, transforming into dense patterns that covered the mecha. Crack. Countless golden feathers parted and landed on Fang Xing, transforming into golden mecha, with a complex pattern appearing on the armor surface. Secret pattern module activated, Xiao Lan's voice echoed, overall mecha performance has been improved. Current increase. 50%, Fang Xing clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power radiating from the mecha. Not bad, not bad. It makes me want to go kill a few more dream cocoons. Not only that, I needed Xiao Lan's help to operate the mecha before, but now, my martial arts will is the soul of the mecha. I can operate the mecha at a micro level. Chapter 265, Middle Stage of Jinden. A few days later, on Xing Island, Fang Xing arrived at an established farm and casually scattered some seeds from the Xiuxin realm. Xiao Lan, the security of this farm will be your responsibility from now on. I'll purchase a fleet of drones and agricultural robots for you to command. If you detect an intrusion, you can destroy all the results, Fang Xing ordered. In truth, he didn't value these cultivation fields. He simply tinkered with them to give his thesis a clear source. Without spiritual energy, spiritual herbs transplanted from the Xiuxin realm would practically die. To keep them half-dead, he'd have to sprinkle in some spirit stone fragments from time to time. These were proprietary techniques, guaranteed to stun any would-be invaders. Even if the experiment succeeds, the true source of the raw materials must be in the Xiuxin realm, to prevent them from exploiting our weakness. This is just a cover. After completing these tasks, Fang Xing returned to his villa and began his daily practice. His martial arts will, like the blazing sun, continuously cleared the fog within his sea of consciousness. A point of light emerged, then led to another, becoming fainter and fainter. Within his sea of consciousness, there were already 5 such points of light, barely resembling the Big Dipper, martial will secret pattern. 5/100, beginner. He glanced at the stats bar, very pleased with his progress. It seems my martial will is too strong, my foundation too solid. After mastering the star chart, my progress has been rapid. However, after completing the star chart, comprehending the second, exotic beast chart, is another huge hurdle. Perhaps some martial saints are stuck at this step. Fang Xing stood up and entered the holographic virtual cabin, ready to play a game. Thanks to the efforts of the Federal Holographic Universe Company, intergalactic communication has become incredibly convenient, making it common for people from different planets to play games online. Before, the cost of quantum communication alone would have bankrupted a person. Fang Xing chose the recently popular game, Legend of the Ancient Ape, which allows players to assume the role of various exotic beasts, learn martial arts, and roam the world of beasts. It's said the major sponsor behind the game is a major martial arts sect specializing in beast-shaped fists, and they've been heavily promoting it. Fang Xing naturally followed the crowd and chose a white ape. Upon entering the game, he saw a white ape man over 2 meters tall rise up and dart through the treetops of the forest. It wasn't long before they arrived at a simple mountain stronghold. Various ox-headed, horse-faced, and tiger-headed figures were scurrying in and out of the stronghold, creating a bustling atmosphere. Sure enough, they're all beasts in human form, Fang Xing grumbled. Entering the stronghold, he observed notices on a wall advertising various guilds recruiting, PKs, and dungeon entries. His eyes flickered as he spotted one. The Dragon's Den Guild is actively seeking horse grass, Zuanang iron, and fierce wind pearls. It was a perfectly ordinary notice, seemingly like any other. But Fang Xing knew it was the disciples of his sect passing on information to him. Long before leaving Blue Star, he'd made preparations, having his immortal clones agree with each of his disciples, a weekly intelligence summary, hidden in coded form within public documents, covering dozens of the hottest games. Furthermore, he would never contact them, and it was they who unilaterally leaked the information. This effectively placed all the risk on the disciples. It wasn't fair, of course, but he was the sect leader after all. To complete his undercover mission, he naturally needed to pass the risk on to his subordinates, and then sell them out. They're all pretty dedicated, and some of them are no exception, being traitors to the Federation Intelligence Department. The intelligence is very timely, Fang Xing indulged himself, like an internet addict. A few days later, he exited the virtual cabin, having a pretty good understanding of the Federation's recent events. Recently, the number of attacks in the imaginary space has increased significantly. It's suspected to be related to the sect to which the Three of Hearts belongs. Most of the followers who descend are pure spirits or dream creatures, dream gods, Fang Xing knew that he was able to directly grasp the key to the dream gods because he had obtained the evil god knowledge from the master of his sect. It might take time for the Federation to track this down. However, such attacks are pointless. The Federation should have a certain advantage in the imaginary space battlefield now. These sporadic breakthroughs will require more casualties on the battlefield, and, besides angering the Federation, they won't achieve much. The Federation has hunted down rulers before. The dream gods, an extraterritorial evil god, aren't very powerful. Once the Federation targets them, Fang Xing vaguely sensed a sense of impatience within the Federation. Many citizens believe that since they could even kill the moon god herself, the Federation could adopt a more drastic approach to dealing with extraterritorial evil gods. The last time Blue Star was attacked, many militant council members clamored for retaliation. The resulting impact was slowly being felt in all aspects of society. 3 of Hearts. The Creator Sect. The Dream Creator. The Dream Gods. Fang Xing's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the so-called Dream Gods are related to the Dream Creator? Are they his biological sons? That's not right. According to the 3 of Hearts, the Creator gave birth to everything, and most of the rulers are his children. Now several of his children are dead, and he's jumped up and down awake. Unless these dream gods are more than just his biological sons. Fang Xing took a deep breath. Even though he had a vague idea of the plan, he couldn't share it with the Federation. Putting aside the source of the information, for the Federation to accept this theory, it first had to acknowledge the existence of the Creator. He had only been able to determine this after viewing the Genesis tablet and gaining knowledge of the evil theology from the master of the sect. But at the Federal Academy of Sciences, the existence of the Creator was still mere speculation. I'm insignificant, so my words are useless, and it's easy to get me into trouble, Fang Xing sighed. It seems I need to establish a relationship with the Nine Swords Academy as soon as possible. His doctoral thesis was the best way to attract the Nine Swords Academy's attention. In the immortal cultivation realm. Yunzhao, Beihou Mountain. Inside the cave, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his consciousness focused on his Danshan Qi Si. He saw a platinum-colored elixir absorbing vast amounts of celestial energy from a 4th-level spiritual vein. The small sword within it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Below the elixir, the Wanfa ghost infant, with a great sun seal between its brows, sat cross-legged and also made a hand gesture. The once violent celestial energy instantly became incredibly docile, flowing through his body along the trajectory of the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic, eventually transforming into solids hidden at the Jinden level and sinking into the platinum-colored immortal golden elixir. The platinum-colored sword elixir, affected by this, felt like a tonic, and its size instantly expanded. Inside the quiet room, Fang Xing opened his eyes. Middle Jinden stage, thanks to the combined effects of the 10,000-year stone milk, the supreme Ganoderma lucidum pill, and 4th-level spiritual energy, his progress was incredibly rapid. Ordinary Jinden cultivators often spent decades in seclusion, yet saw little progress. Yet, he made rapid progress in a short period, reaching the peak of early Jinden stage mana. Then, Fang Xing casually attempted a breakthrough to the middle Jinden stage. The result left him speechless. The so-called bottleneck hadn't appeared at all. He smoothly broke through to the middle Jinden stage, just as he had in the past. The series of bottleneck-breaking elixirs Fang Xing had prepared, such as the life-slang barrier-breaking pill, were completely useless. Perhaps it's because of my solid foundation, my immortal golden elixir, and my superior spiritual roots. Even at the Jinden stage, bottlenecks are rare. Besides, the 4th-level spiritual vein has been invaluable. At least the spiritual energy supply is more than enough for my breakthrough. I don't need to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create strange phenomena. After breaking through to the middle Jinden stage, Fang Xing carefully experienced it and felt that his Jinden's true essence and mana were more than doubled. Furthermore, his spiritual awareness, nourished by the golden core's true essence, surged, reaching its limit of approximately 5 miles. If combined with the myriad Dharma ghost infant, he could control an area of 70 to 80 miles. He could even faintly sense fluctuations in mana within 100 miles. Finally, the rotten iron sword received the baptism, also ascending to 3rd tier, mid-grade magical weapon. This is only natural. Its materials are of sufficient quality, even a 3rd tier is a slight. Once I truly condense my nascent soul, this sword will immediately ascend to a spiritual treasure. Its brilliance will then surely shock the entire world of immortal cultivation. Fang Xing was very satisfied. He counted his elixirs, and realized he was running low on Ganoderma lucidum pills. It's just right. I've been constantly taking Ganoderma lucidum pills, and my body has developed some resistance to them, so the effects are getting worse. It's time to try refining the 5-cloud pill. The main ingredients for the 5-cloud pill are almost complete in Linlang Blessed Land, but some auxiliary ingredients still need to be collected. I don't seem to be able to command the Mu family these days. It seems that Mu Wanlong will recover from his injuries and return to the seclusion. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and the Qinggang demonic lamp slowly emerged. Within the lamp, the Qinggang demonic fire and the soul-destroying demonic flame, which had been entangled and devouring each other, completely vanished. In their place, a dark green flame emerged, the soul-devouring demonic fire. After years of cultivation, the two 4th-level demonic fires finally merged, not just slightly, but completely merged their original fires, transforming into the soul-devouring demonic fire. This kind of demonic fire is most adept at scorching the soul. Even nascent soul cultivators dare not touch it. At the same time, it retains the power of the Qinggang demonic fire, which can melt gold and iron. Even among nascent soul true lords, it is an extremely sharp method. Fang Xing briefly experimented with it and was very satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring demonic fire. He walked out of the cave and suddenly saw a sound transmission talisman flying around in the formation like a headless fly. Someone actually thought of me. Fang Xing was slightly surprised. With a flick of his finger, a blast of sword energy picked up the sound transmission talisman and returned it. He listened for a few seconds, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. Chapter 266 Conspiracy. The Mu Family Ancestral Hall. Patriarch Mu Wanlong, along with the Jinden elders Mu Wanqing, Mu Wandao, and Mu Qingfeng, along with several fake Den deacons, were present. The Mu family had been declining in recent years, with no new Jinden cultivators emerging. On the contrary, a significant number of fake Den deacons had been lost. Mu Wanlong, clad in a golden robe, sat at the head of the family, his demeanor dignified. However, a trace of worry lingered between his brows. Only after becoming patriarch did he realize the unbearable pressures of this position, with conflicts between the various branches and pressure from external forces swirling around. Even Mu Wanlong, boasting his own wisdom and strategy, was still overwhelmed. If this were a rising family, the gains would be enough to appease the discontent of the various branches. But now, our family is on the decline. Fortunately, Mu Wanlong has made all concessions. By cutting into his faction's flesh, we've managed to maintain a semblance of family harmony, but it won't last long. Mu Wanlong glanced at them and asked, "Will Elder Wanlong be invited to attend the family meeting?" After the previous head of the family abdicated, he automatically assumed the position of family elder. "I've already sent the sound transmission talisman," Mu Wanqing replied. He felt a little puzzled. Mu Wanlong's soul lamp had been fading like a candle in the wind for years, yet he refused to die, occupying the 4th-tier cave. That's the cave with the most spiritual energy in Behu Mountain. Is he going to occupy it until he dies of old age? However, he had previously been so magnanimous, voluntarily giving up a significant amount of benefits and even personally cutting off an arm to kill Gua Bangxin. No one in the Mu family dared to say anything. On the contrary, if he dared to make another move, he would surely be stabbed in the back. After all, this was a family, not a gang. Even within gangs, a facade of morality was maintained. Ahem, not long after, Mu Wanlong, with an aged face, graying hair, and occasional coughs, entered the ancestral hall. "Alice. These are troubled times, and yet you've even disturbed this old man. Elder, please take your seat." Mu Wanlong stood up, paying respect to Fang Xing. He was a wise man, aware that his position as patriarch came from Fang Xing's lineage. Therefore, to maintain his position, he must at least maintain a superficial sense of filial piety. It was the only way to maintain family cohesion. Yet, Fang Xing sat down tremblingly, listening to Mu Wanqing talk about some troubles the Mu family had encountered recently. "It seems that the Bei sect is going to fight to the death with my family. The Bei sect's supreme elder, Master Bei, has now broken through to the late Jinden stage, which is very worrying. He is just a cultivator in the late Jinden stage, not enough for us to discuss seriously," Mu Wanlong said. "According to the latest intelligence from the family, both the righteous and the evil sides are interested in large-scale land reclamation." Large-scale land reclamation. Fang Xing blinked, and thought of the years in the wild land, and then showed a trace of trance. It has been only a few years since the war, and we have to start a land reclamation war again. We should have been recuperating, but it was all because of that damn Master Fang. He occupied 4 shining fruits alone, and killed many giant and cultivators of the demon path. The righteous path also lost Uniwanzi. The key is that we can't even get together the main ingredients for a furnace of Ningying pill. Muanov didn't have a good face when he mentioned Fang Xing. Aren't there still 2 divine infant fruits? Fang Xing blinked. Of those 2 divine infant fruits, one was seized by the demonic Xiaoyao and has long since vanished. He must have sought a secret place to form a divine infant. And there's absolutely no news of that physical cultivator, Muandeo replied. Masters from both the righteous and demonic realms have searched the entire world of immortal cultivation and still can't find him. And Master Fang, according to the investigations of many experts, is believed to be an outlander, and has long since left aging. Damn it, a trace of hatred crossed Fang Xing's face. That cunning impersonator impersonating Master Fang, I will not let him go. Alice, how could we have the energy to avenge a nascent soul true lord now? Muanov gave a wry smile. Even the Meng sisters, Madame Deru, and the others are still alive and well. Why? Fang Xing's face was grim. Alice, isn't it just a case of being cautious? A few female cultivators in the early Jinden stage aren't anything to worry about, but if they provoke nascent soul retaliation, that's not good, Muan King said. What's more, it's said that a demonic nascent soul attacked several of them, using the searching heart technique, only to find out that the real Feng Shengren was already dead, and even the nascent soul's true face is unknown. Those female cultivators were fooled, quite unfairly. Fang Xing snorted coldly, but something in his heart moved. Sure enough. A nascent soul true lord who's barefoot and unafraid of wearing shoes, am still quite intimidating. Even a demonic nascent soul wouldn't dare use the soul-searching technique, which is more damaging to the soul, but instead use the searching heart technique. That speaks volumes. The more this happens, the less I can show my face. A missile is most intimidating when it's not launched. Okay, let's get back to business. This time, both the righteous and the evil are jointly reclaiming the wild land, each choosing a general direction. Our Mu family is of course following the righteous path, and we should be assigned to the jurisdiction of the Kyankan Dao in due course. For this reclamation, our Mu family must produce at least 3 Jindans Henrun. This is the intention of the upper sect, Muanov began. After the great war between good and evil, instead of rushing to recuperate, they chose to reclaim the land. And both the righteous and the evil agreed. Could it be? Fang Xing stroked his beard, his eyes brightening. What did Brother Wan Long think of? Muandeo's eyes lit up. Rumor has it that the recipe for the nascent soul condensation pill has been revised many times. One version can use the essence pill of a 4th-rank transformed demon king instead of the divine infant fruit. However, the nascent soul condensation pill refined in this way is slightly less effective, and the success rate is also much lower, Fang Xing said. Nowadays, both the righteous and the evil need to cultivate nascent soul seeds. This is to prepare for the war with the transformed demon kings in the wild land. This time, we will probably have to kill at least several transformed demon kings to meet the demand. However, the wild land is extremely dangerous. 4th-rank mid-level and even 4th-rank upper-level transformed demon kings are active. There are even rumors that 5th-rank ancient beasts slumber in the depths of the great wilderness. Opening up the wasteland is of course extremely dangerous, but when our ancestors crossed the sea and overcame all difficulties to open up many immortal cultivation realms, it is said that a divine transformation venerable from the vast sea immortal cultivation realm came forward and reached an agreement with the Lord of the Great Wilderness. Beings above the divine transformation level will not take the initiative to attack lower-level cultivators, Muanov smiled and said. Besides, the area we occupy, even including the area we're about to open up, is just a drop in the ocean of the Great Wilderness. There's no way we'd alarm a divine transformation venerable. Even so, encountering even a random 4th-tier demon beast would be enough to shatter us. Fang Xing shook his head. We risk our lives, and are we supposed to be rewarded with a single Ningying pill? That's a losing proposition. Using the blood of us and the casual cultivators to feed the sex appetite, the expressions of the Jinden true masters present turned grim. While the rewards for this land reclamation were generous, the Mu family was already a Jinden family. The Kyankan Dao would be foolish to support them. After all their efforts this time, the most they could be granted was newly reclaimed 3rd-tier spiritual land and a Jinden pill, no more. If their military exploits weren't enough, They might not even receive a giant and spiritual object. That being said, the order of the Grand Master cannot be disobeyed. King looked worried. How about the old rules? The old rules, of course, meant sending a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and even recruiting casual cultivators to fill the gap. Ahem. Fang Xing coughed violently. I'm seriously injured. I'm afraid I'll die on the way out. I'm afraid I can no longer serve the family, old, weak, sick, and disabled? Wasn't he referring to Long? If it were the real Long, he might actually risk his life for the family and die in the process of reclaiming Wasteland. But Fang Xing would be foolish to go. He still needed to continue his cultivation, striving to reach the late giant stage within 10 years. Old bastard. Taking advantage of your age, King cursed inwardly, but if Long really became shameless, he had no real solution. He couldn't force the previous head of the family to die, could he? This was shamelessness, unmatched in the world. Since that's the case, please ask Brother Long and King to stay with the clan. I'll personally lead the team this time, with Dao and King Fang accompanying. Looked at Fang Xing though somewhat disappointed. He felt that Long's cowardice and fear of death, a significant blow to his prestige, would be beneficial to him. Furthermore, since the other party had completely retreated, and considering their previous favor, he decided to tolerate it this time. However, remained cautious and dispatched Dao, who was closer to Long, and King Feng, who remained neutral. This left King on his side, perfectly positioned to keep an eye on the enemy. Long was still at the early giant stage, and his injuries were clearly difficult to recover from. However, King possessed profound magical power, and was able to handle a severely injured Long without much difficulty. Thank you very much. I'm currently refining a furnace of healing elixirs and need to go back to check the temperature. I'm relieved that King will take care of the family matters. Fang Xing bowed, transformed into a stream of light, and departed. After the several giant cultivators in the ancestral hall had departed, only and King remained. Long has truly changed. In the past, he would have died without a word. King was puzzled. It's human nature. The older you get, the more you fear death. So many of the immortal cultivators, so righteous, when their lifespans are drawing to a close, resort to anything to prolong their lives: dual cultivation, cultivating magical arts, transforming their bloodlines, anything. We, who possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, can maintain our vitality until our true elixir dissipates, free from illness and suffering, enjoying endless bliss. Who would want to die? Remained calm, accepting the reality of human change. What else could it be? Could this Long be a fake? If so, his bloodline would surely be discovered the moment he entered the ancestral hall. A nascent soul family like the Mu family is quite skilled at identifying their own bloodlines. Please rest assured, Patriarch. I will keep a close eye on that old fellow during my time with the clan, King promised. Brother Long has already relinquished the position of Patriarch, and his faction has been severely beaten. As long as we spread the truth about today's discussion, he'll inevitably be called a coward. What threat does a Long like that pose to you and me? King, take a long-term view. Our opponents will always be those wolves outside. Someone like Long right now might be able to win over a few. Liu spoke earnestly. King looked indifferent, and it was unclear if he had listened. A few days later. A desolate mountain. The wilderness was desolate, with the occasional bird call. A thin mist had appeared at some point, covering the mountainside. Soon, a streak of green light flew in and descended into the mist. A figure suddenly appeared on a massive green rock on the mountainside. He was clad in a pure white crane cloak, with a childlike face and white hair, and two long white eyebrows drooping, a red mole between them, giving him a rather sage-like demeanor. He stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a white crane, its crimson crest and feathers like swords. It was perched in the stream, spearing fish with its long beak. A green light descended, revealing a cultivator shrouded in azure light. He bowed. Greetings, Master White Crane. Haha, young friend, you have forsaken the dark and joined the light. You have rendered great service to our White Crane sect. I guarantee that your lineage will not be affected, and countless immortal blessings will be bestowed upon you. Master White Crane twirled his white eyebrows and said with a chuckle, I can sign a third-level spiritual contract with you. Thank you, Master. The figure in the green light bowed, then raised his hand. A ball of green light enveloped a jade slip, which fell into Master White Crane's hands. Great, great. It's indeed the layout of the myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation. And the travel dates and routes of Mu Wan Liu and his group. Master Bei gazed in surprise at the figure in the azure light. Either do nothing, or do it completely. Master, aren't you planning to ambush and kill Mu Wan Liu and the others? The figure asked matter-of-factly. Well, I'm certainly prepared to take action, but they are, after all, your relatives, and such an act still alarms me. Master Bei sighed. There are many dirty deeds going on in large families. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master. I have no problem at all. As long as you can kill Mu Wan Liu and then attack the myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation, you and I, working together from within and without, will easily be able to shut it down. By then, the Mu family will be left with nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. The figure in the green light looked at the exotic spiritual crane playing in the water nearby. I haven't congratulated you yet, Master. This spiritual beast has probably reached the upper third rank, right? No wonder it dares to covet a fourth-rank spiritual vein. However, it still needs the approval of the Qiankan Dao. Yun's Hao falls within the Qiankan Dao's sphere of influence, so such a major matter cannot be circumvented. Otherwise, the wrath of the nascent soul sect would be beyond the ability of any Jinden cultivator to withstand. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. My own great-granddaughter has already married the five-elements son of the Qiankan Dao as a concubine. I personally visited the Qiankan Dao master and, even though I'm willing to sacrifice my old bones, he acquiesced. After all, I have two warriors at the late Jinden stage, which will be of great benefit to the development of this wasteland. And what remains of the Mu family? Master Bei laughed. It seems, the Mu family will eventually be destroyed. The figure in the green light spoke indifferently, his tone unrecognizable. Chapter 267 Attack. A few days later. 100 Flower Mountain. I entrust everything of the family to you, Wonking, Mu Wan Liu instructed, transforming into a stream of light and soaring into a white jade palace. This was the Mu family's magical weapon of war, the white jade palace. Countless resources had been invested in its original construction, and now it was manned by a large number of key cultivating and foundation-building cultivators, especially several Fei-core cultivators and the Mu family's 3 Jinden true immortals. Even against a late Jinden cultivator, it could hold its own for a long time. Of course, the Mu family didn't send out all their elites this time, but rather recruited a large number of independent cultivators. However, fearing public opinion, they hesitated to go too far. The ratio was roughly evenly split between low-level independent cultivators and family cultivators. Of course, the majority of those family cultivators were elderly, weak, sick, or hopeless. Watching the white jade palace's escaping light disappear into the sky, Mu Wanking looked around, a certain sense of satisfaction evident. Now, at last, he was the master of 100 Flower Mountain. That old fellow, he's in seclusion all day. Mu Wanking gazed at the valley where Fang Xing's cave dwelling lay, a gloom in his eyes. Of course, he had no way to deal with Mu Wanlong. He clearly didn't want profit, no shame. Even he felt like a rat trying to pull a tortoise, with nowhere to bite. Elder Wanking. I've prepared some wine, music, and dance in my cave dwelling. Would you mind if you could come and taste them? Afik Dan Zhenren stepped forward, his face beaming. The patriarch has entrusted me with such a great responsibility. How could I possibly indulge in wine and women? Mu Wanking righteously refused. A moment later, a telepathic voice reached his ear. Elder Wanking, all my kabuki dancers are from the Yin-Yang Hehuan Tower. It would be a shame if you don't go. In that case, Mu Wanking also sent a telepathic voice. Let's do it tomorrow night. The Yin-Yang Hehuan Tower is renowned in the Daijing immortal cultivation world. The female cultivators trained there are not only stunningly beautiful, but the cultivation techniques they practice are also extremely beneficial to cultivators' mana, resulting in a high price for their maids. Especially the dancers at the foundation establishment stage, it is said that not only are their dances breathtakingly graceful, but their cultivation techniques are also beneficial to Jinden cultivators. A few days later, within a 4th-level cave, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, refining spiritual energy and increasing his mana. To him, no matter how chaotic the outside world may be, it is not as important as improving his own cultivation. He suddenly felt a vibration of the underground spiritual veins, and he rose and flew out of the cave. Chaos reigned on Behu Mountain. The thousand flowers, thousand illusions formation that had once enveloped the mountain was actually, slowly disappearing. A third-tier, exotic spiritual crane was parading its might above the One Clan's territory. It flung its feathers, sending white feathers raining down from the sky, transforming into razor-sharp flying swords that decapitated the One Clan cultivators who attempted to slay the demon. A fake Dan cultivator hovered beside the third-tier crane. Muwanlin, how dare you betray your family? A One Clan fake Dan cultivator's eyes flashed crimson as he gazed at Muwanlin, who had aided and abetted the evil. He was encased in a third-tier defensive spell, the 9-Fire Flame Dragon Shield. With a furious roar, a pitch-black magical artifact, the Hunan Stone, rapidly transformed into a small mountain, bearing down on Muwanlin. Muwanlin? Is he the fake Dan elder of Muwanking's lineage? He's actually betrayed his family. Fang Xing, searching Muwanlong's memories for the relevant information, was speechless. Where's Muwanking? Did he surrender or die? How is he supposed to be guarding the formation's central token? He soared high above the clan territory, a look of displeasure on his face. The myriad flowers and illusions formation was once a fourth-tier formation. Even with its weakening, it was still near fourth tier. It was too much for a mere third-tier spirit crane to destroy. Someone must have taken the formation's central controlled token, originally kept by Muwanlong, but later passed to Muwanlu with the title of Patriarch. Now that Muwanlu was leaving to reclaim land, he naturally handed the token to Muwanking, who now held the helm of the clan. Cry, a hint of amusement flashed in the crane's eyes, its pure white feathers and crimson crown. Its long, pointed beak resembled a flying sword, its movements evoking the sharpness of a giant and level sword cultivator. With wings spread wide, it flew at astonishing speed, reaching Muwanlin. With a single peck of its beak, the mountain-sized Hunan Stone magical weapon was pierced by a flash of white light. A third-grade, superior-grade demonic beast, the former fake Dan elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and filled with fear. The Mu family, facing such a third-grade, superior-grade demonic beast, could very well be annihilated. This fake Dan cultivator, relying on his family for even a single low-grade magical weapon, was naturally vulnerable to third-grade, superior-grade, exotic spiritual crane. Swish! A stream of white feathers, like flying swords, slashed the 9 fire dragons one by one. The fake Dan true person was watching in horror as his own vital essence shield shattered when a pitch-black shield suddenly materialized before him, blocking every incoming attack from the crane feather swords. So, Muwanlin, you betrayed the family, harmed Muwanking, and even activated the family formation, inviting thieves in. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, his hair and beard billowing like an angry lion. Muwanlin sneered, so what? Muwanking stole my opportunity back then, allowing him to condense his true pill, and you, old man, even added fuel to the fire. Today, I'm telling you, Muwanlin and the others are doomed. Now, we just have to wait for the formation to completely dissipate. The cultivators from the White Crane sect, the Zhang family, the Wang family, and the Heisha gang will immediately come in and destroy the Mu family. His earlier invitation to Muwanking for drinks and fun was naturally a cover. He even brought in the White Crane sect's top-grade, third-tier spirit crane early on to plot against Muwanking. As spirit beasts, exotic spirit cranes can be carried in special spirit beast bags, making their movements more discreet and their strength immense. Muwanking was caught off guard and attacked, unable to resist. He was killed in one blow, and his formation token was also stolen. You're Langmi, sure. But you're also a Mu family member. No, if I destroy the Mu family, how can I find a fourth-tier cave dwelling? Fang Xing muttered inwardly, a perverse blush spreading across his face. It seems, you're quite resentful of me for giving the giant in to Wanqing instead of you. With such a mentality, it's no wonder you can only condense a fake elixir, old bastard. Muwanlin's eyes immediately turned red. You're a seriously injured and dying old fellow. Crane Lord, send him on his way. The next moment, Fang Xing's mana surged violently. From the early Jinden stage, he instantly broke through to the middle Jinden stage. It even continued to climb, eventually breaking through to the late Jinden stage. The overwhelming surge of mana caused the alien cranes to step back, their eyes etched with a look of anthropomorphic fear. Late Jinden, Muwanlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You're clearly seriously injured. Even before you were injured, you were only in the middle Jinden stage. Today, I'm using a forbidden technique to suppress my injuries and break through. I'll fight for our family to the bitter end. Fang Xing spoke righteously, his words filled with a tragic and heroic aura. Patriarch, below, many of the Mu family elders wept. In their eyes, the former patriarch had made great contributions to the family. Though he had grown dim-witted and cowardly in his old age, yet, in the face of the family's survival, he had risked his life to fight the enemy. It could be said that he had completely washed away all the stains of his past, leaving only a radiant brilliance. After all, the previous patriarch had long been seriously injured and unable to recover. Now, he had rashly used a forbidden technique to boost his cultivation and suppress his injuries. He was afraid that after the forbidden technique ended, he would be dead. Go! Fang Xing ignored all this and unearthed Mu Wanlong's commonly used magical weapon, the Fire Dragon Staff. He poured his late giant stage mana into it, causing it to burst into a brilliant crimson glow. Amidst the flames, a dragon's roar echoed. A fire dragon emerged, and at its center lay a crimson wooden staff. The staff, carved into the shape of a fire dragon, seemed to come alive, transforming into a powerful, 10-foot-long flaming dragon, engaging the third grade, superior Crane Lord. Upon witnessing this, Mu Wanlin's face paled, and he transformed into a streak of light, soaring away from Behu Mountain. Crane Lord was not his spiritual pet after all, he could only request, not command, and certainly not risk serious injury to protect him. Damn it! Who could have imagined the former patriarch could still perform forbidden techniques? No, I can't die. As long as I can survive the moment the forbidden technique activates and reunite with the White Crane sect cultivators from outside, I'll definitely be able to. Mu Wanlin's eyes were bloodshot when he saw a flash of fire ahead. Mu Wanlong's flight was incredibly awe-inspiring, intercepting him directly. Those who betray the family will be executed. Fang Xing's expression was icy, a golden, third-tier talisman emerging in his hand. He was not Mu Wanlong after all. Using his magic weapon was fine, but attempting to perform any unique spells would be asking for trouble. Fortunately, in the world of immortal cultivation, there were still high-tier talismans. This golden, third-tier 100 refinements golden blade talisman, a gift from an unfortunate giant and cultivator who had died at his hands, was quite powerful. Infusing the talisman with the mana of a late giant in stage, a flash of golden blade light passed through Mu Wanlin's neck with lightning speed. His defensive magic weapon and fake elixir essence were completely powerless. A streak of blood formed on his neck, and his body fell from midair. A late giant and cultivator could easily slay an early or mid-giant and cultivator, let alone a fake elixir cultivator. Meanwhile, the fire dragon continued its fierce battle with Hizun. Hizun saw the flash of light in Fang Xing's hand, and when he withdrew the formation token he had seized from Mu Wanlin, he was instantly terrified. He spread his wings, and a gust of azure wind emerged, forcing the fire dragon back. With incredible agility, he soared into the sky like a crane's cry. But the next moment, the surrounding world had transformed, and countless petals danced, the myriad flowers and illusions formation. This clan-stabilizing formation is naturally easy to activate but difficult to deactivate. Even with Mu Wanlin's central token, he could only slowly deactivate the formation's power. But in Fang Xing's hands, it could rapidly restore its power. Petals fell one after another, like a shimmering colorful cage, trapping the third-level spiritual crane. Not good. Looking at the formation on Behu Mountain reactivating, the miserable crane cry came to their ears. Several giant and cultivators who were hiding outside the mountain looked at each other and saw their own uneasiness. Today's update is late. Chapter 268 Sealing the Mountain. The Thousand Flowers Thousand Illusions formation. How could this happen? A giant and true person, enveloped in white light, gazed at the cloud of petals that had once again enveloped Behu Mountain, his eyes filled with wonder. The formation had clearly been stagnating. How could it suddenly regain its power? Oh no! Crane Lord, the giant and true person panicked. He was the second Grand Elder of the White Crane sect, a mid-stage giant and cultivator, known as Flying Crane True Person. He naturally knew the importance of that third grade, superior Crane Lord in the Grand Elder's heart. If Mu Wanling's forces hadn't been so formidable, requiring the Grand Elder's personal intervention, he wouldn't have sent Crane Lord to infiltrate Behu Mountain. But now, Crane Lord seemed to have failed. Just as Flying Crane True Person hesitated, the sky's petals dispersed, revealing a path paved with multicolored flowers. An elderly man with a sallow face and white hair, holding a crane head in his hand, stood proudly above the multicolored floral path. Mu Wanlong, Master Fi was startled. Late Jinden stage? How is that possible, White Crane sect? You dared to secretly send a spirit crane to infiltrate our Mu family and kill our Jinden elder. Our Mu family will publicize this, Fang Xing snorted coldly. Cultivators who mingle within the righteous path always maintain a reputation. Therefore, any Jinden cultivator who arrives must remain secretive, even if their identities are guessed, they must not admit it. After the Mu family's demise, only demonic cultivators or robbery cultivators could destroy them. The White Crane sect had only reluctantly taken over the Mu family's assets. Of course, now that things had gone awry. This third grade, superior grade, alien spirit crane was the ultimate evidence, and the White Crane sect had no choice but to confront it. Even if the Kyankan Dao secretly supported the White Crane sect, they would have to give the Mu family an explanation for such a thing. Master Fi said nothing more. Now, the White Crane sect and the Mu family were locked in a mortal conflict. Unless he led his men into the formation immediately, crushing Mu Wanlong to dust and destroying all evidence, anything else would be superfluous. But, he was only a mid-stage Jinden cultivator, even the highest among the nearby Jinden true immortals. Across from him lay the former lair of a nascent soul family, guarded by a quasi-fourth-tier formation and presided over by a late-stage Jinden cultivator. Regardless of where this late-stage Jinden cultivator came from, even a Jinden master of Hankazi's caliber wouldn't dare charge into the Mu family's formation. Under these circumstances, only the Grand Elder, along with the family ancestors, and with the aid of the fourth-tier meridian-breaking pearl, can possibly defeat him. The key is that those great cultivators in the late Jinden stage have already ambushed Mu Wanlu. I originally thought there was an insider here, with his ananas, that defeating Mu Wanking, a mere Jinden true person, was a sure thing. I didn't expect this severely injured Mu Wanlong to be playing the pig and eating the tiger. Fei He true person was extremely unwilling to give in, and finally waved his hand. Let's go. He retreated first. He needed to return to the sect and prepare many matters. For example, the Mu family's appeal. Jin Kun Dao's 5 Elements son had to come up with a plan. Jin Kun Dao's 5 Elements son was a recently selected nascent soul seed, a half-step Jinden cultivator. After Han Yuanzi's fall, he was considered the hope of the next generation. Of course, nascent soul sects like the 10 great sects of good and evil wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. Besides the nascent soul seed, they had backup options. While 5 Elements son was slightly inferior to Han Yuanzi, he was still a viable option for the time being. The demonic sect had also selected new nascent soul seeds. However, their vitality was inevitably severely damaged, and lacking nascent soul condensation spiritual objects, relying solely on their limited sect heritage wasn't entirely secure. Hence, this grand battle of reclamation. True man Fei He vanished in a stream of light. The other Jinden true man exchanged glances and retreated. Elder, upon seeing this, the fake Dan true man who had initially attacked Mu Wanlun soared into the air, helplessly asking, just let them go like this, ahem. Fang Xing suddenly coughed, wiping his handkerchief, leaving a bloody stain. I've been forcing forbidden techniques to suppress my injuries and elevate my realm. Now I'm at the end of my rope. It's fine if I don't fight, but if I do, I'm afraid I'll die. In reality, he didn't want to be the Mu family's thug, so he just wanted to show his worth, to drive away their enemies. Elder, you're the family's pillar of support now. What should I do? The fake Dan true man looked terrified. Ahem. Once hang, Fang Xing coughed again, his breath rapidly fading. Now that one king is dead, the family has suffered heavy losses. Everything is now in your hands. The Mu family needs to do 3 things. Please give your orders, Elder. Mu Wanshang's eyes were firm. He was a cultivator whose loyalty to the Mu family had been proven through great adversity. First, notify the head of the family immediately. It may be too late, but we must attempt to reunite them. Fang Xing counted on his second finger. Second, inform the sect leader. This dead crane is the perfect proof. Third, the Mu family will close the mountain. Close the mountain. Mu Wanshang was stunned, muttering, has it come to this? Although the Mu family had declined, it still maintained the prestige of a premier Jinden family. In the outside world, there were still many shops, medicinal herb gardens, and mines. Even some Jinden aristocratic families, when seeking profit, always called on the Mu family. They were considered the boss of the circle, and even if they declined, they were still second or third in command. But closing the mountain was completely different. It meant completely abandoning all external interests and clinging solely to the ancestral land of Beihu Mountain. This was undoubtedly a painful undertaking. Beihu Mountain's resources simply couldn't support so many family cultivators. Either they had to lay off most of them, or use up the family's wealth. If this continued for less than 100 years, the Mu family would surely decline. Unless, during the closure, a divine opportunity arose to cultivate a new giant and true person, but this was practically impossible. Most of the immortal cultivation forces that chose to close the mountain were simply drinking poison to quench their thirst, leading to slow death. Those who rose from the ashes were rare cases, rarely seen in 1,000 years, and thus their stories spread far and wide. Of course, for Fang Xing, a slow demise of the Mu family was definitely the best option. He only needed to occupy the fourth-tier cave abode, everything else was the Mu family's interests, not his own. Naturally, he could abandon them without hesitation. This wasn't just a heroic act of self-sacrifice, it was the entire body being chopped off, leaving only the head. This decision still needs to wait for the patriarch's return. But temporarily closing the mountain and unleashing the full might of the mountain protection formation is feasible, Mu Wansheng said. Leave it to the elders. Currently, Mu Wanlong was the only remaining giant Henren in the Mu family's main mountain. Furthermore, he was the previous patriarch. Although he had some taints of cowardice during his later years, his bravery today was enough to prove everything. Wansheng. I used a forbidden technique today, exacerbating my previously unhealed injuries. I can't hold out for even a moment. I must return to my deathly retreat. The family is now in your care. Fang Xing waved his hand, transformed into a stream of light, and flew back to his cave abode. Before departing, he tossed the formation token to Mu Wansheng and took the inner core of the spirit crane with him. This was a top-grade, third-grade demon beast inner core, worth a considerable amount of spirit stones, in the cave abode. A flash of light flashed, and Fang Xing's figure emerged. He toyed with a white inner elixir in his hand, suddenly lost in thought. After today's battle, Mu Wanlong must enter a death retreat, one that could pass away at any moment. No one should bother me anymore, right? Besides, today's outbreak has compounded the damage, and the soul lamp must be even dimmer. He had no intention of attacking the Mu family ancestral hall. After all, it was heavily restricted and presented many more challenges. The simplest solution is to torture Mu Wanlong further, aggravating his injuries. Fang Xing formed a hand gesture, unleashing his earth disappearing technique, and arrived at a secret chamber beneath the cave. Strange, black-robed, masked figures stood in various corners of the chamber, guarding an unconscious old man within. They were none other than the 5 chaos demons and the real Mu Wanlong. Torture him some more, but don't let him die. This will truly test my skills, Fang Xing muttered. A few days later, Mu Wansheng stood in the ancestral hall, beside the patriarch's throne, a look of utter despair on his face. The Mu family had already dispatched many cultivators to participate in the land reclamation war. Of course, many elite members remained, even several fake Danzhenren. But after Mu Wanlong's betrayal that night, not only did Mu Wanking perish, but several fake Danzhenren were also devoured by the third-rank superior spiritual crane, suffering horrific deaths. Now, he was the only fake Danzhenren left in the family, and as a last resort, they had to promote late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to the ancestral hall to discuss matters. The head of the family, Mu Wansheng's voice was dry, as if dead, yet he was still grasping at a last glimmer of hope. The Long family replied, saying they discovered the remains of the White Jade Palace near Xian'an Mountain. There's no news from the head of the family and others. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes flashed red. After all, they were from the same family. His grandfather was in this expedition. What a cruel white crane sect, Mu Wansheng cursed, and then a Foundation establishment cultivator entered, holding a letter talisman. Hazkayankan Deo replied. Mu Wansheng took it in a hurry, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and immediately started cursing, shameless. The most shameless. What crane controlling token was stolen? This flat-haired beast, isn't it the natal spirit pet of the white crane sect's grand elder? Since when? Natal spirit pets are controlled by life tokens. Kyankan Deo's response was simply blatant favoritism. The White Crane sect gave an excuse, and Kyankan Deo immediately believed it. This kind of cooperation made Mu Wansheng's heart cold. The Mu family is finished. This time, I'm afraid we have to close the mountain, Now he doesn't even dare to leave the area of Behu Mountain, for fear of dying suddenly. Forget it. Pass the order. My Mew family will close the mountain for 100 years. Mew Wansang gritted his teeth and made a decision. Although in this way, even if we completely give up the outside world and no longer have the power of the Jinden family. But after all, we can preserve the family, even if it is only for 100 years. 2 updates today. Chapter 269 Arrest. The main universe. Dragon Star. The 8-armed dragon beast mecha stretched across space, making the planet resemble a Dragon Ball in the claws of a dragon. Fang Xing's immortal clone, dressed in a black windbreaker, sunglasses, and a mask, walked into a black market shop. A gold brick was dropped onto the table with a dull thud. Give me 3 communicators, he spoke calmly, his voice low. If he wanted to commit evil, he couldn't use his true identity, so this immortal clone would be very useful. Semi-holographic glasses, the latest product, bearer account. The owner behind the counter took the gold brick and pushed out 3 boxes, smiling broadly. Are you satisfied? Fang Xing opened the box and briefly examined it with his spiritual sense. Not bad. He took the communicator and immediately left the black market. Boss, a young man, who looked only 13 or 14, poked his head out from behind the counter. Is this the first time I've seen you so polite to a customer? Damn it. If you were a professional at the 7th realm or above, I'd be just as polite to you. The counter owner cursed and removed a contact lens. That scared the hell out of me. This detector's readings are off the charts. I suspect you might be more than the 7th realm, 8th realm professional. The young man stuck out his tongue. It seems there's only one such important figure on our evil dragon planet, right? Could it be a martial saint who controls an 8-armed evil dragon beast? The counter owner pondered for a moment, then made a quick decision. How is that possible? It must be a black warrior. Let's pack up now. Let's go on an interstellar trip and hide. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. There are a lot of smart people in this world, dozens of miles away. Fang Xing touched his brow and retracted the spiritual sense that had been monitoring the other person. With the help of his Wanfa Yuanying, his spiritual sense had an astonishing range of around 100 miles. He randomly rented an apartment, walked in, and donned a glasses-like communicator. Soon, he was in a virtual world, a flood of titles streaming down his screen like a waterfall. Enter the game. Robotron. This was a mecha game developed and tested by the Federation. Its slogan, everyone can become a pilot, fulfilled the mecha dreams of some. Fang Xing suspected there might be tasks for testing mechas and even selecting mecha prodigies. Even if the virtual universe could only simulate mechas of the 6th realm, for ordinary people who aren't even 4th realm professionals, it was more than enough to enjoy and showcase their talents. Fang Xing chose a mecha resembling the Iron Black Bear and expertly entered the matchmaking process. He chose multiplayer team mode and immediately started matching with friends. Soon, a 3 of hearts avatar lit up, indicating that this friend was online. This game account, of course, was created by Fang Xing's immortal clone using a fake identity, and he immediately initiated contact. Hello, 5 of diamonds, playing games again today. A spider-like robot entered the preparation hall and casually chatted with him like an ordinary netizen. Yes. I recently cultivated a beautiful flower in my garden. I'll show it to you someday, Fang Xing spoke in a serious tone. He and the 3 of hearts were communicating in code. Furthermore, Fang Xing hinted at a valuable item, which he would entrust to the 3 of hearts for safekeeping. The important item he was preparing was, of course, the tablet of creation. This was strong evidence of the creator's existence. Of course, getting it into the hands of the Federation without anyone noticing would be somewhat difficult. But such difficulties were nothing to the head of a school. Both the tablet of creation and the 3 of hearts from the creator sect can be sold this time. Alice, if it weren't for the impending danger, I'd have liked to keep raising fish for a while longer. Fang Xing was ready to sell the creator sect. And he was going to have his own men do the selling. After all, among his disciples were quite a few spies from the Federation, even from different intelligence agencies, none of whom he knew. This time, let's give it to the Prevention and Treatment Bureau. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Fang Xing exited the mecha battle arena and entered a martial arts-themed ancient game. He arrived at an ancient city, found the city gate officer, and took out a few gold and copper coins. I want to publish a notice. Yes, the city gate officer smiled ingratiatingly. Although he was just an intelligent NPC, he looked almost real. Soon, A notice appeared on the notice board at the city gate, saying, "A high price is paid for the blue copy of the Cheyenne Longheart Sutra." Numerous players glanced at it and shook their heads. The Cheyenne Longheart Sutra is a high-end product, and the blue copy is elite quality. You'd be foolish to sell it to you for 1,000 gold. Soon, among these players, a swordsman, clutching a sheathed longsword and wearing a conical hat, stared silently at the notice board. Escort, a disciple, he secretly read the coded text within the notice, then went on to complete a few more dungeons before logging off. Blue Star. In an apartment, a holographic virtual cabin opened, and a fat otaku crawled out. He was pale and plump, with a lot of fat hanging from his chest, making him look like a fat white crab. "I'm dying. That sect leader actually asked me to escort and monitor the Three of Hearts. Tisk, tisk, I didn't know this disciple was sent by the creator." "Creator, you're so arrogant." The fat otaku put on his glasses, a shrewd look flashing across his face. He immediately took out his communicator and dialed an encrypted number. "The General Administration of Prevention and Control? I want to report. I have a major meritorious service clue about that sect leader. At least give me a high-level merit." Right. After some bargaining, he contentedly reclined in the liquid metal mechanical chair. Behind him, countless streams of metallic water, like living creatures, lifted every inch of his back, effortlessly, even functioning as a massage. Hoo-hoo. This is such a treat, Alice, as one of the disciples, having to capture my own leader. It pains me too, Master. When will you reveal your true form and let me complete my mission? Then I can truly indulge in a life of luxury without any worries. Whitebird Planet. Galaxy Island. 1 or 2, they're all cunning. Fang Xing's original form had been meticulously crafting an alibi. At this moment, he was plucking a spiritual herb from the experimental field and entering a nearby laboratory. "Boss," several researchers in white coats immediately came over to greet him. "Well, today we're experimenting with a special material." Fang Xing looked at the 2 or 3 cats and kittens in the lab, a smile spreading across his face. On Whitebird Planet, 2-legged frogs were hard to find, but 2-legged doctoral students were plentiful. Especially in materials science, all it took was following a set process, conducting numerous experiments, and exhaustive research. If it weren't so expensive, Fang Xing could even buy a true research robot to do the work for him. "Yes, I understand." The bald, middle-aged researcher leading the group pushed his glasses. "Rest assured, Mr. Fang, we will use this mutant material with extreme caution and find the most suitable inhibitor." He was originally just an ordinary laboratory researcher on Whitebird Star, poached by Fang Xing at a high price. After arriving, he found his new boss quite rewarding. At least, the salary was high. As for these material experiments, they were also going very smoothly. While the previous ones had less pronounced effects in inhibiting the growth of the evil god's followers, they had also shown some effectiveness. He was confident that he would soon discover a new material. This was research that would shock the Academy of Sciences. Blue Star. Inside the underground bar. The slab of creation. In the private room, countless blood stains the walls red. The Three of Hearts retracted her mechanical spider legs one by one onto her back, her thick eyeshadow gleaming with a mysterious purple glow. "The sect master has truly given me a surprise." She was so overly excited that she even killed the customer. However, after obtaining the Genesis tablet, the Three of Hearts had already planned to abandon this identity, so revealing a little bit beforehand was not a big deal. The Genesis tablet must be the condensation of a fallen true god, containing the ultimate secrets of the world. Moreover, it involves our Lord, which will surely elevate the sect's teachings to a higher level. The Three of Hearts' eyes gleamed, and she vanished into the shadows. Half an hour later, at a locker counter in the Blue Star Cheyenne Mall, dressed like a high school girl, the Three of Hearts casually approached and entered a password. Click. The locker opened, revealing a black package. "It's genuine." The moment she saw the package, the Three of Hearts' eyes suddenly lit up, her intuition telling her that this was the real deal. Move. In the next instant, countless undercover field agents received the order. Boom. A light curtain appeared, sealing off the Cheyenne Mall from both inside and outside. From the sky above, countless orbital weapons were aimed at the area. Inside the main control room at the rear of the Prevention and Control Bureau, chaos reigned. What's going on? Isn't this our Prevention and Control Bureau's arrest operation? Why are the Public Security Bureau people there too? Damn it, the intelligence is leaked. Immediately dispatch the mecha squad and bring the man back. We can't let other departments reap the spoils. Guyun, clutching a cup of tea, flinched at the sound of her boss's furious roar from the office. Xiaogu, clear out interrogation room A246. It's getting serious, a colleague nearby relayed the order. Okay, Guyun expressionlessly went downstairs to prepare. But soon, she heard what sounded like an explosion at the main entrance to the Prevention and Control Bureau. What happened? Guyun was surprised. Nothing. Just some departments trying to snatch people away, an old senior said nonchalantly. There are so many departments in the Federation, and many of them have overlapping responsibilities, and then, I understand. Guyun nodded and continued to sort through the materials, but her eyes were a little deep. The sect. It was the one that caused the moon goddess incident last time, and it hasn't been destroyed yet. The thought of this made her heart murderous. Update later today. Chapter 270 Dinghei Shenzhen. Dragon Star. Inside the public housing. Fang Xing finished his game and took off his holographic glasses, feeling rather speechless. I clearly only hinted at the traitors from the Prevention Bureau. Why did so many of them pop up in the end? In the game, with the help of disciples like Sunny, he had gained a general understanding of what was happening on Blue Star. Basically, Red Heart 3 had been tricked by many people. Fang Xing thought about it and saw several possibilities. Either that traitor from the Prevention Bureau had been bribed by another faction recently, or Red Heart 3 was surrounded by spies. As expected of the Federation, they're truly pervasive. Fortunately, no matter how many factions intervene in the end, my mission is accomplished. As long as the Genesis Slate and the sect to which Red Heart 3 belonged were exposed, the existence of the Creator would cease to be debated. Perhaps there would still be debate, but at least there was strong evidence proving the Creator's existence. Beyond the 12 realms, there were even more terrifying realms. While this might not be a good thing for the Blue Star Federation, it was better to be prepared than not. With luck, perhaps the conspiracy behind the Three of Hearts can be exposed, then I won't have to worry about it. Fang Xing sighed, his figure instantly vanishing. His immortal clone was essentially non-existent to the Blue Star Federation. Finding him would naturally be incredibly difficult. Moreover, he was only out to do some dirty work before returning to the Immortal Realm. A few days later. In the Immortal Realm, Beho Mountain. A fourth-tier cave dwelling was thick with spiritual energy. Fang Xing, dressed in a green robe, entered the alchemy room. He examined the furnace's heat and the earth vein spirit fire burning below, nodding slightly. This furnace of 5 cloud pills is perfectly nurtured. It should yield 5 genuine pills, while the earth vein fire here was only 3rd tier, not as powerful as the soul-devouring demonic fire. This gentle, continuous spirit fire was naturally more beneficial for alchemy. While the soul-devouring demonic fire was powerful in combat, it wasn't a particularly suitable fire for alchemy. Fang Xing, now considered a top-tier 3rd-rank alchemist, had a clear opinion on this. This place has excellent spiritual veins, capable of supporting me all the way to the late Jinden stage, even the nascent soul stage. As for the nascent soul stage itself, he'd naturally just run away. After all, Fang Xing never considered himself a true head of the Mu family. He left the alchemy room and went to the animal pen. He saw a large, earthy brown rat slumped on the ground, snoring soundly, cradling a half-eaten 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. This 3rd-rank treasure-hunting rat had performed great service in the Linlang Blessed Land, and Fang Xing treated it well. Not only did he bestow the 1,000-year-old elixir, he also gave it some of his own leftover Ganoderma lucidum pills. This elixir, used by Jinden cultivators to boost their mana, was also highly effective against 3rd-rank demonic beasts. The treasure-hunting rat's demonic power had already reached the mid-rank of the 3rd rank. Fang Xing was thinking that once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would need even more natural resources and treasures. The treasure-hunting rat would be a significant aid, so he couldn't give it up. Whether he could advance to the 4th stage depended on his luck. Although rodent-like spirit beasts have a relatively short lifespan, they grow very quickly. Fang Xing was now quite experienced in the use of elixirs for cultivation. Most mana-enhancing elixirs suitable for human cultivators could also be used by demonic beasts of the same rank. This was because demonic beasts were physically powerful and even had strong resistance to poisons. However, elixirs suitable for demonic beasts might not be suitable for human cultivators. Their bodies couldn't handle them. There shouldn't be many spiritual objects suitable for a nascent soul true lord to increase his mana in the cultivated wasteland. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a single late nascent soul great true lord in all these years. In the uncultivated wasteland, however, there are quite a few fourth-order transformed demons. There should be many fourth-order natural treasures. Someday, when I condense my nascent soul, I won't have to immediately go to the vast sea cultivation realm. If I can make it in time, I might try my hand at a war to open up new wasteland. Fang Xing remained confident in his own abilities. Currently, with his fake nascent soul and 2 spiritual treasures, he could rival an early nascent soul cultivator. Once his own nascent soul condenses, he'll have the mana of 2 early nascent soul cultivators. Add to that the renowned killing power of the nascent soul sword lord. His combat power would likely be inferior to that of Chu Kuang-tu, a mid-nascent soul cultivator. An average early nascent soul cultivator would be no match for him. Even Chu Kuang-tu might not be able to withstand a siege from him in his original form. If there weren't a 5th-tier demon beast slumbering in the depths of the great wilderness, the best plan would have been for me, relying on the great sun Tathagata palm, to charge into the wilderness and slaughter it with abandon, Fang Xing lamented. However, a 5th-tier demon beast was practically the equivalent of a martial god, not something Fang Xing could challenge today. Furthermore, his great sun Tathagata palm consumed the great sun's divine energy, which wasn't infinite. He only had 2 power banks, the Baksha purification and the creation slate. The fragment of the creation slate he had previously discarded had, of course, been completely drained of its divine energy, leaving it as waste. However, the information contained within was still extremely valuable and could be passed on to scientists from the Federation for study. After touring the cave, Fang Xing arrived at the main entrance. Sure enough, a series of sound transmission notes were scattered like headless flies, blocked by the formation. He picked one up at random and found it was from a Foundation establishment cultivator from Mu Wanlong's faction, writing some nonsensical greetings. There were also several notes from Mu Wanshang, describing family governance. As expected, Qian Kandao has become biased. Mu Wanshang has no choice but to close the mountain. Close the mountain. This wasn't just a casual remark. Once the immortal cultivation forces sealed the mountain gates, even the Qian Kandao's envoys would be kept out. Simply put, it meant severing all contact with the outside world. Without contact, there was no way to connect with the outside world's interests, making it difficult to preserve what the Mu family had left behind. You want both, of course, according to the unspoken rules of the righteous path. Once the Mu family chose to close the mountain and sever ties with the outside world, Qian Kandao couldn't summon them or issue any orders. After all, the Mu family had already given up everything, retaining only a small portion of their ancestral land. The patriarch, along with several Jindan and Jidan cultivators, had died on the road to reclaim the wasteland. Even though we hadn't even started the campaign, we still died along the way. And there wasn't even any compensation, Fang Xing sighed. If he were the Qian Kandao master, he would at least reward them with a Jindan, Jijin, elixir. However, Qian Kandao did have an excuse for doing so. Because Mu Wanlong and his companions were suspected of being attacked by robber cultivators or demon cultivators, at least they didn't die at the hands of monsters. So they didn't die in battle, so it's not considered an industrial accident. The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder chose to attack before the enemy reached the front lines, perhaps with similar considerations. Once Mu Wanlong and his companions have joined the Reclamation Corps, they will be part of the cultivator army affiliated with the Qian Kandao. Attacking them would be tantamount to provoking the Qian Kandao. They truly work in perfect harmony, colluding like a traitor. As for not providing compensation, losing public support, in the world of immortal cultivation, such great power belongs to its own realm, and public opinion is worthless, as long as the Qian Kandao is willing to reward them with the opportunity to achieve the core formation stage. This reclamation war will still attract a large number of cultivators. Besides, the Mu family, relying on their status as the foremost family in the core formation stage, must have had a strained relationship with the Qian Kandao. This is revenge. As an outsider, Fang Xing, with the advantage of first-hand intelligence, had a clear understanding of the situations of these families. Now, the Qian Kandao can't openly attack the Mu family again. The Bei sect hates the Mu family to death, but it's also difficult to attack the myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation. After all, I'm still alive, with a giant and true master presiding over this. An quasi-fourth tier formation connected to the spiritual veins, it's like a tortoise shell. Without internal and external support, even a unifying true lord would have a difficult time. Even the base sect is powerless. They can only invite several late giant and cultivators to form a large army, constantly wearing down the enemy with the power of the battle formation, and then use third-tier forbidden-breaking talismans and high-level meridian-breaking beads. But this would inevitably be a long and arduous process. Even a fool could see that this wasn't some demonic cultivator tribulation, but a great war among the immortal cultivators. Especially during the preparations for the Wasteland Reclamation War, the Kyankan Dao would be humiliated. Therefore, it was impossible. The only thing left is to coordinate internal and external forces, but this strategy can only be used once. Muonlin's line has been purged, and the Mu family has sealed off its mountain, isolating itself from the outside. There's nothing else we can do. The only hope is to endure. Endure until I, the Mu family's sole giant and true person, die? A fake giant and true person presiding over a quasi-fourth level formation will ultimately be overwhelmed, making it easy for an intruder to exploit a flaw. As long as Muon Long, the giant and true person who once unleashed the power of a late giant, survived, the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder would never dare attack the Mu family. Otherwise, according to the cultivator's mindset, Muon Long would absolutely drag the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder down with him. Fang Xing rubbed his chin with amusement. Unknowingly, I've become the core of the struggle between the White Crane Sect and the Mu family? The safety of the entire Mu family depends on me, an outsider? How ridiculous. Well, consider it the rent I pay for the use of my fourth-level cave residence. He felt a little sorry for the White Crane Sect. Everyone in the White Crane Sect believed that the Mu family's ancestor had used forbidden techniques to forcibly elevate his cultivation, and that his end was nigh. But in reality, he still had at least another 450 years to live. Once he formed his infant form, that would be nearly 1,000 years. Even the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder had passed away, but he hadn't. Then just bear it slowly. I like it best. Fang Xing smiled faintly, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a sound transmission talisman. He tossed it to Muon Sang, the fake Danxianrun. He was now temporarily acting as the head of the family. After all, he was the tallest among the short men, and the next person to pass away would only be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Fang Xing sent him a sound transmission talisman. The content wasn't important. What mattered was that he hadn't passed away yet, that he was still in good condition, and that he could live a few more years. In this situation, as long as Muon Long hadn't passed away, he was the Mu family's pillar of support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Success. Years later. On Whitebird Planet, Galaxy Island. Inside the laboratory. Formula 8961, Experiment A30, begin. A balding middle-aged man in a white lab coat excitedly gazed at the glass of the biochemical laboratory. Within the specialized glass chamber lay a ferocious-looking, crimson mecha. It resembled the hide of an animal stripped bare, leaving only crimson muscle and fascia. Purple-black lines twisted and wriggled within the flesh, like the writhing of a snake or python. Above the flesh lay patches of dark red steel decking. Ouch! A chimpanzee was brought into the laboratory, and various protective shields suddenly opened. Snap! Snap! The crimson mecha, as if finding a delicious meal, instantly expanded, devouring the chimpanzee like a monstrous beast with its bloody maw gaping. Snap! Snap! Countless flesh and blood sprouted from the chimpanzee's surface, making it look like it was clad in a coat of blood-red armor. Ouch! The chimpanzee pounded his chest, suddenly slamming his fist down on the glass. Crack! The specially crafted glass, impenetrable even to a sixth realm warrior, remained unharmed. Instead, the nearby punch tester displayed a string of numbers. Explosive power. S level. Meets the mecha's original design requirements. Well, continue testing. The middle-aged, bald researcher glanced at the boss next to him and continued issuing orders. Fang Xing folded his arms, gazing coldly into the laboratory. The hatch opened, and one mechanical hound after another was released. These were specially purchased combat robots, each capable of rivaling a fourth-realm professional. Their combined power was even greater. Woof woof, the mechanical hound's eyes crimson as they pounced like wolves devouring a tiger. Two of them bit directly into the mecha ape's arms, like two pendants, crippling its hands. And then, one mechanical hound after another pounced, surprisingly tactical, even with a hint of boxing in their every move. A-level martial arts, dog fist, Fang Xing nodded. Technology is advancing so rapidly. Today's 4th level robots can all carry the corresponding martial arts. Well, this was, of course, a credit to the Federal Holographic Universe Corporation. Being able to simulate martial arts realms within the holographic universe, pairing them with robots is no problem. It's said that robots comparable to 5th level warriors have already appeared and are now in mass production, significantly reducing the casualties of frontline warriors. Even 6th level martial arts golden core robots are under development. This is the change brought about by human technological advancement. It's incredibly rapid. Perhaps in just a dozen or even several years, human society will undergo earth-shattering changes. Bang! 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 Even as Fang Xing was daydreaming, the battle in the laboratory drew to a close. The mecha gorilla swung its hand, snatched up the last mechanical dog, and exerted force with both hands. Crack! The mechanical dog's head fell off, its steel spine still attached, and a large amount of engine oil. Ouch! The mecha gorilla dropped the carcass of the mechanical dog and pounded its chest, as if protesting against the despicable humans outside. Not bad, you're quite spirited, Fang Xing praised him. Detach the mecha. Yes, the bald middle-aged man immediately gave the command. Crack! The crimson armor instantly detached from the mecha gorilla, curling up into a crimson ball of flesh. Its surface coated in a layer of liquid metal. Without its armor, the chimpanzee shrank emaciated, its spirit weakened, and it collapsed. Its eyes gleamed with madness, and its large hands kept rising, as if trying to merge further with the blood-red armor. Experimental subject, survival, blood draw immediately. I want to see the data immediately, the bald middle-aged man roared. Soon, needles were inserted into the battered chimpanzee's body, and a flood of data emerged. Corrosion rate 0.02%. Below the safety limit. Success, the bald middle-aged researcher shouted excitedly. All the researchers immediately applauded, smiling at Fang Xing. They knew who the real boss was, and without the specialized materials provided, developing a new inhibitor wouldn't have been so easy. In previous experiments, the original gorillas couldn't resist the corrosion, fusing directly with the biomechas and transforming into the evil god's followers. This time, it was only slightly contaminated, and the emaciated and battered appearance was the common price to pay. Where's the psychiatric analysis report? Fang Xing gazed at the chimpanzee, feeling inexplicably insane. Obviously, its psychiatric score must be very low. After all, the biomechas are primarily used by powerful martial artists. Only a sufficiently strong martial will can offset the mental contamination of the original evil god organization, but our research is the inhibitor. The inhibitor. Confirming that the inhibitor armor effectively prevented the evil god's followers from multiplying is sufficient. This experiment is a resounding success, the bald middle-aged man beamed with excitement. In fact, the previous experiments had yielded extremely good results. Very good, Dr. Wang. I'll definitely do what I promised you. First, a bonus of 1 year's salary each. Then, authorship rights for the paper. Fang Xing smiled in response, walked out of the lab, and casually picked up a bottle of fruit wine. Let's celebrate. My pleasure. Dr. Wang fawningly fetched a glass and clinked glasses with Fang Xing. After all, he knew very well that these materials were provided by Fang Xing. He was just constantly experimenting with a formula. To put it bluntly, a dog could do it. Naturally, he felt deeply grateful to Fang Xing. Okay, then, can you briefly tell me about the formula of this inhibitor, its properties, and its potential applications? Fang Xing took a sip of fruit wine, stood outside the glass window, and looked out at the scenery outside, and said casually. Dr. Wang gathered his words. This inhibitor formula is primarily derived from the plant number 36 and mineral number 139 specimens provided by the boss. The ratio is. The production process is. I guarantee its performance will surpass the glow inhibitors used in most biomechas on the market. The research materials our lab has requested are all of the evil god's descendant grade. Therefore, this brand new inhibitor can be used in the armor of a martial saint level mecha, even a martial god level. Next time, we'll request the evil god's flesh and blood for testing. Fang Xing nodded. Well, A hint of embarrassment crossed Dr. Wang's face. The flesh and blood of the evil god from beyond. It seems our lab doesn't have the authority to do that, even if a little flesh and blood from the evil god's descendant had been used before. It was only because of Fang Xing's favor that Davis gave the green light. After all, the evil god from beyond was terrifying. Even a single drop of his blood could potentially lead to rebirth. I know. Nine Swords Academy must have a state-of-the-art biochemical laboratory. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, then said, "You can publish some of your results first and submit them to Nine Swords Academy's journal, God Killer. They should contact us." "Understood, boss." Dr. Wang's face was filled with excitement. He had a mountain of papers piled up, but Fang Xing had been holding them back, preventing them from being published. Now, he'd finally agreed. Furthermore, the papers he wanted to publish weren't just the results of today's experiments. In fact, the semi-finished work from a few months ago was enough to fill a dozen top journals. Then, step by step, he could publish dozens more. When it came to producing mediocre papers, he was a pro. "Don't worry, boss, I know how to do it. The key data will be blurred," Dr. Wang assured. "We'll just use experiment A02. The gorilla in that experiment was barely alive after being removed from its armor. Even with all-out interstellar technology, it didn't survive more than half a day. However, many researchers considered it a successful experiment. After all, at least it didn't transform into something evil on the spot, proving the inhibitor was truly effective." Fang Xing walked through the farmland, looking at the half-dead spiritual herbs. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a sea of purple flowers. Sunflower, a name emerged in Fang Xing's mind. "This is plant number 36. As for mineral number 139, it is the 9-heart iron ore from the world of immortal cultivation. To be frank, plants can be transplanted. But the mind cannot be transplanted. Even if it is leaked in the future, it will be difficult for the outside world to imitate, because the raw materials are all here. This is the highest level of monopoly," Fang Xing pondered for a moment. "With the scientific level of the Federation, it may be possible to imitate, but that can only be used in a few laboratories at most. If you want to prepare it on a large scale, the cost will be sky high. That's enough. We've spent so much, and we've only conquered the inhibitor. The inhibitor is just a small branch of the heretic god mecha. Thinking of building a martial saint mecha all on my own is simply wishful thinking. By the time I succeed, I might even have reached the rank of martial god, or even surpass it. Sure enough, I still have to take advantage of others." Fang Xing gazed into space, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Just then, a call came in. "Fang Xing, this is Yucai. I've completed the retirement procedures." A bright young woman appeared in the video. Although Yucai's college entrance exam scores weren't ideal, she never gave up her martial arts practice. Now a 4th-level professional, and with the genetic surgery she received from the Federation, she could easily live for hundreds of years. Therefore, she still looked very young and full of youthful energy. "Retired. Congratulations," Fang Xing congratulated sincerely. "Yes, I'm heading back to Young Eagle Star. I've already bought my interstellar ship ticket. Want to have dinner together? Gee, we would also like to thank you in person," Yucai invited. "Thank me together." Fang Xing stroked his chin. Davis and the others were a knowledgeable and interesting bunch. Yucai had been doing quite well these past few years. Furthermore, she had earned an outstanding military merit, which would be very beneficial for her career development upon her return. It was natural for her to want to thank him. "Never mind. I've been busy lately," Fang Xing began. He had just visited an entertainment planet in the Dragon Galaxy, experiencing the customs and culture of a different system, even seeing alien performances. He really wasn't interested at the moment. "Is that so?" Yucai hung up with some regret, a look of melancholy crossing her face. Just think of it as a dream." A few days later. 9 Swords Academy. Forbidden Land. A pitch-black obelisk stood proudly, engraved with a myriad of indescribable inscriptions. The inscriptions connected to each other like a circuit board, generating powerful energy and creating a strange effect of isolating the inner and outer worlds. Beneath the pitch-black obelisk lay an underground laboratory stretching for an unknown depth of kilometers. Deep in the laboratory, a young man with a buzz cut gazed at a vast factory below. From his perspective, he could just see a strange, enormous head suspended in the air. The skin on the HUD seemed to have been torn away, leaving only large eyeballs and unprotected gums. The eyeballs were even moving. Moon God, the dean of the Nine Swords Academy, the god of war Jianqiu, approached the buzz-cut man inside. Originally, your mecha was primarily made from parts of the moon god, but now, we must work on the entire moon god. The entire design must be completely overturned and rebuilt. A part of an alien evil god is completely different from his entire body. The primary raw materials for the evil god mecha are the various evil gods' followers, descendants, even the flesh and blood corpses of the alien evil gods. The Nine Swords Academy has made great strides in this taboo research. Actually, I'm not that anxious. Even without a mecha, my sky-severing blade is enough to cut through everything. Doing high, you're too confident. Martial god Jianqiu shook his head. The warrior profession has its limits. Even martial gods are only at the 9th level of combat power. With the help of a mecha, and even by cultivating the secret patterns of will to their peak, they can barely reach the 10th level. The gap widens as one advances in this realm. The difference between the 10th and 9th levels is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. And the 11th level can crush all those at the 10th level. If you had a mecha during the last Moon Goddess incident, at least the Blue Star Federation's losses would have been much less. Besides, mechas aren't external forces, Jianqiu said solemnly. A true mecha master relies on the light of the soul, ultimately merging with a mecha, transforming into another mecha life form. According to our academy's research, martial artists and mechas can do the same. Perhaps, the key to 9th realm martial god's breakthrough lies in fully refining their own martial god level mecha into their body, achieving the ultimate in mecha and mecha fusion. If you still aspire to reach the 10th realm, this path shouldn't be missed. With a mecha master's spiritual light as a guide, this path at least offers hope of success. Perhaps. Duanhai chuckled. It's also possible. Before the other martial gods achieved their breakthrough, I'd already advanced my sky-severing blade to the 10th level. If there's no path forward in the martial arts, then I'll open it. Martial god Jianqiu nodded slightly, but said nothing further. At their level of cultivation, their martial will is vaster than a star and more resilient than a neutron star. Anyone who changes his mind after being persuaded by others is not a true warrior. Chapter 272 Spring Breeze. Jianqiu stared at the wreckage of the moon goddess across from him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Soon, a middle-aged man with a greasy face and a bald head approached. Principal, how's the mecha progress? Jianqiu spoke bluntly. Well, the preliminary design is complete, but there are several major difficulties in construction. The bald middle-aged man, named Han Shunfeng, was the chief mecha designer at the Nine Swords Academy. Looking at the massive corpse of the moon goddess, he sighed as well. The body of the outer realm god is incredibly active. If it were just the fragments before, it would have been fine, but now that the moon goddess has been integrated and unified, there's a strange change. Its vitality has increased again, and the original suppression armor is no longer sufficient. Rebirth through a drop of blood. Martial god Jianqiu wasn't surprised by this. This was a common ability of outer realm evil gods. Even some outer realm evil gods, even if their corpses have been crushed to ashes, can still emerge from the concept of nothingness and be resurrected. The moon god wields a unique power, connected to gestation, so it's only natural for their bodies to possess the ability of rebirth through a drop of blood. What's the solution? The simplest, of course, is to replace it with a stronger inhibitor. Beyond that, the only option is to work on the mecha design. Han Shunfeng wiped the sweat off his face. Though a martial saint, he still felt apprehensive in the presence of the martial god Jianqiu. Do it as soon as possible. Also, how's your research on the Genesis tablet going? The martial god Jianqiu suddenly spoke. The Genesis tablet seized by the Blue Star Federation, after many twists and turns, finally ended up at the Nine Swords Academy. After all, the Nine Swords Academy's evil god studies is a specialty with the most concentrated resources. Very interesting. Han Shunfeng's face flushed with excitement at this mention. According to our tests, the Genesis tablet is also the remains of an extraterritorial evil god. Sequencing shows it's likely a lower-level overlord. We haven't encountered his followers. Perhaps this ancient overlord perished in the eons long before the Blue Star Federation explored the universe. Wars and battles also existed between overlords. The death of such an overlord in ancient history was a common occurrence. I'm actually very interested in the corpses of those extraterritorial evil gods that fell in nature, Han Shunfeng said. In nature, the death of a whale will bring about whale fall, which benefits the surrounding sea area, And if no one deals with the corpse of an extraterritorial evil god, I don't know what will evolve into it. Maybe a planet. That's unlikely. The existence that kills the ruler will not miss such a trophy. Jianchu Washan expressed his speculation. What else? The information on the stone tablet. I'm afraid it's true. We have speculated before that above the ruler level, there are even more terrifying existences, which can be named creator, Han Shunfeng said. The arrest of the evil believer of the creator school also proves this point. But the information revealed by the other party is more interesting. It turns out that the ecology between the extraterritorial evil gods is like that. 3 pillars? We must increase our attention to the gate of nothingness and the gate school. The creator, the 3 pillars, the upper ruler, the lower ruler. Jianchu smiled. The people we planted have done a great job, securing the slate of creation. Actually, I'm quite interested in that Spider Woman. That's going to be difficult. I hear the Prevention Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and the Federal Intelligence Bureau are all fighting tooth and nail. Han Shunfeng shook his head. And then there's the sect. It's surprisingly revived. That new leader is quite mysterious, possessing the power of the 8th realm. Another scourge. Martial god Jianchu suddenly smiled. I'd really like to meet this young man. As a martial god, she had lived a very long time. Even the former sect leader was a junior in her eyes. After Han Shunfeng left, martial god Jianchu's expression grew somewhat dejected again. Creator. Professor Han, Editor-in-Chief Han Shunfeng left the obelisk's isolated area and arrived in front of a building at Nine Swords Academy. Along the way, many students and teachers greeted him. As a research-focused martial arts master, Han Shunfeng held a high position within Nine Swords Academy. He also served as the head of the mecha department and editor-in-chief of the journal Godkiller. Upon entering the Godkiller building, an editor approached him and greeted him. If you have any good papers that have passed the initial review, just send them to my email, Han Shunfeng casually said. Unexpectedly, a teacher adjusted his glasses and said, there's actually one, signed by a doctoral student in martial arts from Blue Star University, along with a few lesser-known researchers, a doctorate in martial arts from Blue Star University. Han Shunfeng felt a mixture of amusement and laughter. Interesting. Let me take a look. As both were top-tier institutions, he certainly didn't look down on Blue Star University. Of course, he privately complained that Blue Star University's mecha department wasn't as good as St. Armor University's, and its evil theology wasn't as good as Nine Swords Academies. As a comprehensive university, they were supposed to be a bit of a jack of all trades, but not a master of none. Even so, Blue Star University's reputation was quite reputable. But, a doctorate in martial arts? Shouldn't that focus on breakthroughs in martial arts and related research? It's quite interesting that a martial arts paper like this wasn't published in Blue Star University's Martial God Journal, but instead in Godslayer. When Han Shunfeng arrived at the office and opened the paper, his eyes lit up. Huh? It's not actually martial arts research. Development of a new inhibitor. His interest piqued. He brewed himself a cup of tea and slowly began to browse. Time passed by. After a long day, Han Shunfeng, far from feeling the fatigue of reviewing, was filled with excitement. Indeed, quite interesting. These young people are so lucky these days. We're almost there. He calculated the final experimental data and confirmed that this approach had a high probability of success. And he felt no envy, only a hint of envy at the researcher's good fortune. Today's research on evil god inhibitor materials is essentially a matter of trial and error. From tens of trillions of different formulas, one must find the one with truly superior performance. Success depends entirely on luck. Some people find the right path after 10,000 attempts. Other labs may try tens of trillions of experiments and still not find the right formula. It all depends on fate. Of course, Fang Xing wasn't just lucky. After essentially locking down a few key materials, experimentation became much simpler. This was equivalent to reducing tens of trillions of experiments to less than 10,000. With this foundation, researchers who could use intelligent computers and virtual space to simulate basic experiments could quickly produce results simply by mechanically repeating the experiments. Han Shunfeng didn't know this, but he felt this new inhibitor would be very useful. There was a good chance it would even be used on the moon goddess Mecha. Then, our Nine Swords Academy will have one more treasured treasure, designed and built by me. Feeling elated, Han Shunfeng immediately sent an email to the address listed below the paper. The reply was swift. Han Shunfeng glanced at it and immediately entered the holographic virtual cabin, in a laboratory in the virtual space. This virtual laboratory could save a great deal of external laboratory supplies. Its layout was almost identical to Fang Xing's own, and only key experiments would be conducted in the outside world. Of course, several materials from the immortal realm couldn't be simulated even in virtual space. However, thanks to this virtual laboratory, Dr. Wang and his team were able to develop several auxiliary formulas from this world, saving Fang Xing a significant amount of star yuan. Welcome, Editor-in-Chief Han. Fang Xing, accompanied by Dr. Wang, arrived to greet Han Shunfeng. Mr. Fang, are you a doctoral student at Blue Star University? You're truly young and promising. Han Shunfeng, having reached such a high position, clearly possessed a knack for interacting with others. With a warm and inviting smile, he exchanged a few pleasantries before inquiring, "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for submitting your paper. I'm here to verify its accuracy. If everything is fine, it's highly likely to be published in the first issue next time. Of course, this is our lab's lead researcher, Wang Xia. Editor-in-Chief Han, feel free to ask any questions." Fang Xing pushed Dr. Wang out from behind him, asking him to answer the question. He himself sipped his tea. After waiting for a good while longer, Han Shunfeng approached Fang Xing with a beaming smile. "You truly are a formidable young talent. I didn't expect your experiment to have reached this stage." Wang Xia, standing behind Han Shunfeng, gave an awkward smile. He was, after all, just a small-time figure, and facing Han Shunfeng, a master of both martial arts and scientific research, he had unknowingly revealed much. Fortunately, the final product could not be displayed in virtual space, so Han Shunfeng could only confirm that the laboratory had hidden a lot and was now able to produce the finished product. He looked at Fang Xing and asked sincerely, "Mr. Fang, have you ever considered transferring to study for a doctorate at Nine Swords Academy? Or perhaps teaching at our academy after graduation? The evil theology at Nine Swords Academy is the most advanced in the universe. It would be a pity to leave it at Blue Star University." "Really? I just have some questions about evil theology that I'd like to discuss with Editor-in-Chief Han." Fang Xing's face lit up with surprise. Han Shunfeng agreed modestly. He had even wanted to ask Fang Xing about the latest products of that new inhibitor. After just a few words, he was shocked to find that Fang Xing's attainments in evil theology were indeed quite astonishing. If Blue Star University hadn't tightened its student vetting since the Moon Goddess incident, he would have doubted the student's true identity. After discussing this with Han Shunfeng, Fang Xing suddenly realized something. Editor-in-Chief Han. So, if a ruler falls asleep and their subconscious becomes active, they might revitalize and become a new evil god. Chapter 273 Starry Sky Map completed. It's indeed possible. Han Shunfeng pondered for a moment before replying. Many offspring of evil gods aren't just spawned by extraterritorial evil gods. The division of power, the changing seasons, and even the mutation of projections, can all potentially give rise to offspring of evil gods. Generally speaking, offspring of extraterritorial evil gods are likely one tier or lower than their original forms, so the vast majority of their descendants are at the level of offspring of evil gods. Of course, it's not ruled out that some exceptionally powerful descendants of higher-ranking rulers can rival those of lower-ranking rulers. The subconscious, as part of an extraterritorial evil god, can also activate and become an offspring of evil gods. Furthermore, the subconscious is chaotic and disordered. Therefore, even if an offspring of an evil god is activated, it's likely to be mad and chaotic, perhaps even possessing multiple personalities. Han Shunfeng, worthy of being a master of evil theology, provided a thorough and easy-to-understand analysis. Fang Xing also suddenly understood, resolving a puzzlement. Dream gods, no wonder they're related to dreams, so it might be the creator's subconscious manifestation. Once they all die, it's very likely that the creator will awaken prematurely, while the subconscious of a typical extraterritorial evil god wouldn't be that of an extraterritorial evil god. The creator is one level higher than the extraterritorial evil gods. It makes sense that his subconscious would activate and transform into the conflicting dream gods. So, is the conspiracy the creator's sect is weaving a deliberate suicide? Let the Blue Star Federation destroy the dream gods, and then the creator awakens and calls GG. Fang Xing had always suspected something was up with the Three of Hearts. With his vast information advantage, he finally managed to discern the outlines of that plot. Fortunately, as long as the Federation doesn't take action against the dream gods, the conspiracy can't be carried out, unless The creator sect finds a way to destroy the dream gods themselves, but if that were so easy, the creator sect wouldn't have to resort to trickery, Fang Xing muttered to himself. It would be best if that creator remained asleep. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing for the entire universe. We must prepare for both scenarios. If the Federation doesn't notice, then let the immortal Avatar give us another heads up. The worst case scenario is that no attempt to stop them will work, and the creator will eventually awaken. Then we'll have no choice but to flee to the immortal realm. As Fang Xing pondered this, he saw Han Chunfeng across from him, hinting frantically, "Well, Mr. Fang, about that latest inhibitor, our lab has successfully produced a sample, and we can send it to Nine Swords Academy." Fang Xing smiled faintly. With the raw materials in his hands, sending them a sample would be pure bait. With this, he could truly begin research on his Martial Saint Mecha. That's pathetic. I'm almost a King Kong, and the Martial Saint Mecha is still just paper. Well, it seems most Martial Saints have a hard time building their own mecha, and end up having to sell themselves. By comparison, I'm not so bad. A few months later. Whitebird Star. Galaxy Island. On the beach, Fang Xing stretched and removed his sunglasses. He looked up, as if realizing something, and saw a massive, silver-white spaceship emerge. A beam of light descended. From it, a bald, middle-aged figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Han Chunfeng. "Professor Han, how did you get here so quickly?" Fang Xing smiled, stepping forward and shaking Han Chunfeng's hand. "Is there a problem with this sample?" "No, it's the data. It's so good it's almost unbelievable." Han Chunfeng shook his head. He really does have to accept his age. "Seeing young people like you constantly producing results makes me feel like I should retire." "Haha, Professor Han, you're joking. When it comes to biomechas, you're the true leader," Fang Xing replied with a smile. "I'd also like to build my own mecha, and I have a lot of questions for you. Of course, I'll tell you everything I know. Why don't you come back to Nine Swords Academy with me this time? We'll use the best labs and the most advanced equipment, and design your mecha." Han Chunfeng beamed. Ever since receiving the sample and confirming its superior properties, the Nine Swords Academy naturally began investigating Fang Xing. He knew that Fang Xing had built numerous cultivation bases on Whitebird Planet, aiming to develop a new material. Plenty of organizations and companies in the Federation were capable of this sort of thing, but Fang Xing had unexpectedly succeeded with a simple attempt. Even Han Chunfeng was concerned because he had secretly investigated Xinghe Company and found it to be little more than a shell company. Even the researchers in the lab weren't even worthy of being the gatekeeper at Nine Swords Academy. Their success was largely due to Fang Xing's extensive supply of specialized materials. He was indeed highly skilled in cultivation. Even before the spaceship landed, he had used the onboard equipment to scan the entirety of Whitebird Planet. It was virtually certain that the main ingredient for the sample's inhibitor was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, Fang Xing wasn't alone. He had the backing of Martial Saints Na Ying and Su Sanyang. Together, they had the connections of Blue Star University and the Su family of the Federation. This made it impossible to resort to any tactics, and the only option was a fair trade. While the two sides had seemingly engaged in casual conversation, they were actually engaged in bargaining. Nine Swords Academy was responsible for Fang Xing's mecha, while Fang Xing would hand over the inhibitors. At least, enough to build the Luna. Nine Swords Academy, Fang Xing sighed. "If I had enough money back then, I might have applied to Nine Swords Academy." Both Nine Swords Academy and Holy Armor University were located within a special, secret universe, and Fang Xing had indeed missed the entrance exam. He wasn't like Zhang Yuxiu, a wealthy woman with access to wormholes. Sigh, what a shame, Han Chunfeng sighed. He truly had high hopes for Fang Xing. "How about, we transfer to another school?" "Never mind. I'm afraid Professor Na Ying will kill me," Fang Xing joked, following Han Chunfeng into the beam of light. Boom. The silvery white metallic ship vanished in an instant. Only then did a mecha land near Xing Island. "This is really, Davis." His mecha visor open, watched the massive spaceship depart, a look of surprise and trepidation on his face. "The Federation's flagship, the Kunpeng spacecraft? Which important figure has descended here?" "As expected. Consultant Fang's background is unfathomable. I've received a message." Zhang Yuer, who was recuperating, appeared on the communication screen. "Here comes a martial saint, Han Chunfeng from the Nine Swords Academy. This big shot." Davis was surprised. Martial saints are highly influential among the top echelons of the Federation. Not to mention, Han Chunfeng is no ordinary martial saint, he's a scientific research giant. The most outstanding biomecha designer. Isn't Consultant Fang from Blue Star University? How is he connected to the Nine Swords Academy again? Davis seemed to have a sudden realization and gasped. Could it be a dedicated mecha? Hiss. Is this the true treatment of the Federation's top talents? A design master at the Diamond Realm comes to design a dedicated mecha. Inside the spaceship, the space was vast and empty. Fang Xing arrived at a silver-white metal hall and sat cross-legged, slowly focusing on various star points within his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, star after star lit up, and his own martial will underwent corresponding changes. After a long moment, Fang Xing opened his eyes and glanced at his attribute panel, martial will secret pattern. 1/100, adept, breakthrough to the adept level, he murmured, sensing the galaxy within his sea of consciousness, a hint of a smile playing on his face. 3 volumes of secret pattern atlas of will, the first, Starry Sky map, should be considered complete, right? Fang Xing's thoughts flickered, and a pair of wings seemingly wrought from gold materialized behind him. Countless golden feathers enveloped him, and a vast amount of golden liquid metal converged, making him appear as if draped in a winged golden garment. Across the garment, secret patterns emerged, imbuing it with a sense of mystery and elegance. Secret pattern module activated. Overall mecha boosted by 100%. At that moment, Fang Xing felt he could fully control the wings of the Sun God, performing meticulous operations. This wing of the Sun God was no ordinary metal mecha, it was like an extension of his flesh and blood, his limbs and arms and legs. Wherever his martial arts will reached, he could achieve exquisite detail. Furthermore, after fully comprehending the Starry Sky map, Fang Xing penetrated every part of the mecha, activating a new level of secret patterns. Wisps of golden light expanded along the patterns of the wings of the Sun God, forming a golden cage, void blockade. As expected of a 7th level secret pattern mecha. As expected, once the requirements are met, the 8th level killer move can be unleashed, Fang Xing exclaimed excitedly. Activating the 2nd level of the wings of the Sun God's secret pattern, void blockade, signified his mastery of the Starry Sky map. Activating the 3rd level of secret patterns would signify his mastery of the exotic beast map. The secret patterns of Blue Star will become increasingly difficult as you progress. Many martial saints struggle to truly master the exotic beast diagram. But for me, reaching mastery should be enough. Fang Xing carefully examined the 8 realms killer moves on his mecha. This void blockade, combined with a golden core domain, is enough to suppress even a martial saint. Unfortunately, within the Blue Star Federation, this move isn't particularly powerful. After all, few warriors and mecha masters possess special martial arts and techniques. Unless they're specially powered. And it can only be used a few times before the mecha's energy runs out, making it useless. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, the Yuanying True Lord's Yuanying teleportation ability seems to also be void attributed. I wonder if it can be countered, Fang Xing pondered. Chapter 274 Obelisk. Inside the Kunpeng space battleship, a golden cage expanded. Suddenly, Fang Xing sensed a massive entity intruding into the void. The boundless golden ocean, combined with the golden core domain, immediately began suppressing it, preventing it from even a single step beyond its bounds. Who is it? He stood up and looked over, only to be met with a 4-faced, 8-armed figure. Its body was crimson, displaying 4 expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Each arm held a magical instrument. Some were legitimate, like the Vajra bracelet and the jade purification bottle. Others, like the human skin drum and the gangdong. Overall, the figure exuded a sense of dignity yet a veiled sinister undertone. Those 4 faces, each expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, were recognizable to Fang Xing, Han Chunfeng. Sure enough, the martial saint of the Nine Swords Academy has taken a somewhat crooked path, he muttered inwardly, then retracted his mecha domain and looked at Han Chunfeng. Professor Han, why are you here? The 4-faced, 8-armed Dharma image suddenly folded back into the back of a balding, middle-aged man, revealing Han Chunfeng. He looked at Fang Xing, his face filled with admiration. I sensed fluctuations of 8 realms energy within the warship, so I came to see. Have you activated your mecha's 8 realms killer move? The young are truly formidable. You should have already completed the first of the 3 volumes of Blue Star's will patterns. Han Chunfeng's face was filled with regret. Since you've already been taught the will patterns of Blue Star University, You can no longer learn the Nine Swords Academy's nine-sword diagram. What a shame, what a shame. These will patterns are among the most secret of secret traditions, bearing the strong imprint of factionalism. The 3 volumes Fang Xing had learned were the most orthodox of Blue Star University's traditions. The Nine Swords Academy's secret will pattern, called the Nine Swords Diagram, requires comprehending 9 sword scar diagrams, and must reach the 6th Six Swords diagram before one can control a martial saint level mecha. In other words, these 3 diagrams are roughly equivalent to Blue Star Atlas. Within the Martial Arts Department of St. Armor University, the Heart Steel diagram circulates, consisting of only 2 diagrams. The martial arts will diagrams of other first and second tier universities generally derive from these 3 sources, or even simplified versions. Oh? I'd like to ask. Fang Xing's face lit up with interest. This person is a martial saint, it would be a shame not to take advantage of him. Han Shunfeng also felt a little sorry, but knowing such an outstanding student, Blue Star University couldn't let him go. Will atlases aren't about more diagrams, the better. Your current level of will cultivation is roughly equivalent to the perfection of our Academy's 3 swords diagram. With just one more level, you'll have no problem operating a martial saint level mecha in the future. No wonder they're starting to design their own mecha. Han Shunfeng had initially thought Fang Xing was a bit overconfident, but now he understood. He was just an ordinary person, unable to understand the thoughts of a genius. Student Fang, with your current qualifications, it would be a shame if you didn't study at our Academy's obelisk. Han Shunfeng's face showed a hint of appreciation for his talent. Oh, Fang Xing piqued his interest. I'd like to hear more. Our Academy's obelisk is a treasure that aids in body refinement. Even a mediocre foundation in the martial Dao Golden Core can be pushed several levels higher. Han Shunfeng's face was filled with a hint of pride. As everyone knows, the Vajra realm is the foundation of the foundations. The golden body is flawless. The higher the level, the greater the benefits after breaking through to the martial saint stage. With an ordinary golden core foundation, without external elixirs or magical powers, it's difficult to achieve a high-level golden body and break through to the martial saint stage. He looked at Fang Xing. You registered as an ordinary golden core, but you have cultivated the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. After breaking through the Vajra realm, your upper limit is still acceptable. At least the 7th level shouldn't be a problem. With some powerful elixirs and cosmic artifacts, you could even try for the 8th level. This assessment was similar to Na Ying's. Fang Xing nodded. Outsiders only knew he cultivated the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power, but little did they know he had already mastered it to perfection. A typical martial arts golden elixir wouldn't be able to achieve this, and would only barely reach the entry level. Thus, after breaking through to the Vajra realm, he would still be within the 3rd level of the golden body, but the upper limit would be raised, allowing him to more easily cultivate to the 7th level. But Fang Xing was different. Not only did his golden core foundation remain strong, he had also cultivated the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power to perfection long before his breakthrough. His accumulated power was incredibly powerful, so naturally, he reached the 7th level of the golden body upon his breakthrough. Furthermore, his subsequent cultivation was smooth sailing. Without even using any resources, he had already reached the 8th level of the golden body, and the 9th level of the great Vajra was within reach. Of course, in front of the martial saint, he remained modest, utilizing his immortal warrior characteristic to transform some of his ki and blood. He was currently at around the 5th or 6th level of the golden body. Designing a custom mecha definitely requires physical data. I've heard of this obelisk. It's the dream of many Vajra realm warriors. It can hone their golden bodies and activate their golden elixirs. Could I take this opportunity to comprehend it, and then announce my breakthrough to the 8th rank golden body? A thought surfaced in Fang Xing's mind. This breakthrough was easy to explain. After all, the Nine Swords Academy's obelisk was a top-tier university resource, comparable to Blue Star University's former Myriad Spirits Atlas. Its ability to target Vajra realm cultivators was particularly appealing, attracting numerous high-level warriors. With a modicum of talent, wouldn't it be logical to leverage this resource to push past my limits? Nine Swords Academy. The Kunpeng stopped at a plaza. Han Shunfeng led Fang Xing down the corridor, still feeling a sense of regret. He considered Fang Xing a promising talent, but it was a shame Blue Star University had snatched it up first. Han Shunfeng said to Fang Xing, "Your lodging permit and pass have been approved, and the authority has been transferred to your AI. Take a few days rest." 3 days later, We'll go to the design bureau together, and I'll personally design a mecha for you. Thank you, Professor Han. Fang Xing thanked him politely. Haha, it's my duty. It's mutually beneficial. Han Shunfeng nodded and called over a research monk. This is my student, Gu Zhen. You can talk to him if you have any questions, classmate Gu Zhen. Fang Xing smiled and nodded. See you again. See you again. Gu Zhen looked at Fang Xing, his expression a little dazed. He and Fang Xing were in the same college entrance examination class. Gu Zhen was a peerless prodigy, having been promoted to the external scene before even entering school, far ahead of the competition. 10 years later, however, he had become a doctoral student at the Vajra realm, even reaching the point where even his own advisor smiled at him. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, he narrowly escaped a breakthrough to the 6th realm. After paying an untold price, he finally became a disciple of the powerful Han Shunfeng, becoming a glorious research monk. He was ordered around daily, working part-time between various research groups, but his martial arts progress was mediocre. He even felt he had no hope of pursuing a doctorate. Looking at Fang Xing now, the contrast was stark, and his face hurt. You two know each other? That's perfect, Han Shunfeng, as if just realizing this, said, Gu Zhen, treat Fang Xing well. Any requests he makes, you must do your best to satisfy them, understand? With that, he vanished in a streak of light, presumably to continue his experiments with a new inhibitor. Fang Xing, welcome to Nine Swords Academy. How can I help you? Gu Zhen patted his cheek, offering a somewhat stiff smile. Oh, nothing much? Take me to the dorm first, and then I'd like to explore Nine Swords Academy. Fang Xing nodded. Okay, Gu Zhen led Fang Xing to his villa. Along the way, you can occasionally see some students, but there are no scenes of bad boys snatching beautiful women, or some blind people bullying the weak. The college students of Jiujin Academy are all chosen by heaven, and they are all very busy. What's more, Fang Xing is a master of the Vajra realm and can already beat the teacher to death. Even Gu Zhen, who was once a big shot in Jiujin Academy, knows with a toe that the person he is accompanying is not simple. How could there be a fool who would take the initiative to bump into Fang Xing and slap him in the face? Even if there is such a person, the intelligent computer will remind him how to behave. This purple light garden covers 87 acres. I wonder if it's enough. Gu Zhen led Fang Xing to the dormitory entrance and introduced the facilities. They include a virtual reality room, a court, a gymnasium, a private cinema, a private restaurant, and a team of 1,642 housekeepers. Sure, Fang Xing sighed. Nine Swords Academy and Holy Armor University are truly luxurious. Unlike our Blue Star University, which occupies such a tiny space, Gu Zhen was speechless. Do you think the land prices on Blue Star are inflated? Even if you sell your dorm, you could buy several planets. To be able to establish a school on Blue Star is truly wealthy, okay? By the way, what brings you to Nine Swords Academy this time? After talking for a while, he found Fang Xing quite approachable. And finally couldn't help but be curious. Oh, nothing. Professor Han agreed to design a Martial Saint mecha for me. I came to see it, learn a little, and check out your Nine Swords Academy library and obelisk, Fang Xing answered honestly. Gu Zhen, he regretted asking that question. Everyone else is already preparing their Martial Saint mechas, and he hasn't even reached the 7th realm yet. Isn't this asking for trouble? I'll take my leave now. This is my virtual number. Contact me directly if you need anything. Gu Zhen's face felt even more painful, and he quickly excused himself and left. Fang Xing gave a rather unkind smile as he watched Gu Zhen's retreating figure. Master, what are you laughing at? Xiao Lan's voice emanated from his bracelet. From behind, he looks like a defeated dog. Fang Xing made a comment that Xiao Lan couldn't quite grasp, then continued, have you received the map and permissions for Nine Swords Academy? Yes, Master, Xiao Lan replied quickly. Professor Han Shunfeng has granted you very high permissions. You have full access, except for a few restricted areas. Well, let's go to the library first, and then see the famous obelisk. Fang Xing stretched lazily. Opportunities to study at Nine Swords Academy aren't many. The next day, Fang Xing rose early and had breakfast in the Nine Swords Academy's private dining room before exploring the cafeteria in the public area. It felt quite different from the cafeteria at Blue Star University. He then plunged into the Nine Swords Academy's vast library. In the reading room, Fang Xing held a thread-bound volume. The yellowed pages had an indescribable tactile quality to the touch, tinged with a faint herbal fragrance. The invisible fist manual, with a swish. As he turned the pages, figures emerged one after another, imbued with an inexplicable artistic conception. Sure enough, the text and images on this ancient tome are the product of the painstaking efforts of martial artists, imbued with a mystical quality. Ordinary martial arts manuals are like this, let alone the more advanced ones, and there are also works and research on evil gods. Even a single image wouldn't be suitable for posting online. Even Fang Xing had to admit that the Nine Swords Academy library had been eye-opening. He then entered the more advanced reading area and took a book from the shelf. On the cover of this thick, dictionary-like tome was an image of a black obelisk. A dark red pattern, seemingly stained with blood, adorned the top of the obelisk. For any ordinary person, simply seeing such an image would evoke a sense of ritual and antiquity, perhaps even becoming fascinated. Obelisk. Fang Xing piqued his interest and flipped to the first page. So, the Nine Swords Academy's obelisk is derived from alien technology. The Kuai clan, suspected of worshipping an alien evil god. Utilizing the obelisk, they can perform incredible operations such as spatial isolation, energy infusion, and extraction. The Nine Swords Academy's obelisk must be a sacred relic looted after the destruction of that clan. The corpses of several alien evil gods were once suppressed for research. So, beneath the obelisk lies the Nine Swords Academy's highest-level laboratories and factories. Fang Xing checked Zioland's permission map and discovered that he could only move above the obelisk. The underground area was a forbidden zone. To cultivate with the obelisk, you should do it from above. Without going deeper, he nodded, put the book back, and prepared to go see the wonders of the obelisk. Classmate, are you going to the obelisk? At this moment, a low voice came over. Fang Xing looked up and saw a girl with pigtails and round-framed glasses. She looked at the book Fang Xing put back, looking thoughtful. Yes, to be able to come to the advanced reading area. Are you a graduate student or a doctoral student of the academy? Fang Xing felt the surging power hidden in the girl's body and asked with a smile. Nanguangzu, a doctoral student of the Nine Swords Academy. I like to study those evil gods from other domains that were once ancient but eventually disappeared. Nanguangzu pushed her glasses and said enthusiastically, if you want to go to the obelisk, we are on the same route, we can go together. This woman, there is something wrong. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and then revealed a sunny smile. Okay. Chapter 275 Training Room. Deep within the Nine Swords Academy, an obelisk, its tip seemingly stained red with blood, stood proudly on the horizon. As Fang Xing approached, he realized the obelisk's terrifying size, at least 10,000 meters tall, like a massive mountain. Furthermore, the closer he got to the pitch-black monument, the stronger the pressure grew. Fang Xing glanced at Nanguangzu, who was beside him, and saw that this doctoral student, worthy of being a 7th-level realm student, could easily keep up with him no matter how hard he tried. Nangong, did you get into the doctoral program through social studies, or did you go straight into the program? Unsure of why this woman was interested in him, he tentatively inquired. I was originally a graduate student at Nine Swords Academy, and luckily passed the doctoral program in my final year, Nanguangzu replied with a faint smile. Although her attire looked a bit rustic, she was in fact a gifted child back then. Like Zhen, even during graduate school, they lacked the confidence to break through to the Vajra realm. After graduation, they honed their skills in society or the military, hoping to break through to the 7th level before turning 50. That way, they could still participate in the Nine Swords Academy doctoral program. In other words, Nanguangzu's talent is even greater than Gu Zhen's. The Federation holds its annual college entrance exam, and genius is worthless. After a few casual exchanges, the two arrived at the base of the obelisk. All they could see was a vast expanse of black, stretching as far as the eye could see. Ding, authorization confirmed, passage granted. A sense of danger washed over them, then quickly dissipated. Fang Xing's heart stirred, and he reached out to touch the slightly cold body of the obelisk above. A rough, rubbing sensation reached him. Cold, smooth, like the touch of scaly skin, an inexplicable life and vitality pulsated from his fingertips. To Fang Xing's senses, this jet-black, red-topped obelisk seemed to be alive. No. More than that, his heart stirred, and he glanced at the attribute panel. He was shocked to discover that the rune representing the Gate of All Heavens began to tremble slightly. The Gate of All Heavens is responding. This obelisk can be absorbed by the Gate of All Heavens as energy. Fang Xing's mind was suddenly filled with a turmoil. Could this be related to the Gate of Nothingness? His great son Tathagata mantra accepted anything related to the evil gods. But the gate of all heavens was always picky and only showed interest in the gate of nothingness. This forced Fang Xing to speculate. That's right. That alien race is said to be related to the evil gods. Perhaps they worship an incarnation or aspect of the gate of nothingness. Also, it's possible that the items I've encountered previously were too low level to pique the gate of all heaven's interest. Could this obelisk be related to a special evil god? Or to the other two of the three pillars? His mind raced with thoughts, a look of shock crossing his face. Guangzu watched with a smile, seemingly accustomed to the astonishment of outsiders. Let's go. The training room is inside the obelisk. Time spent must be redeemed with credits, she explained with a smile, a dark, crystal-clear card appearing in her hand. After lightly swiping the card across the obelisk surface, a door automatically opened. Credits, Fang Xing nodded and called Han Chunfeng directly, Professor Han. I'm having a little trouble here. 10 minutes later, a golden light flashed, revealing Gu Zhen, who had used his golden core domain to hasten his journey. He handed Fang Xing a pitch-black card. Teacher said I'd show you around here in 3 days, but I didn't expect you to arrive first. So, why not try practicing here? The training rooms here are only accessible to those at the Vajra realm, making them somewhat dangerous. Besides, 1 credit is only good for 1 day of practice. This is a special temporary card with a limit of 1,000 credits, usable only within the obelisk. Thank you, Fang Xing politely thanked him, accepting the black card. Gu Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Guangzu beside him. Senior Nanguang, oh? Do you know each other? Fang Xing smiled. We're from the same school, after all. Gu Zhen hesitated. Don't be fooled by Guangzu's delicate, somewhat rustic appearance. She's actually a renowned figure within the 9 Swords Academy. She's also a sword saint, having passed the 7 sword trials. At the Golden Core stage, she even proactively replaced her own bloodline with that of an evil god's offspring, nearly transforming into an unholy being. Furthermore, she's proposed several experiments to raise evil god's offspring in captivity. Though all of them were rejected, she's still a household name within the 9 Swords Academy. She's particularly passionate about studying ancient evil gods, and her interests are likely similar. It's said that anyone she's attracted to has a close connection to an evil god. The Academy has even used this to apprehend a well-hidden evil god follower. Well, I'm leaving. Too embarrassed to speak in front of the senior, he quickly excused himself. Strange, Fang Xing watched Gu Zhen leave and enter the obelisk. Thump. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed back and forth through the wide passage. The interior of the obelisk was vast and empty, even the space felt hazy and disorienting. He felt as if a single step could carry him across 1,000 meters, or land him behind. At the same time, a strange force descended, carrying the air of a seal and repression. Suppression. Evil god contamination. Fang Xing was startled. Turning, he saw pitch-black scales emerging from Guangzu's body. Her eyes transformed into vertical pupils, resembling the legendary snake woman. But the next moment, everything returned to normal. As expected, many of the 9 Swords Academy's professionals are abnormal, especially those in the Sword Saint lineage. Fang Xing grumbled inwardly, a solemn expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just some passive activation of the evil god bloodline within me. Guangzu adjusted her glasses and smiled broadly. Every time I come here, I feel a lot more relaxed. The Sword Saint lineage focuses on refining the evil god into their bodies, completely absorbing and digesting it. In other words, they are constantly battling against evil god contamination. This was true both mentally and physically. Within this obelisk, capable of suppressing the corruption of evil spirits, one could indeed find some peace. It could even temporarily restore sanity to some professionals on the verge of madness. But within Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the great sun Tathagata mantra slowly circulated, and a crimson sun rose. He touched the great sun relic between his brows and felt that everything was normal. Either this obelisk is abnormal, or I'm abnormal, then there must be something wrong with the obelisk, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, following Guangzu into an elevator. This is just inside the obelisk, not yet to the training rooms, Guangzu explained. The training rooms here have 9 levels, divided into 9 floors. Generally speaking, for outside Vajra realm warriors, my advice is to start from the first floor. Well, I'd like to see it. Fang Xing emerged from the elevator and saw an empty corridor. Every few kilometers, there was a massive door. The door itself was also carved from black stone, exuding an air of ancient mystery. The passageway was dimly lit, yet every line on the door was crystal clear and perfect. This feels like an evil god's building. Fang Xing produced his temporary black card and gently swiped it across the door. With a crash, it swung open, revealing a training room behind. The room was small, only about 10 square meters, completely at odds with a seemingly imposing gate from the outside, creating a sense of mismatch. Another spatial chaos. Fang Xing turned and saw Nangongzu waiting outside, having not yet entered. Then, the pitch-black door slowly closed. In an instant, the training room was plunged into utter darkness. Endless darkness swept over, giving Fang Xing the same feeling as the all-consuming darkness descending during the moon god's attack. No, this isn't an illusion, this is it. It's just that the intensity is controlled, the danger is much lessened. Could it be that the moon god's body is beneath the obelisk? A golden light emerged from Fang Xing's dantian, transforming into a massive golden sun, rising from behind him. Then, like a blazing sun in darkness, it illuminated everything. Within the void, countless darknesses ignited, surging forth endlessly. The darkness here seemed to possess a life of its own, surging like a tide, threatening to drown the tiny ray of golden light. If it were an ordinary martial arts golden elixir, it would probably collapse by now. No matter how powerful a golden elixir is, facing this weak and evil spirit contamination, it would be like a candle in the wind. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his expression unmoved. Countless darknesses were ignited and consumed by the golden light. They could not even approach within 3 feet. With a thought, he gathered his golden elixir's domain. Crack! Crack! Darkness descended upon him, a terrifying gnawing sound echoing. It was as if countless demons from hell were gnawing at his every limb. Fang Xing's entire body was bathed in golden light, like a golden arhat, towering and unmoved even in hell. As I expected, after a moment, a look of realization crossed his face. The principle of the obelisk's aid in body training is destruction. By controlling the intensity of the pollution, it erodes the martial arts golden body. Those low-level golden bodies will be constantly worn away in this darkness, just like the process of constantly polishing a rough jade, blowing away the yellow sand to reveal the gold. But, for me, the pollution here is too weak. It takes at least the 8th level of pollution to feel anything. If you want good results, you should go to the 9th level and hone your great Vajra physique. This 9 Swords Academy has indeed studied the evil god pollution very thoroughly. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. For him, this is a good place to practice. As for ordinary Vajra realm warriors, if they are not careful, they may end up like Pan Sheng and Wei Shentong. No, Wei Shentong is in the great Vajra realm, he should be fine on the 9th level. On the contrary, I'm afraid teacher Pan Sheng won't survive the 8th level. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.